River Realms, they call it. What a fine poetic name for something as rotten and twisted as our land has become. It was not always so. Long ago, the old empire, the noblest and most enduring society created by humankind, spanned almost the entire continent of Zerine, the cradle of man. But after several millennia of progress and incomparable achievements, inevitably, the empire began to fall into stagnation and decadence. Desperately holding on to their privileges and resisting change while trying to avert the collapse of the realm, the emperor and his theocracy took to measures that were worthy of true despots in cruelty. Subjugating weaker realms, enslaving whole nations, strip mining foreign resources, oppressing imperial citizens, war on several fronts, genocide. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate such horrors wrought in their name. Foretold by an abundance of divine omens, they descended upon the empire to right its wrongs. Thus, in a chain of dreadful events that became known as the Calamity, they annihilated the empire in a matter of days. The gods then finally saw what they had done in their anger and confusion. It is said that so much grief and shame filled them that they were broken and they left this reality, never to return. The continent and its inhabitants seemed dead, but at length survivors began to crawl out of their hiding holes and faced a land that no longer welcomed them. Arcane anomalies, the fallout of the Calamity, now riddled the continent, and people realized that they had to share their new home with changed and twisted creatures. Terrible beings entered through the cracks in the tapestry of reality and rose to rule over the natives. In time, these new powers rebuilt the fallen empire in their own image, and the River Realms, now godless and vengeful, reincarnated from the ashes. The inhabitants of the land, such as I, now eke out a living under the crushing rule of the new empire. The continent itself constantly resists our every attempt at building a cozy home for ourselves. As travel is dangerous, many ventures specialize in transferring cargo and passengers over bleak and deadly leagues of land. Others try to take everything of value from said travelers, or attempt to find buried treasures among the ruins of the old empire. The leaders of the endeavors are, some say, the bravest men and women of the River Realms. Such a leader is called a Vagrus.
Oh! Oh! Oy! Let's see if I can read today. My throat feels kind of fucked. Sure, after all be all good. Just a little bit of tea. All right. Oh my god, immediate. Instant writing. Alright, let's look around here. Guard captain, supercargo. Well, I can only have one deputy right now. Well, we'll have the guard captain then. And then when we get some insight, I'll try to level up leadership. Authority. 3 insight. Yeah. Let's talk to our guys. Where do you go? Mancio. Can you not talk to them in here? Or we have to do it in the rest window. Ivek is fraternizing with your crew, but when he sees you, he steps away to talk to you privately in the growing shadows of the evening. How's it going, boss? He asks you with a wry smile. Ask about particular criminals or organizations. What do you want to know? Oh, he doesn't know. Ask about his campaign of payback. Oh, yeah, that. Ask Harvick what it's all about. I told you before, boss. I got some people to tick off my list. In short, they all had to do some... they all had to... Oh my god. What is he saying? We need to teach you some grammar, Harvick. Hold on. What if we push this back a little bit? Oh, that didn't work. I got some people to tick off my list. In short, they all had to do something with me getting me in the slammer. Not all of them know me personally, but they were involved in the setting up and execution of a plan that saw me take the fall for an elaborate plot of theirs. And I want to get even. You ask him how he plans to go about it. Simple. If I happen upon someone from the list, I'll try to take out the fucker. I can inform you too, so that you can decide if you want to get involved or not. And I swear this won't endanger your venture here. If it would, I won't start anything without telling you first. Tell him you will consider this. Ask him about one of your other companions. What do you think about Garrick? Harvick shakes his head. I don't think anyone around here likes Garrick, and I suppose neither do ya. Would I work with him if it wasn't necessary? No. Do I see why I employ him? Aye. But know this, the guy reeks of a nasty future that'll find him in a ditch with a slit throat. Okay. And they're not really saying that much, I think. Ask him about his plans. The plan is, Garrick trails off for a moment, the plan is to get back what's mine. Sooner or later. For now, I gotta figure out how I'd go about rebuilding and besitting myself. Offer him your help in regaining his smuggling business. The dwarf raises an eyebrow upon hearing your suggestion. Oh, what's this? Persuasion 3. Evaluate. So you wanna help poor me? He asks mockingly. Can't help wondering why that is. Ya wouldn't wanna perchance a share of my profits, would ya? You tell him that you would not say no. Garrick looks giddy. Well, I would have thought less of ya if you didn't. A Vagrus should keep a keen eye on profit. That's what I always say. How about 20% of the overall value? Sure. So glad you're in. I'm about to shit myself. The dwarf announces. Would have been mighty clusterfuck if I tried this on me own. Now listen, I got some stashes with fine goods and finer silver hidden all around this fucking wasteland, in case things got hairy, you know. And since they did, I'm gonna cash 'em in. I'm about to tell you where in the darned lands I hid 'em. You assure Garrick that you're all ears. First, he begins, there's one at the foot of one of Therathian's false stone spires. In its southern outskirts. Don't think that should be too much of a problem, although there's always the chance of things going shite. Then I hid one crate in the desert just south of Mirage, not far from a shithole of those filthy Sidrar bums. And lastly, we'll have to do some digging in the southeastern reaches of friggin' Hargad Tool. Ever-loving ancestors, how I hate that place. But it was out of the way, so I thought 'twas a good idea back when I hid the goodies. Looks like your next venture is to reclaim the stashes for him. Therathian's Fall. Got all of it, did ya? What a sharp fella you are, the dwarf says. A bold suggestion here. Maybe don't screw around too much. You might be me boss for the time being, but you're gonna make it worth me while, else what's the point of me sticking round? Better hurry up, mate. Ask him about smuggling. Smuggling is a risky business, as ya must know. It mostly involves getting illicit goods into big cities like Torzag. If you're thinking about getting into it, I suggest extensive preparations, mate. Get the right equipment, which means kitting out your comitatus with hidden stash and compartments. You can bribe city guards at the gate to turn a blind eye, but I don't recommend it. It's hit and miss without knowing the guards well, and it can end up being more expensive than the hall's price. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make him work. We don't have any medical supplies. Where can you not buy medical supplies here? You need to buy it from like a merchant or something. Standard armaments. Guard animals. Perimeter alarms. Defense. Harnesses, defense. Skewers. Harnesses defense outpost. Beast defense. Standard armaments. Combat strength. Let's see. Drusian Quarry. Vagrus Quarry. Where is that? Here? What is this? Oh. Oh, they're like only around here. Larnak. Hmm. I mean, I suppose we could go and try to get that back. Two to 3 days of travel. How much do we cost right now? Let's see, 2, 2, 4, 4. Vagrus Quarry. It's like here? What is Vagrus Quarry? Drusian Quarry. 55 days. Mirage. It's 50. What? I don't understand where it's pointing me. Are you telling me it's 55 days over here? No. This is how long they stay in my group. Crystal. Crystal is here. Flavo Calerus. South Calerus. I love how this only exists on this one zoom level. And then it... Arcturus Quarry. So it should be here. Right? It's here somewhere. So we could go there, and then back. This would pay for like 2 days, I think. Something. But they also have upkeep. I think I won't take anyone. I think we'll just go and see what happens. Blinders and combat saddles. Good quality tools. Animals defense outpost. I like the dogs, they're cheap, and we can actually fit them there. Perimeter alarm, defense miscellaneous outpost. So I could put that there. I don't have outpost though, I think. I don't even know where outpost goes. Like that's not a slot. No, that's harness. Could be one of these, I suppose, but I feel like it's just more miscellaneous slots. Hunting animal. Hunting base chance, plus 8 combat strength. Animals miscellaneous offense, outpost. I want the standard armaments, but they're so expensive. I think that's gonna have to be it. Protected harness. Yeah, no. Harness defense outpost. Alright. Supply run. Kernick way station. I suppose we could go back to Kernick. It's on the way. $8 that's a little too little. Limonite House Venari, that sounds bad. Restock sounds... The supply runs seem like they would be fine. 10 days. The Loaders Guild. Church of Ashkull. Okay, for now. Let's just head out. You approach the mighty gates of Torzag's shelter. One can see the scorching desert sky loom above the cruel black battlements. As the Comitatus takes its place in the long line at the vast gate, you notice a lean woman dressed in a bureaucrat's tunic and a cape approaching one of your guards and talk to him briefly. They walk up to you soon afterwards. Apologies, Vagrus, the woman says, bowing her head politely. I work for the Magistrate of Tax Collection. No need to be alarmed, I am here to present you an opportunity. I have a message attached to some documents that need to be delivered to Arkan to a client of ours. Should you take the message, you'll be compensated upon handing it over. What say you? Where's Arkan? Oh, it's pretty close. I mean, sure, why not? Sure. Thank you, Vagrus. I am sure it will be worth your time. Our client is a very resourceful man who works for a researcher of some renown. He awaits the message in the town of Arkan to the north, where he rents a small apartment above a tobacco shop on Siltwade Street. His name is Lavantius. With that, she hands over the leather case, bows her head, and takes her leave. You can see her approach the guards, talk to them briefly, point at you, then walk away. After storing the case with your personal belongings, you signal the Comitatus to move on towards the city gate. Morning, Despes. We're gonna milk some people. Guards usher you through without an inspection. Okay, so we need to go down here somewhere. Could be there. Sudden gales and odd wind are no strangers to wanderers of the wasteland such as you, but even you have to admit that there is something different about these gusts. It is almost as if there were voices on the wind, barely audible, just beyond the threshold of perception. Whispers. People stop in their tracks to listen and frown in concentration. The whole experience is quite unnerving. You calm them, ordering everyone to focus and get a move on. The crew trudges on, trying not to think about it. Eventually the wind dies down. Are you allowed in all cities? I don't know. Maybe? I think so. I'm just a guy. So is it there? Is it that? I think it might be that. No, I didn't mean to move. Well, whatever. Sufficient armed crew. Lower chance of ambush. Hunting for food. Oh, it goes in like that. Okay. It looks like it's actually quite far away. Maybe I should go, like, around. Maybe I need to go in. I'm not sure. Maybe we do. Yeah, it's quite far. It's like all the way down there. Maybe. I'm almost out of vigor. Okay, it's down from here. I don't know, like you regain vigor every day, don't you? Seems fine. I'm just trying to hunt. Shortly after you cross into Tarathian's Fall, Garrick pulls you aside. He seems to be a little more humble than usual. There. He whispers as he points to the stone pillars dotting the region. That's where I hid my treasure at the foot of one of those spires. You ask him how he suggests for you to proceed. Methinks it's best if we assemble a wee search party, he replies, stroking his beard. No need for leading the whole sodden comitatus into those narrow gullies any further. Gather a group as Garrick suggests and starts searching the area. Okay. That's a good mate, the dwarf grins. Now follow me if you'd fucking please. Trust me, I know the way. Garrick takes you on a long, meandering path through the maze of ever-present rock pillars. You try to keep track, but after a while you get the impression that your companion is deliberately leading you astray and confusing you. Most likely he does not want you to find this place later for some reason. Which is quite crazy given that he is the one who has led you here in the first place. Of course, Garrick never behaves predictably when it comes to guarding his riches. At this point, you cannot do much else but follow Garrick. As you press on and turn a corner around one of the pillars, you find yourself in a narrow ravine. Garrick stands in the middle of this canyon, his pistol at the ready. We're close now, he shouts. Then you hear a howl from above, and the dwarf spins around. What was that? Two pitch-black, four-legged reptilian shapes appear on the surrounding cliffs and begin their slow, threatening descent towards your group. Hissing as they approach, you happen upon black crowags and must stand your ground against them. Garrick cocks his pistol. Now come on then, you bastards. I might die here, by the way. I don't know if I like pushed this too early. I don't know how dangerous these things are. I think I'm dead. That's insane. What is that? Each one has twice as much health as I do. Bleeding damage. What the fuck? Oh, they AoE too? Yeah, I'm still fucking dead, dude. Oh, they missed. They missed. That's cool. Miss. Okay, that's cool. More bombs? He's dead. What is this? This is literally the first thing. Okay. Load. Okay, so we're not doing that. So, what we'll do instead is we'll do a supply run for someone, but I don't really know the Carpenter's Guild. The Carpenter's Guild wants me to take something back to Karnak Way Station. 8 days. And as so... Oh shit, I should have rested before I took it. But yeah, I guess we need some more companions. Leveling them up wouldn't hurt. That's what I'm looking for. Because we're at Torzag now. And Karnak Way Station is back there. Is there anything we can buy here and sell? Mushroom beer. And then buy spices when we go back. Holy shit, silver. What the fuck? But yeah, it seems to be beer. Oh. They're already filled up with beer. Mushroom beer. There. We'll buy a little ourselves. And then we head out. We do some force marching. Because why not? long as we get there fast, then it's all good. How much vigor do I have now? Like, after resting, your vigor doesn't go up. Okay, what if we slow down a little bit now? We just rest here today. Vigor went up. I don't really understand when vigor goes up. Exactly. Because it went up when we were traveling? It's like now, my vigor is 4. I don't know. Turnak Way Station. Turn in. Yep. Give me 8 silver. 8 brass. I can't take anything here. It's all like high level. Oh, weird. The gates are closed now. They're turning everyone back. Passengers. Travelers turn back from the south to Torzag's shelter. Avernum. Wait, now where is Avernum from here? That's so far away. Yeah, that does not sound like a good idea. You get a lot though, but it's 6 slaves. A shipment of slaves for Avernum. No, we have too many things to do otherwise. But we can take these guys to Torzag. And we sell some beer. I actually think the price went down by the supply run, perhaps. But I was gonna buy... What's it? Spice. Yeah, with spice we can double our money. Or do you have spices? Wait, do you not have spices? They don't have spices. Then why does it show up? Am I blind? Grain, herbs, ivory. Yeah, this whole thing here I think is really not that good. For a game about trading, this interface is horrible. I should be able to buy from here. Like, it should look like this. This is how buying should work. And here it should just be Karnak, and I should be able to just compare it to everywhere else. So now I have to look at what exists and check like each thing individually. That's kind of retarded. Chitin. Herbs. I think salt is good. Herbs is kind of ass, but we would make some money. Mushrooms, actually not worth it. Salt, not worth it. Spice would be good, but there's no spice. We can do wine. And take 1 wine. What about this? Bone. Bright kelp gives a little bit, not much though. Coal is oak. No, coal is bad. Hide's bad. Ivory bad. Pretty much all bad. Linen. Linen, flavor crystals, ceruleus, and dyes. This place is tough. I think salt. No, salt doesn't give us anything either. Herbs. And I think nothing else. Bright kelp could make us a little tiny bit of money. They don't have marble. It would have to be the oil or something. There's only 2 oil though. Titan gives us like 2 cents. And the oil doesn't give us a lot, but it does give us some, potentially. It's the only thing I can buy. Oops. I actually meant to rest, but whatever. Let's just force march home. Don't have deputies set up. Yeah, if you become fatigued, you can move less, so it's kind of bad to spam force march. Right, now we're fresh. Yeah, I was gonna look at side quest there, but yeah, we can't do the side quest until we have more of a full party. We have to start out as humble merchants and errand boys. That was the event with the scary wind. You approach the guards. You have nothing to hide. Pay the gate tax. Wine. Why do I have wine? Did I actually buy wine? I don't think so. Did they give me wine? But yeah, we do make money selling wine here. Herbs. Yep, we make a little bit of money. Bright kelp. Actually make a bit of money there. And oil. Yeah, it's garbage. And then the issue is, now we need to buy supplies. And 210, and supplies cost tons. But I think we actually made quite a bit of money doing that. I have 28 bras now. I could almost even afford... Oh, actually, I haven't bought the equipment this time. Master Crystal Mage. She's said to dwell near crystals. Mirage. Where's the Drusian Quarry? Here. Lumen is there. Archon. Wait, where was I supposed to go? Was it to Archon? Mirage. In the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I want guard animals. I want hunting animals. Not Urgaron beast type. What's an Urgaron? Are there even more beast types? Reptile. So this is a reptile. Mammal mounts. Horse can carry 35. Let's buy like 2 horses maybe. If I get 1 more horse, then we get 1 more inventory slot. It also costs more money. Blinders and combat saddles. Alright, well, we can't spend that much more money on bullshit. There. Lumen. So, we want to go to Arcana, right? That's where the quest was. Deliver the tax magistrate's letter to Levantus in Arcan. You have undertaken a series of errands for an eccentric scholar. No, I haven't. Spoilers. Distribute for House Oquo. Deliver obsidian to Arcan. Okay, well, that sounds okay. But we should do that after we rest. Is there anything we should do here? Civic district, market district, explore the city. Go for a stroll. You come across a bounty notice on a wall just leaving the market district. It was posted by a group of merchants and sanctioned by the local district magistrate. It promises 2 bras for the head of a grifter called Maviro the Sly. You could look into it if you're interested in such work. No. We're too weak. The Civic District, the Undercity. Walk around the lakes. The largest open part of the Undercity is a series of caves with the dark, clear waters forming underground lakes at their bottom. Inventive residents found a way to make up for lost living space by building their dwellings on stilts and rickety scaffolding. Still, parts of the lakes are fairly abandoned and could even be considered tranquil. You walk around the lakes for a while, painfully aware of the things watching you from their sable depths. Ask a group of wraiths hanging around the lakes about the area. What's a wraith? Is it an actual wraith? You approach the small band of wraiths and one of them moves forward, a smug smile revealing jagged teeth beneath a pale white visage. I guess they're more like vagabonds or something. When you inquire about the area, the group laughs and the leader makes a not-so-subtle reference to the notion that some coin might help them divulge what they know. 7 changers, 1 for each of us. Fair deal, don't you think? Give them a couple of coins. After receiving your changers, the wraiths speak at length about the area, bloviating about themselves and their influence in the process. As you continue to listen and ask questions, however, it becomes clear that various violent gangs are running the Undercity at large, and one organization in particular seems to become front and center, the Loaders Guild. Bidding the wraiths to elaborate further on the organization, you learn a great deal over the course of the next quarter of an hour, with the wraiths visibly animated as they chitter on about the Loaders. Eventually it becomes clear that there is little more to learn, and so you bid the ghastly creatures farewell. The Loaders Guild is a collegium, a criminal syndicate that evolved from a workers' union for haulers, loaders, and porters. Nowadays, the guild runs all sorts of illegal business in imperial cities of the Middle region, especially where a strong, low-class laborer community is present. The Loaders Guild has abandoned its original purpose of a workers' union and turned into a criminal organization way before the Calamity. Although it used to only be the local collegium of the city of Tot, where dock and comitatus work was abundant. Following the Cataclysm, survivors of the port were partly held together by the guild, that functioned as a gang with a strong hierarchy. And when Tot was rebuilt and Terra Supra was settled by the end of the Restoration period, the Loaders were a well-organized, ambitious, and agile group with a past of hardship and strong traditions. Thus, expansion was inevitable. And so the Loaders Guild spread from city to city, established new chapters and took over criminal activities by diplomacy or force. Not all their ventures were successful, as their great adversary, the Carpenters Guild, has managed to carve out a part of the northern and middle territories for themselves too. Alright, I'll be right back. The guild is structured in a fairly standard collegium manner. There is no known central leader, but a handful of captains who have risen to prominence, and whose leadership is undisputed, at least as long as they are strong enough. These captains exchange news and messages very often, and their decisions sway the whole guild in the picked direction. Although it is important to note that the Loaders are a typical collegium, in that captains and their crews rule individual cities, and rarely look at the business of other regions or propagate a guild-wide goal or philosophy. There is a fair amount of infighting and power grabs in larger cities. And the lesser captains with their crews are constantly shifting in status and responsibilities. The loaders usually put an emphasis on criminal activities that are more natural for their low-class origins, such as smuggling, racketeering, gambling, and betting on sports, especially gladiatorial games. The greatest loader presence is in Torzag's shelter, Tot, and Larnak, in the middle and northern regions. The guild's ancient motto is Per Robis non Scapula, which means by the strength of our backs in Imperial. Well-informed insiders seem to suggest that the syndicate has strong ties to the fairly new House Okwo, but how trustworthy that information is remains difficult to say. Okay. I don't want to visit the pleasure house. The Temple District. No, don't have a reason to go anywhere. Arena. The Dragon's Nest Inn. The Gardens of Lavinia. The gardens are reputed as a place of tranquility and as a rendezvous point for lovers. Upon entering through the arch, in its tall stone fence, you can see several people loitering there. Most of them are clearly here for neither tranquility nor love, but look more like some kind of gang members to you. Approach the gangs. The gangs that loiter around the central plaza and gazebos of the garden are little more than unorganized rabble, who watches over the neighborhood or even a set paths inside Lavinia's changes daily. Wait, who watches over the neighborhood or even a set of paths inside Lavinia's changes daily? Mostly petty coinless nobles, self-proclaimed street artists, small-time criminals, and bogweed junkies make up these gangs. Since they do not belong to any collegium, they do not enjoy their protection, which makes them kind of jumpy. Yet it also makes them useful when you want to sell certain goods behind the backs of the collegia. The plazas around the once beautiful central fountains are considered neutral territory. You can approach the gangs here about business, though you have to admit that the hungry eyes gazing at you from ramshackle dens under dirty tarps makes you quite uneasy. Alright, if we've smuggled something in, you can sell something there. Take a walk in the garden. The gardens are huge, so it takes quite a while to explore. You would expect the gardens to be primarily mushrooms given the conditions of the shelter, but to your surprise there is a lot of variety beyond those. Thorny vines engulfing areas like thick green spiderwebs, thickets of tree-sized fronds that undulate as if underwater. Pale luminescent flowers on clearings, twisted stumps that look like grotesque tumors, and even structures of elongated trees with meaty leaves and wet mouths opening between them. The ceiling of the cavern is lower here, and the only sources of light are crystal lamps placed quite far apart. So walking around feels like wandering in an underground jungle of sorts. Often the only sign of civilization is the presence of the occasional overgrown stone pillar and statues. No wonder people who want privacy in a bustling city like Torzag's tend to congregate here, yet the whole place reeks of neglect and it's wildly overgrown. Appreciate the many types of plants here? Yeah. Do something else. Yeah, let's just leave. Is it the public library? The buildings occupied by the Imperial Public Library take up 2 blocks on the western side of the district. The once pristine but now cracked and dirty marble main building has got to be among the greatest achievements in Imperial architecture. The amount of detail is simply amazing, yet the sorry state of the stone is said to reflect that of the library itself, neglected by both Imperial officers and common people, who it was meant to educate and inform. It slowly regresses and decays into obscurity. A sign is attached to the gigantic double doors that would lead into the main hall of the library, saying, temporarily closed. Nothing to be done, it seems. Alright, cool. Unfortunately, we don't have any rumors or anything like that, I think. A luminous weed. With Devon being situated wholly underground, it comes as no surprise that people there require ways to produce light more than anywhere else. Bright kelp is said to be extremely sought after for its ease to handle and persistent glow. Oh. In Devon, but we're not going to Devon. Devon is up. Oh, it's up there. I mean, maybe we can go Arkin and then Devon. But I feel like it's really far. 8 to 11 days of travel. Maybe it's not that bad. Master Crystal Mage. Travelers you talk to at a tavern show you intricate crystal items they brought from a Master Crystalmancer in Lumen. She buys and sells all manner of magic items too. The authorities are said to have closed off the pass in the Sepis Mountains guarded by the Twin Towers and do not let anyone through. The reason has something to do with the strange winds. People are furious as they had to cut journeys short and turn back. They say that wine might fetch an especially good price up north. Oh, okay. So this is one of the first rumors you get that, okay, yeah, you can buy wine at Kernak and make some money when you leave. So I think that's like what you always want to do when you start, you just buy some wine. So I think you start with wine. But this bright kelp thing, worth looking at. Bright kelp 48. It could be potentially worth it. It's only 2 stacks. Wait, oh no, I can't afford 2 stacks. It's too expensive. That's like barely all I can afford. Procure goods for Carpenters League. 25 days to Devon. 2 slots. Deliver 20 obsidian to Devon. And that's where we're going. We're going to Devon. For no other reason than we have to explore something. House Okwo. So this is like a noble house. But yeah. The Carpenter's Guild. Procure goods. But what does procure mean? Deliver 20 obsidian to Devon. Wait, what does this mean? Yeah, it just means you get 20 obsidian and you take it there. That's it. There's no difference between procure and supply run. I was just like, okay, does it mean I have to like find and buy it or something? But no. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it, no. Let's take that tomorrow. We have to rest right now. Actually kind of expensive to go. Let's just sleep on the stable floor. I don't have the money. Maybe if these guys... No. No, let's not even work, because it's gonna eat up vigor. And losing vigor means you lose walking. Alright. So. Procure goods for Carpenter's Guild. Sure. But there's no one going up there. Got all this shit. Alright. You trudge towards the city gates. No quality. Alright. Let's force march a little bit. Crossroads, okay, so that's a place. No hunting here. You're woken by one of your combs before dawn. Her hushed tone and haunted expression shake you up right away. It's about Trackis, Vagrus. He's... She bites her lips while looking for the right word before giving up. You'd better come and see for yourself. You get up and walk over to one of the campfires. Surrounded by several of your crew, sitting on a stone next to the campfire is Trackis, one of your workers. You walk over and you look at him. He looks at you. Apart from not hailing you, there seems to be nothing wrong with him. He's just sitting there, hands on his knees, with a straight back and an aloof expression, glancing about calmly. The rest of the gathering, on the other hand, seems outright terrified. They speak in hushed tones and keep their distance from the man. You ask your crew what the meaning of this all is. The one who woke you starts to explain. Trackis was up early doing chores and such, Vagrus. Some of the others saw him go behind the hills. Everyone assumed to relieve himself. When he returned, he started acting strangely. He seemed confused and sat down right away onto that stone. We tried to talk to him, but he does not seem to know where he is or who he is. Tell the Vagrus of the damned tattoos, one of the bystanders calls. Right, yes, see? She goes on, clearing her throat. Trackis has tattoos, see? He's had it since he was a wee lad. But they're gone. From his arms and chest, as you can see, and probably from his back too. But nobody dared to check it. Also, the scars he's had from falling down the other days, they are gone too. True enough, Trackis seems to be changed somehow. Neither tattoos nor scars are visible on him. In fact, he seems to have rejuvenated. You turn to Trackis now. You ask him what he remembers. After a while, as if trying to figure out what you mean, he replies in a monotone voice. I remember walking to the light. He indicates the campfire. Then I remember sitting down. Your comms give you baffled looks. You ask Trackis what he remembers before that. He just shakes his head. Are you Trackis at all? One of your crew asks him bluntly. There's a moment of stressful silence. I don't think so, he replies. A murmur of astonishment spreads through the now gathered comitatus. You call for his blood. Some call for his blood, seeing him as some kind of a doppelganger. Others want him to be sent away before this horrid change takes hold of them, too. Still others claim he must have fallen under a spell, but cannot explain the physical changes. Have Trackis killed, he does not seem to resist. Banish Trackis, he may have little chance of survival out there, but you can't risk whatever happened to him to happen again. Imprison him. Perhaps someone in a city can figure out who or what he is. Order everyone to calm down and accept this new Trackis into the comitatus. He does not seem to mind tagging along. Well, I'm gonna imprison his ass. Your crew binds Trackis and carefully lead him to one of the carts where he is placed under guard. He does not resist and does not talk, just keeps staring at the horizon. Most of your comms are not happy with your decision to keep him around. By the time everything is ready, the day has already started and the comitatus is about to leave. The small search party you have reluctantly sent out found no trace of the original Trackis, if there ever was one. Only after 3 or 4 hours of travel, there is a yell and a commotion. Apparently, Trackis, who has been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly fell over and died. There are no signs of violence on him, and your comms swear that he did not eat or drink anything, so the crew offing him is out of the question. You're about to come to a decision when his corpse starts to turn to dust. It happens in a minute or so, and nothing of Trachis remains but fine grey dust. Nobody wants to touch it, so you leave it there on the ground. Okay. You leave as fast as you can afterwards. -1 worker. Okay. Crossroads. Okay, what's Crossroads? 3 large marble obelisks stand silently where the Emperor's Road and the Windway meet. Sometimes Komitati stop here before continuing their arduous journey north, south, or east. The standing stones care little for such visitors, for they have witnessed so many of their short-lived kind pass by. The whistling of the wind and the swirling dust never ceases here. Stop at the crossroads and look around. This is it, the grand junction where the Emperor's Road meets the Windway, where it all comes together, the throbbing heart of the whole region. It is rather disappointing. 3 lean standing stones, each about 60 feet high, surround the crossroads. Impressive as they may be simply because of their sheer size, they are otherwise featureless, and there's nothing else of interest here. At least not at the moment. You know for a fact that this can be quite a busy site, as a lot of other Komitati and travelers pass through here, often making camp for the night. Examine the waystones. The gigantic pointed obelisks are made of marble and stand on large round pedestals covered in dust from the plains. You try to look for differences between them, however subtle, but can't make out anything. Surprisingly, not even graffiti, although one would assume the countless passers-by would leave their marks on them. They loom indifferently over the crossroads, apparently not bothered by the comings and goings of mortals and the marching of time. Look around the area for a bit. Maybe there's something else here you've missed. You send out a few scouts and even look around a bit yourself. After some searching, you come upon a set of tracks. Nothing curious in itself, given that this soil is trampled upon by dozens of feet at any given time. But these were apparently left by a single person, not a large group of people, and even more importantly, they don't follow any of the main roads, but lead away into the wasteland. I'm scared. I'm scared. Can you save right here? Oh, you can't. I don't want to follow the tracks. I'm gonna die. This isn't my business. I'm gonna do something else. We're not gonna follow the tracks. I'm going to be prudent and not go off into random bullshit side quests in the desert and kill all of my men. No, I wanted to rest. Oh, I guess I went over there and rested, but sure, whatever. We have enough vigor to... Well, there's not a lot of hunting here. We have to go and get some forage. Arkham, that's where we're going. Velarius. I only have 5 more days of payment. So I think we're gonna force march all the way to Arkham. It is our destination anyway. Oh, I can't. Can only get to right before, but sure, let's do that. Alright, we have arrived. Travelers, merchants, patrols, and the like move around sluggishly as you approach the settlement, while some of them are just loitering, maybe waiting for something or just merely resting. Yet one group stands out. At the side of the road, you can see a handful of scantily clad people surrounded by men in dark robes. Screams can be heard. There is clearly violence going on, but the rest of the travelers just walk by without paying attention. Upon getting closer, you assess the situation. The men wearing black are without a doubt priests of Sergorod, who are in the process of mercilessly whipping the poor wretches who appear to be slaves. The angry rants of the priests make it clear that this is punishment for some offense, maybe an escape attempt. Blood soils the dust, and the Sergorodites are obviously taking grim pleasure in their brutal work. Try to free the slaves using force? Yeah, no. I'm playing like an old veteran with scrupulous morals, and we're gonna try to do smuggling and stuff. That's the idea. So stop the comitatus and leisurely observe the situation. This is none of your concern. Move on. Yeah, if we stop them, they'll start whipping us. You behave as all the other travelers and proceed without as much as looking. After all, something like this is a rather usual sight in the Riven Realms, and it is not too sensible to meddle in the affairs of the Sergorodites. The agonizing screams of the slaves and the relentless cracking of the priests' whips continue behind you. Just business as usual in the Empire. Levantius the Burdened. Silt-wade street dozes sleepily under the hot daytime sun, fragrant with the sharp, bitter odor of tobacco and bogweed sold by a multitude of vendors here. As you make your way to the three-storied white building where Levantius dwells, you're offered all kinds of baccy, incense, reefers, pipes, hookahs, and the like. Materials and accessories for the connoisseurs of recreational smoking. You dismiss the merchants. You are here for a different reason. Enter the lodging house where Levantius resides. The ground floor of the building is occupied by yet another tobacco shop, the owner of which simultaneously serves as the landlord for a handful of tiny rooms she rents out for those who look for long-term yet temporary stay in Arkan. The Tarkian woman doesn't seem to care too much for confidentiality or for the safety of the privacy of her guests, as she immediately and without a question points you to the uppermost floor when you ask for Levantius. Ascending a ladder, you come to what is basically the rooftop covered by a large tent and rickety septums to add a few more bedrooms to the building. In one of the more spacious ones, you find a young, dark-haired, slender fellow, dressed in a tunic, wearing half-moon glasses and bent over a shaky desk he improvised from small crates, a traveling chest of various ledgers. Need neither smoke nor food nor wine nor women, he mutters without looking at you as he hears you enter, busy with his calculations. Not now, not later, not ever. I'm sure I already mentioned that. I'm told you might need this, you say, waving the letter you were given to deliver. Straight from the magistrate of tax collection in Torzag's shelter. If you are Levantius, that is. That seems to pique his interest. The young man looks at you, his face suggesting sharp wit, his eyes probing. I am, he replies. I am indeed. And you are? You introduce yourself and hand him the letter. Finally, things do seem to move along. What an utterly unexpected surprise, he mumbles to himself. Ah, and thank you. He unfolds the letter and starts to read immediately. Then, without looking up, he adds absently, Pleased to meet you, of course. Then within an instant he seems to forget you're even there. At first he reads eagerly, but after a few moments an expression of jaded disappointment appears on his face. Splendid, just splendid, he sighs, then goes on sputtering. Now there's the imperial bureaucracy in full swing as I know it. Reliably incompetent as ever. Good job, you cretins. Top of the line indeed. Would that you encountered a Slerad bull during mating season and... You demonstrably clear your throat. Levantius looks up once again, slightly irritated. You're still here, he states, matter of fact. Was there something you wanted? Then he remembers. But of course, I am to pay you the fee for delivery. Forgive me, it's just that I have a lot on my mind, and this piece of moronic writing certainly didn't help to diminish any of it. But that's not your fault, is it now? After some rummaging, he finds a coin and gives it to you. Thank you again. You've certainly traveled far to bring me this. Then a thought seems to cross your mind. He gave me 1 lurg. 1? That didn't even cover the cost of going here. It cost me like 10 lurgs or more just to go in here. So it's gonna cost me like 20 just to go back, like, in and out in total. And then a thought seems to cross his mind. Say, friend, He continues while he examines you pensively. Am I right to assume that you're quite a traveler? You and Levantius nod at the same time, as he is answering his own question. Of course, he says. Would you care to take me with you as a passenger in case you have plans to visit Lumen anytime soon? For a more than fair compensation, of course. As it turns out, he waves at the letter he just received from you. I must leave Arken earlier than expected and return to my employer. Tell him you're not planning to travel to Lumen right now, but let's see. Arken is here, Lumen is there. It's not that far. But I need to go to Devon first. And then when we come back, we could do it. If he still wants to do it. Tell him you're not planning to travel to Lumen right now. Laventius nods before sputtering on. Fair enough. Could you at least maybe return to me in case you change your mind or you have some business to attend to in Lumen? You will be handsomely rewarded by Mistress Candic, and I promise not to be a burden during the journey. To that you agree, and why not? Taking along a passenger for a fee certainly can't hurt, should you venture to Lumen in the foreseeable future. Laventius shakes your hand. Thank you in advance. You will find me here. I guess I'm able to muster the inner strength to endure a few more days or weeks in this dull place. The Trail of the Beast. Look for the monster stalking the vicinity of Arken? I think not. I think that's a bad idea. Yeah, we can't sell the bright kelp here. I can't really afford to do much here at all. Underground fields. Mushrooms thrive there. Passenger. Ernak Way Station. That's a lot of guys. No, we don't want to go back to Kernak. Iosian Quarry. No. Well, we don't really have a choice. I just have to march on and just not pay my guys until later. And that's it. Exploring the city takes time. I don't know if I want to do that. I think we're just gonna leave immediately. I have 3 days of food. I can't even afford 1 more day of food. We're gonna have to force march a lot, I think. But even so, that's not necessarily a good idea, because we need to forage for food or we'll starve to death. And if we... Starving does suck, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of bots. Thankfully, my bot instantly destroys them. Bot on bot warfare. Okay, so this is the last day I can pay them. So we'll see if things get bad from here. Man, they cost a lot more than I was prepared for. Holy shit, it's far as fuck! We have to force march like the entire way. But even so, I don't know if I can do that. Holy shit. This might get bad. Failed to find food? This is gonna go bad, 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 bad. I'm out of food. There's a yell ahead as one of your vanguard scouts signal the comitatus about something on the road. It takes only a few minutes to reach it and you see what it is. Another comitatus, only this one has upturned carts and dead beasts along with its massacred crew. Bodies are everywhere, lying on the road and on the side of the dike, bloodied, mutilated even. There's also a stench of burnt flesh in the air. From where you stopped, it seems like nobody is moving. Mustn't have been long ago, one of your comms informs you. Maybe several hours from the looks of it. Even now, most of your crew is looking around anxiously, holding weapons and ready for an ambush. Investigate the wreckage. You take some of your most trusted comms and approach the wreckage carefully. Getting closer without any issue, you can observe the destruction from up close. It appears that someone set an ambush for the unfortunate comitatus here. The carts are indeed damaged, and some of them are turned to their side. Yet the cargo seems to be barely touched, which means that the attackers either had no time to loot or were not interested in the goods. Most beasts of burden were killed very early in the attack, struck down by arrows and javelins. The crew and guards were massacred when they tried to defend themselves. They seem like your regular trader sort, although a few among them are wearing colored steel armor, like the likes of which you have only seen on soldiers of the dragon armies. The Pale Beyond? Oh, this one. Yeah, I think I've had this one on my wishlist for a while. It's 80% off. Maybe worth buying. Yeah, maybe. Everything points to the assault being well coordinated, the work of professionals. After a while, you identify the attackers. They look like mercenaries in dark armor. A scout tells you that she does not think any of them got away. Then there are the burn marks all over the place. Whatever caused them must have been potent, like dwarven bombs or smaller. It scorched carts, the stones of the road, and people alike, perhaps even killing some of them. The strangest is a pair of corpses fused together as if petrified into a lethal hug by what you can only imagine was some devastating arcane force. They are so badly burned that it is impossible to make out who or what they once were. Suddenly there is an anguished cry from the other side of the wreckage. You and your fighters rush there to see a young woman whose right leg is stuck under a fallen cart lying on the ground. Desperate but unable to get away from a man in leather armor crawling towards her, brandishing a long knife. He has almost reached her, raising the knife high to strike, while the woman is trying to kick him away to no avail. Neither of them have seen you yet. Rush to the woman's aid or do not interfere. I think I'm gonna not interfere. I feel like that's more of the role playing option here. Like that, obviously you should, the rush to the women's aid is what makes sense. But I'm gonna not interfere. None of our business. Garrick and Harvick gained loyalty. They agreed to not interfere. The man lunges forward, catapulting himself on top of the woman with his remaining strength, and plunges the dagger into her chest. At the same time, her eyes flare up with crackling arcane energy, and she grabs her killer, who begins to jolt and scream in pain. Then it takes only a few seconds for both of them to die. You and your fighter stand there for a few moments, dumbstruck by what has just transpired here. After a while, you give the order to them to look around. A quick search reveals that nobody is alive now, so you are left with some unclaimed cargo and miscellaneous loot. The unfortunate Comitatus was carrying spice and coffee on top of a healthy stack of supplies, thank God. Your crew helps themselves to the fallen's weapons and belongings while you take the coin of the dead Vagrus. You also load the dragonsteel belongings of the armored Dragonlance warriors, then take the dead woman's dragonsteel sword and scabbard, both worth a fortune in their own right. After you are packed up, you order your crew to move out. Soon, the decimated Comitatus is only a speck on the horizon behind you. And after another couple of minutes, not even that. Spice, coffee, dragonsteel, supplies, valuable treasure, exquisite weapons, lure, movement, -1 movement. I won't be able to carry this. I'm gonna have to get rid of something. Supplies. Dragonsteel scraps. I have no clue what that's worth. I think we'll dump the coffee. I don't know what's worth more. Coffee or spice. Yeah, they're kind of the same. I think spice is probably better. This is how it's gonna have to be. Exquisite weapons. It'll fetch quite a price from the right buyer. Valuable treasure. Maybe worth a bit. Okay. We'll have to rest here. Try to scrounge together some food again. We're at 50% consumption. Let's max morale, max vigor, max obedience. Yeah, we have to stretch it out. Like we're dying. It's really, really bad. We're almost there, though. We're almost there. I think we can make it. Devon. Yeah. We can just rest normally. Then we force march there. Your crew grumbles. It's not a rare thing, as there is always a reason to grumble. But this time they bitch and moan about not getting paid, which is a fairly good reason if there was any. You notice the signs and are quite aware that this cannot go on like this forever. Otherwise, the least unsettling thing that happens is that they start leaving. Then they're going to steal your belongings too, and there are much, much worse alternatives. Just keep in mind to pay their due. We're there, bros. We're there. Chill out. Relax. We're there. You reach the fortified gates of the great city, after waiting your turn in the line of chatting travelers, bleating beasts of burden, swearing loaders, exhausted slaves, decrepit pilgrims, and fellow Vagri. You're greeted by gruffy guards under the shadow of the gatehouse. Approach the guards. Am I smuggling right now? Like, I don't know if I'm smuggling. An inspection follows. You have nothing to hide. Okay, So apparently I do have something to hide, but we have a very high chance of success to smuggle in, because I am OP. I just spammed stuff into smuggling stuff. Success. Ooh. After getting through the inspection, you're told that now you have to pay the gate tax. Pay the gate tax. You head to Amancio immediately. Then we turn in the quest. We get 20 brass, and then we can pay the crew. We are in Devon now, right? And that's... I think this is where the kelp is supposed to go, right? But it's not worth anything. Wait, am I retarded? Where was the kelp supposed to go? Yeah. It's supposed to go here. But it's worth less than... Oh, fuck you. They don't have any bright kelp, but it's worth less than where I bought it. Oh well. So much for that, I suppose. We'll sell it then. See what we can do instead. You can't sell dragon steel here. Each piece is worth a fortune. And who wants dragon steel? Spice. What am I supposed to do with that shit? Just gonna lug that around forever? Let's see. 18 plus 50. There. Now we have 11 days of food. Have I gotten any insight? A tiny bit. That way we can get authority, which means we can... We can assign him as supercargo, which gives us plus 15% cargo, which is enough to net us another cargo slot, which is actually huge. And it might let us buy new equipment, because it opens up this supercargo. Traveler saddles. Is there anything cheap here that we would like? $35 beast cargo. No. Blinders and combat saddles. Good quality tools. Perimeter alarms. Plus 20 vigilance. Skewers. Beast defense. Traveling saddles. I don't know if this is worth it. Each outrider carries 20 cargo. Consumption. Crew details. Mounts eat 6. Outriders eat 20. Beast of Burden eats 12. This reduces... Outriders by 5%. That's it, I think. Like it says... minus 10% mount active while mammal beast type all mounted. What does that mean? You're saying that mounts cost less when all of them are mounted or something? Like, what is that? I don't know. Let's not buy that. It looks like it's ass. Outrider combat strength. Outrider defense. This one seems kind of cheap. But let's look at what we can buy first. Obsidian is in demand here, which is bad. Dragon steel is contraband. Where the fuck am I supposed to sell that then? But, so we're at Devon, and we want to go back to Arkan. That's the plan. Mushroom beer. Mushrooms are okay, but the issue with mushrooms, I feel, is it's not very good profit, because it's like more than double the price, but like what's 50? 50 times 3. It's like nothing. It's 150. So it's 1 platinum each. For each stack, kinda. Yeah, we'll barely even make back the cost of our men. Like, doing the mushrooms is like last ditch. If it's the only option. Chitin. Chitin could be okay. Yeah, I think it is only chitin that's worth bothering with. Chitin and mushrooms. And so, let's see. That's really all we can fit. Bunch of chitin. Outcasts looking for work are going to Lumen. We are also going to Lumen, but the long way around. Shipment of slaves to Crystal. The issue is that taking these guys is going to eat up food as well. They don't eat up that much, but they do eat up food. The slaves especially. But yeah, let's take the outcasts there. Because Lumen is there, and the plan is to go to Arkan and then to Lumen. But I think, you know, it looks very tempting to go this way, but I don't know if this is actually worth going that way. I think it might be better to go to Arkan, sell our shit, then go to Torzag's shelter, sell shit, then go to Lumen. I think that's a better plan. Like, I think going to Ventulium, I don't know what that is, but maybe we should make a stop there. I should have done that, just to see, like, What prices do they have there? Then we can stop there on the way. Yeah. Skewers. We could buy awnings to get even, like, I assume they stack. Do they? Generally, no, you can't stack the same equipment. Okay, no. I think the tutorial said that too. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Supply run, conquer. Distribute. I think I should have done this instead. Deliveries, rather than buying a bunch of chitin. The Shadow Bazaar. Surprisingly hushed for a commercial hub, the Shadow Bazaar comprises a vast maze of echoing halls and intestine-like tunnels that are crammed full of stalls, street peddlers, and shops of all kinds. It is said that the place has the uncanny ability to provide what you are truly looking for. Then again, it could just be an elaborate sales pitch. Listen to news and rumors circulating at the market. News and rumors change hands just as fast as goods and wares do here. That said, you will have to open your purse if you hope to hear anything new, and even then it is not guaranteed. You hear a lot of things, but none of it proves to be useful. You give up after a while. Sell your trophies at the bazaar. I don't have a trophy, but I do have a fucking dragon sword. Enter the Hall of Trade. The Hall of Trade, used to house the offices of commerce, as well as various trade delegations and guild representatives. However, with the unionization and the aggressive push of the Carpenters Guild, it has degenerated into the headquarters of the Underworld Syndicate. It still has an air of authority, and many merchants in the city deal with them regularly, but corruption eats at its marble halls. You make your way to the gates, where a clerk watched over by a couple of bouncers stop you. Entry only on official business, the clerk says with as much authority as she can muster. Okay, I was trying to sell my bullshit. Home of the Hinter Caves. Okay, we didn't read this. While the original site of Devon is nothing more than a stretch of rocky desert watched over by the silent pitch-black columns of the spires, the settlement did survive into the Fourth Age. The endless labyrinth of huge cavernous halls and twisting natural tunnels that encompass the city today have grown immensely since the calamity. In the perpetual gloom of the subterranean chambers, luminous crystals and bright kelp braziers grant enough light for businesses to thrive and citizens to build homes. That said, not all the inhabitants of Devon appreciate the light, as the disreputable wraiths and other dwellers of darkness make up a large portion of the city's population. It is best to keep looking over one's shoulder, lest a blade finds one's heart. Alright. The Hinter Caves. Below and beyond the busy great central caves of Devon lie halls, corridors, and chasms, both natural and artificial, stretching to uncanny depths and distances. Populated mostly by the native wraiths, newcomer dark elves, and the city's poor, the area is referred to as the Hinter Caves and is considered a dangerous and deadly place wrapped in hushed darkness. Visit the Dark Elf colony. I'm a Dark Elf. Tightly packed cave dwellings line dark streets lit by a handful of crystal lamps in this district. Its inhabitants are clearly not wealthy, yet they keep to themselves and have built an almost self-contained colony here. Ask around about the colony. Dark elves are a fairly common sight in Devon, but here in the Hinter Caves a whole colony of them cropped up some 10 years ago. Allegedly, they fled some kind of regime in their original home deep in Everdark, but they're not the kind of folk to explain themselves. Still, there are some services that they expertly provide to city dwellers and travelers alike, as they are keen to point out. The most important of these are slaves. The colony enjoys visits from their kin to bring fresh stock each time they arrive at Devon. In fact, a large part of the slave market in town is run by dark elves. You learn from talking to their traders that the colony is ruled by Prince Lakor, whose court is often employing Vagri, and rewards all kinds of services. Perhaps you could look into it. Prince Lakor. Look for specialists you could hire. Yes. A quick round of the right questions to the right people leads you to a decrepit bar at the edge of the colony's border, where a veteran scout is said to be biding his time. The barkeep points you to a dark elf fellow sitting at a corner table with a clay jug of cheap mushroom beer as his only company. From the looks of it, he is brooding, with half his face hidden behind a scarf. Walk up to him. The short dark elf seems surprised that someone addresses him, but rises after an awkward pause and offers his hand. Wrapped in leather armor and worn cloth, he does indeed look like a scout or a mercenary. Is that a hideous scar on his left face he is hiding? The two of you sit down, and he introduces himself as Ren Kylon, in a voice much like whispering. When he learns that you are looking to perhaps recruit an experienced scout, he frowns. I try not to disappoint, and I might be interested. Might be. However, I currently find myself in a predicament of sorts. Do you know something about my kin here? They are exiles from Everdark, our home beneath the continent. I am loosely associated with this colony, only loosely. However, I made a mistake, and now I owe allegiance to the prince here, who will not let me go. You learn that the monarch makes use of Renkylon's abilities on a variety of missions and tasks. He must be truly valuable if a prince of his kind keeps him in his service. So that's how it is. That's how. Should this binding change, I would be interested, as I really want to leave Devon. In spite of his predicament, you might want to learn something about him. Renkylon bows his head. I'm all ears. Ask him about his past. Oh well, Renkylon says absent-mindedly. What is there to tell? I have traveled to most places on the continent a sensible person can travel to. Went as far as the Red Desert in the south and the Land of Endless Rain in the north. And of course I saw things underneath it all you wouldn't believe. I had the luck of working for several renowned Vagri, Calvor the Sable, Sekethma, Ramun Abasi. You may have heard of them. You ask him why a dark elf prefers the surface instead of the many underground realms of his people. No, I don't, because I'm a dark elf, bro. Ah, that. I've seen a lot of Everdark already. I'm older than I look. At any rate, there's so much to see here. Why would I want to? Why would I want to? Ren's voice fades away. There's a moment of pause. But of course, I would be dishonest if I did not tell you how I am not very keen on coming across my people from that realm. I am a dark elf. We just don't like each other too much. So there's that. There might be other things you wanted to talk about. Ask about his skills and abilities. As we have touched upon, I am a scout first and foremost. I can also coordinate other scouts if given the chance. Otherwise, I'm adept at not being heard and seen, as well as surviving out in the wasteland, as expected. The dark elf smiles faintly. I can also defend myself fine when it comes to a scuffle, though being no warrior, I prefer hanging back, throwing daggers, setting traps, and organizing combined attacks. Ask about his people, the Dark Elves. Yeah, I don't know anything about them. What is there to tell? Dark Elves are as varied as humans are, really. I would be remiss to make you believe that I can speak for all of them. Yeah, not for me, because I'm a Dark Elf, you know, you can't speak for me. Besides, well, let's just say that I am out of touch with my people, not having interacted with the Dark Elves of Everdark for decades now. Well, except for a few sporadic encounters. And of course, the colony here is an exception as well, though I wouldn't characterize them as typical Dark Elves. Ren shrugs apologetically. I do not wish to get into specifics why my people and I do not mesh well. It's personal and it won't endanger or hinder your business. I promise you it won't. Ask him why he wants to be on the road. That's how I've ever been since I left my home realm and started to wander. Ren says casually. Sometimes on my own, but mostly with others, mostly with Komitati. That's how I live, really. It just happens that for a while now I've been bound to Devon due to my business with the prince, and by now I've grown an itch to travel again. Unfortunately, I cannot. Cannot for some at least. I cannot for now at least. There might be other things you wanted to talk about. No. If anything changes, you know, you could return here and we can perhaps come to an agreement. Heck, I'd give a lot to be able to leave with your comitatus. I would. Perhaps you could ask the prince yourself. He's not easy to approach, but if anyone, you could get close to him. I think you could. Get invited to his court. Get acquainted, then who knows. Well, anyhow. Take care, Vagrus. You say your farewells and return to the streets. I feel like I'm not ready to go visit the prince. I think we should just... We should go and just try to do some more, delivery service stuff. Visit the Wraith slums. Most of the Hinter Caves is taken up by the squalid neighborhood of the city's many wraiths, with decrepit dwellings and unlit corridors connecting caverns reeking of decaying corpses. The little creeps are said to eat anything, but have a taste for the dead. Still, one can probably find something interesting over at the many black markets spread around this place like pockmarks. Sell something, yeah. You wanna buy some... Sell a luxury item? Valuable treasure. Nobody wants to buy dragon bone metal for 80 bros? Browse the black market wares. Bogweed. Obsidian blades. Equip your comitatus with hidden compartments for smuggling. Yes. I need this. Because I have no clue. You can buy corpses and sell it to other wraiths, okay. Probe the wraiths for news. Pay for their news. You hear a few interesting things, but who knows if it will be worth the coins. It wasn't. Received news from Iosen Quarry. Oh, okay. Okay, this is just news. It doesn't really do that much, but you can, like, trade the news for money. A little weird, but it is what it is. You leave the Wraith slums and realize only afterwards that you were not vigilant enough. Some of your coins may be missing. You only lost a little bit. Alright. So we have hidden compartments. So you're telling me these are hidden. The first two slots are hidden. It doesn't actually give you more, it just hides parts of it. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Where are your slaves? They're just chilling. They're right there. If we get rid of all of my outriders, or rather convert them back to mounts, then we open up another slot. Then we would only need to sell back one stack of chitin, which wouldn't be that big of a loss. It would suck, but it wouldn't be that huge. And then instead we can take on a supply run, which will give us way, way more money. This one goes to Arkan. How's Darius? How's Okwo? How's Venari? But yeah, I'm trying to do stuff for the carpenters. We should do this one, yeah. It doesn't look like I can get rid of the metal here, unfortunately. Explore the city. Go for a stroll and see what you can find. Engulfed in a constant gloom that is barely penetrated by the scarcely placed luminous crystals, Devon is a vast, dangerous city of many opportunities and perils. One can find all sorts of interesting things by simply looking. Go for a stroll and see what you can find. With the Ashmen swarming the city in droves, tensions rise higher by the day, so it comes as no surprise when you run into a scene upon turning a corner near the markets. Several city militiamen are arguing loudly with a group of refugees from the Ashlands. It appears that local merchants have accused the loitering Ashmen of stealing from them. There seems to be no evidence of this, but both sides have exploded with all the suppressed anger and frustration they have been harboring. Intervene. Leave the scene quietly. Not enough resourcefulness. Oh, I used it to smuggle. High chance of success. Intervene. No, this is none of my business. The gardens. Visit the Copper Pugio Inn. The Gardens is a large district just next to the city center, occupying the largest cavern of the series of hollow halls that is Devon. Dominated by the magnificent sight of the ziggurat-like hanging gardens and illuminated by vast clusters of luminescent crystals. This island of light in the moist darkness is home to the city's artisans, entertainers, scholars, and all but the most prominent aristocrats. Visit the Copper Pugio Inn. Wasn't I supposed to do something there? I don't know. Nestled at the end of a quiet street filled with art galleries and craftsmen's shops sits the Copper Pugio, a fine establishment frequented mostly by local socialites, and artists, as well as intriguing travelers. As expected, prices are higher and the decor is niche, comprised mostly of imperial mosaics, luminescent crystal lamps and bronze statues. The scent of quality food flows from the kitchen, while soft music from a small band of minstrels soothes the mind. Purchase quality boost for your crew. Can I not access the state of my guys from here at all? A little... Can't see like their morale or anything like that. A little fucky. I don't know why the status menu is so hard to access. We have Vigor 3, which is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Alright, I'll purchase some quality booze for the crew. The crew is beside itself with joy when you arrive with the bottles of quality booze. The rest of the day is spent drinking and fraternizing. A lot of grudges are worked out. Numerous new friendships are born. They might be a little tired in the morning, but their spirits are higher at least. Sometimes it takes a little liquid joy to smooth things over. +2 morale, -1 vigor. That's a bad thing because my vigor was already at 3, which was also bad. But visit the Hanging Gardens. The Hanging Gardens are one of Devon's most prominent places and a famous site of the Empire. Its main ziggurat stands 12 stories tall and its terrace house various biomes maintained by a veritable army of imperial botanists and herbalists. Other groves and gardens are spread out over a large area around the central building. Undoubtedly, one could spend weeks here without being able to visit every part or go down every path. Apart from looking at the odd crystal formations and peculiar subterranean plants, you can also buy things here. Rare white cluster of crystals, slime grass. An enchanted rod that can find underground pockets of water. Herbalist's tools, poison resistance, bleed resistance. You can't equip what? Wait, what? Oh, this is for guys to equip, like for my dudes. Requirements: herb lore. Gives poison res and bleed res. Sure. I'll buy that. Temple Ward. But yeah, we sell this shit back. No. Like that. And then we rest for the day. Alchemist's shop. Then we rest. Then we take the Arcan supply run for the Carpenter's Guild. And then we bail. I believe. Oh, hello. I have potent poison, torture devices, and herbalist's tools. +1 intimidation. He can equip the torture devices. He can equip poison. And then we're good to go. We used up some supplies sleeping here. Apparently. Couldn't sell the dragon steel here. gotta figure out where the hell to sell that. Could maybe buy some horses. Horses don't need to be paid. But they do eat food. It's just, I would rather be able to have some outriders. Oh, we can have a lot of outriders. Yeah. 4 outriders. Because I don't want to get ambushed and assassinated and murdered. And those kind of things. Leave settlement. You trudge towards the city gates. The guards talk to you briefly as the Comitatus moves through the gates. Alright. We are good. Now we have to take it a little slow in the beginning here, because my vigor is too low to move properly. Quick camp and auto march. Yeah. Wait, why does it cost vigor? Is it because we are fatigued? Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, that's why. Probably. You know, we need to eat normally. Not 50%. That's bad. Because we can't be fatigued this whole time. But we have a lot of supplies and stuff right now, so hopefully, yeah. Now we're fresh. That's good. Because you need 2 movement to be able to hunt and stuff. So it's like forced marching seems like it could be really good, but it's like you need to have supplies to support it. Because from what I can tell, like having the lizard mounts lets you move farther by like 3 or something. While horses lets you force march more. But force march seems like it's ass unless you have like certain setups. Okay, I forgot to actually hunt there. Or rather, we are foraging at the moment. Fail. We force march in? Yeah. The eerie, high-pitched music floats across the jagged plains and draws travelers towards a rock shelf where a grand spire stands so tall that it seems to pierce the clouds. The intricately carved stone plays strange melodies ceaselessly under the hot gaze of the cruel sun. If Ventulium is the instrument, the constant wind is the musician, though one can only guess who the composer might be. Oh, I thought this was like a town. The great spire. Take a closer look to the source of the noise. Even from miles and miles away, the melodies played by the great stone called Ventulium can be heard loud and clear. The Comitatus approaches the monolith quietly. The crew listens intently, trying to catch familiar tune in the tumultuous cacophony. While beasts are shrouded in tense silence, there is nothing here except for misshapen rocks and the towering grand stone itself. Observe the great monolith from up close. I feel like I'm gonna die. Before you stands the great monolith of Ventulium, reaching towards the skies in its twisted glory. Its pointed end must be dozens of yards from the ground where you stand, looking up. The stone seems somewhat out of place among the jagged rocks of the arid wasteland, even with the smaller sculpted stones standing around it in circles. Its smooth surface and geometrically regular trenches and holes look artificial, yet no sculptor, no matter how patient and good at their craft, could have carved them. And even if they somehow did, to what purpose? Perhaps there are days when little to no wind blows here and the stone does not sing, but you somehow doubt it. Right now, the constant changing gale plays Ventulium like a complex flute, its sharp music carried far away on the cool breeze. The melody is surprisingly song-like, as if sung by some strange hidden creature of the sky. Listen to the melody with expert ears. Listening to the noise for a while makes you realize that there are patterns in the perceived chaos, just very well hidden for most listeners. Yet with a good ear for melody, one can perhaps hear music. Less than perks. Savvy 8 required. What the fuck? We can't hear shit. So this was useless. You can't rest here? What? Oh, okay, there. We are fresh. Let's force march. Can't hunt anyway right now. We're almost there. Let's force march. From what I understand, you basically... I think you lose power, right? So if you get ambushed when you're force marching, you'll probably be sad. Yeah, you lose a shitload of defense. But you save a lot of money. Because you can walk almost twice as far. Turn in. Yes, 18. And then here we wanted to sell chitin, right? Yeah, it's worth a little bit more here. Not like a huge amount, but it's worth some. 24. Yeah, we're almost rich. Nobody wants to buy dragon steel here. Two, 197. I wish there was a way to just like top up a stack. The Constant Sculptor. Visit the shop of Thapmus. There's a curious shop one street off the market. Beneath the shadows of its awning, a variety of strange sculptures, both small and large, stand on display. The statues depict various creatures, mostly sentient beings of the Riven Realms. The only thing they have in common is that they all appear to be unfinished to some degree, and that their faces seem to express some kind of reverential longing. Or is that pain? From inside the shop you hear the sound of hammering and chiseling. What am I doing here? You enter a spacious venue stuffed to the walls with sculptures, crafting material, and all kinds of tools. In the far end you see an archway opening to a huge inner yard also filled with statues and large slabs of raw stone. In a corner an enormous figure stands hunched over a workbench, busily chipping away at something with a chisel. Upon hearing you enter it turns around, revealing a sight you were not prepared for. Greetings! I am Thapmus, the proprietor of this store. How may I serve you? He, or it, says with a voice reminiscent of two slabs of coarse stone grinding against each other. Thapmus looks almost like a statue himself, but only almost. His limbs and torso appear to be made of crude clay, except for his hands that are those of a bone-fingered skeleton. His head is a yellowed skull with an eerie glow in the eye sockets, and his chest is open, revealing a frail ribcage within the clay hull. All in all, it looks like someone started to encase a human skeleton inside a constantly damp clay golem of sorts, but has not quite finished the job. Look around the store and decide what to do. Ask Thutmose about his wares. Of course, the skeleton jaws utter, mocking the movement of living mouths quite unnecessarily. The voice seems to come from somewhere inside the body. Everything you see around here is for sale. Take your time to browse at your leisure. I'm also interested in buying statues of you, should you have any for sale. Buy a sculpture. Thutmose's idol, minus 50 fire S, but you get regeneration. A small statuette carved from a peculiar wood that looks alive, due to the sculptor Thutmose's skills. The idol itself depicts a vaguely humanoid shape, half-formed and twisted with strange roots growing from it. No. Levantius the Burdened. Pay Levantius a visit once more. He wants to come with. Ah, the courier, he greets you. You've returned. Have you decided to take me along to Lumen? Tell him that only if the price is right. Levantius relaxes a bit before sputtering on. Good, thank you. At least that's one problem out of the way. I shall give you an advance for your troubles right now. The rest you will receive from my employer, Mistress Kondek, as soon as we arrive. Just let me gather my things and cancel my stay here with that weed-breathing hag downstairs. I promise not to be a burden. Plus, he gives me +5 changers, bro. That's my... Fuck you. Distribute for House Okwo, Lumen. But yes, I don't want to look for the beast. We can explore the city. I didn't find anything. A strange store. What's a strange store? People gossip about a strange little shop in Sun Rock, cut into the rock face of a frequented plaza, run by an odd being. Nobody seems to agree on the creature's origin, and looks though. They say it sells curious goods and rare treasures. In Sun Rock. Yeah, there's an alchemist in Torzag's shelter. Everyone seems to agree that Devon's mushroom beer is the best, especially considering its price. In fact, due to the endless fields where they grow the shrooms in that city, one can buy the beer as well as the raw crop itself at a really good value. Oh. The value didn't seem that good when I was there, I think. Right. Let's rest for the night. Can make our slaves do some slave work. Oh, we earned a little bit of money. Basically just makes up for your stay. So now we want to go to Torzag. House Venari. Let's keep mashing the Carpenter's Guild. No, we can't. House Okwo. We'll have to do something for House Okwo. Torzag's shelter. Take. Oh, can you take multiple things? I thought you could only take one, but I guess you can only take one per house. Right, so we can just take like a bunch of things to Torzag. Yeah. And then we can see we are in Arkan. We're going to Torzag. I don't like this. This is not good. Marble. We're yeah. Marble seems to be literally the only thing that would be worth it. Yeah. Mines of Plenty. The Hills of Plenty. Oh, it's over there. Iosan Quarry. I feel like it's on the wrong side of the mountains here. Mirage. I don't want to go there. Alright. And then we do what I said and just follow the road. We can force march, maybe, the whole way. Just to save some money and hopefully not get obliterated. The game did say, like, we recommend that you do not force march. So, yeah, I'll probably regret doing that. But it does save a lot of money. You can't deny that. Inspections and security checks by Imperial authorities are common on important roads, and sooner or later you can't avoid them, unless you avoid the roads themselves. According to these tax collectors and their lackeys, such tariffs grind the wheels of the Empire, but you're sure they mostly end up in sleazy palms. At any rate, going up against these bailiff armies would be suicide, so you probably have to pay up. Okay, I'll pay the road tax. For better or worse, the business with the tax collectors was concluded. You are graciously allowed to continue on your way. You can't wait to put some distance between them and the comitatus. Right? I think if I keep force marching now, we'll go from fresh to tired, and then we'll not be able to move as much. And I think that's just a mistake. No fighting so far. You reach the fortified gates of the great city. After waiting blah blah blah, approach the guards. You have nothing to hide, or at least there's no way they can find it. Yeah, my super expensive thing is hidden in my compartment. Pay the gate tax. And these things in, gain a bunch of money. We'll sell. Marble is in demand. Or at least it was. I think the fact that we did a quest for this, it reduces, or we did these shipments, it reduces the prices. But I think this is maybe a good way to see like what's actually worth something. Right now we want to go to Lumen. We need to pick up some Lumen thingies. But first, let's see if we can sell the thing somewhere. Perhaps in the Undercity. Walk around the lakes. No. Visit the Alchemist. True to hearsay, a small workshop is hidden away in one of the worst parts of the Undercity, housed by a decrepit building that looks uninhabited from the outside. The alchemist's shop occupies some rooms in the cellar of the compound. Smells are invading your nostrils as you enter. The spectacle of so many jars hanging dried plants and odd minerals is no less potent. The alchemist is a grumbling, ragged thing. You have difficulty telling if it's very ugly, if it's a very ugly old woman or a bent old man with greasy long hair. You refrain from asking. Besides, it is not interesting in chatting, only in doing business. Sell. You're an alchemist and you don't want some crazy ass metal? No, he does want metal. He likes silver, copper, tin. But he doesn't want spectral dragon metal. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Fine. Okay. Medical supplies. Buy a whole lot of medical supplies. Yes. Buy potent antidote. Yes. Poison. Alchemy tools. Requirements alchemy. I don't know if any of my guys have alchemy. Maybe we should have that, so we can cook some meth. Poison gives crit. Plus, it's not very good. I'll be honest. It's 3 crit. Eh. Go to the bathhouse. No. Visit the pleasure house. Buy your crew a good time. No. I was hoping to find someone to the market district. Visit Braxius in his store. Hey. 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 You want dragon metal? No. Hey, you want special items? No. Buy something. Beast lures. You own 3. Magic sense. +3 all resistance. +1 trap kit. Improves hunting. Magical perfume. +1 charismatic. Like, hunting would be good. I suppose. But you don't have that many equipment slots. Ask him if he can find you more people to join. I'm afraid I can't be of help with that, Captain. I haven't heard of anyone who would qualify lately. But if you're looking for such people, I suggest listening to rumors and, you know, traveling around a bit. You will run into the right folks sooner or later. Ask him about Agos. That old wanker, huh? A strange fellow, but quite entertaining. Knows a lot of stories. When you do not react, Braxius grins and adds, "What else would you like to know, Captain? He helped me out once a long time ago, but that's not something I want to elaborate on, see?" He does that, the old fella. He helps travelers, and he sometimes asks them to help others in return in specific ways. Like how sometimes I aid people like you with finding their footing. Why does he do that? No idea. He has never ever asked me to help him or pay him back in any way. Maybe he is such an ardent follower of Irophons. Somehow you get the feeling he knows more than he lets on, but there's no point in pushing. Alright. Visit the Kalrish Market. The Kalrish Market occupies several streets in a spacious plaza on the north side of the district. Though its location is fixed, its residents are anything but. Because of the nomadic lifestyle of the Kalrish, no tribe or merchant of theirs stays for long in the Torzag. Yet there are always enough of them here to make good business constantly. Many of them peddling their wares literally from their backs. The Kalrish are enthusiastic hagglers and born dealmakers. What will you find today? Small pack of guard animals. Rare exquisite jewel. Maybe? 80% of the local price. Bogweed. Is this actually contraband? Like, I feel like everybody's just smoking this shit. So how can it be contraband? But I guess it is. It's... But this is only 10. It's kind of ass. Oh, I could only buy one thing. News refreshed. The Crimson Gate. Very old. Okay. Well, didn't find anywhere to sell the magic dragon metal here, unfortunately. We're gonna put the bogweed there, just in case. Contraband. It is contraband. It's contraband, but it's worth nothing. Which is a little interesting. How are we looking on this? Authority. So he is set to supercargo. Opens up a miscellaneous equipment slot. Plus 10 negotiate. Isn't that a whole lot? Plus 10. Is that 10%? I don't know why it says 10. But I think that's what it means. Either way, I have insight too, which means we can take something. History, maybe. Navigation. Scouting base chance. I'm not scouting at all. Scouting feels... It's a little... I feel like once you head off the main road, scouting makes more sense. But when you're on the main road, there's like no reason to do it at all. More or less. Like maybe a little bit. Skulker, +2 ambush. Savvy. Gonna be more savvy? Factions. Savvy is +2 negotiate. So we have 5 days of travel. And Lumen is actually really close. 4 to 5 days. And on top of that, we can force march a bit, and we can maybe hunt a bit. So I think we'll be just fine going to Lumen with just this. But today we need to rest. License for salt. It is for sale if you're interested in mining. No. Mirage. Sun Rock. No. West. No workies. And then let's see, is there anything to Lumen? Distribute. 1 to Lumen. Restock for Loaders Guild. 2. Wait, why does it say I can't... Why does it say red 2? Risks contraband. Requirements faction reputation tier 2. Okay. So that's why I can't take it. Reputation is too low. Supply run for Scythicness. 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 Supply for the Church of Ashkull. But they're not paying very well. But we need to supply around to Lumen. And we can also take this one, because this is only one. Escort for the Church of Sergorod to Lumen. Supply run to Lumen. And an escort to Lumen. Potential combat encounters 1. Encounter difficulty 54, roughly. I have 132 and 21 defense. So, do we do this? This is going to be a combat encounter, potentially. It's actually worth very little. I took it. We have tons of stuff for Lumen. I have a lot of money, though. So, we could buy more fighters. If we're gonna end up fighting. It doesn't say, like, how much fighting power you get from each. Like, what's an outrider? And what gives defense? Doesn't say. True properties. Vigilance, ambush. Okay. I think that's it. So now we head out. Suppose. Available daily. Does this take time? Buy up flavor crystals, some tribal trinkets. This looks like it's kind of worthless, but this doesn't eat up space. Sure, we can buy some tribal trinkets. Listen to news every 3 days. And exploring the city does actually take time, I think. Or maybe not. Nomadic wanderers from the forlorn wastes gather on a square in the Undercity, huddled together around small fires in the shelter of caverns or tents, put up next to the decrepit building walls. Here in the twilight of Torzag's shelter, far away from home, they whisper of the north and what lies beyond the waste. Ask them of news in the north. You join one of the families and talk news. They're quite forthcoming and tell you all they know about the quarrels of Ashman tribes and the movements of the great Ash Kuru herds. They're also told about the rage of Kalaruk that struck the endless grey wastes, and so now many families and tribes flee their ashen desert. An old woman approaches you. Hundreds of small bones and shells are tied to her ragged travel clothes, dangling on the leather strips, making a soft noise as she walks. Despite her age, her eyes have a curious glint and she appears tough as nails. For some coin, I can tell you news of the North worthy of the attention of a Vagrus, she confides. Give the old hag some changers. She pockets the money and sits down, cross-legged in front of you. She tells you of their journey from the great city of Tot, mightiest of the Empire's ports in the north, speaks of merchant trends, local politics, criminal activities, and their renewing war against the Green Continent. She goes on to talk about their long crossing of the Forlorn Waste, meeting other tribes and visiting Dustwind Outpost, before turning south towards the shelter, before fleeing from the constant ash storms that started to plague the wastes. There's a lot here that you can rely on, relay to locals and others during your travels. Thank you. Receive news from Dustwind Outpost. Receive news from Tot. Alright, then we leave, right? I got mushrooms, I got all kinds of shit. So I think the first goal, more or less, should be just making money through doing these quests for the factions, so that you can get more beasts of burden, right? Because if I can, it costs 25 to buy another beast of burden, and it yields 3 extra slots. In fact, I should probably buy one right now because I have 43. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, because I have this guy on supercargo, we got 4 slots. Which means we can buy things as well. Take it to Lumen, or maybe there's another Lumen quest, but no, there isn't. So this kind of implies that mushrooms and obsidian is high in demand. Over in Lumen. So I could gamble on buying some obsidian here. It's kind of expensive though. Like, what does it cost anywhere else? Ocean Quarry. Wait, why is... Oh, it's sorted after distance here. So, like... Obsidian. 7 is a sort of, like, okay price, it seems. The Twin Towers. The Crimson Gate. Yeah, I think we can try buying obsidian and then we'll see. How much do we cost per day right now? 6. So that means we have 12 days of money right now. We can fill the rest up with mushrooms. Oh, shit. I don't have enough workforce, actually. We need to buy more workers. There. 2 extra workers, so we don't... In case somebody dies, that's why. Some extra food. We actually can't pay people all the way, but it's fine. Or we probably can, actually. So yeah, first day we're fresh, which means the first day we just force march as far as we can. We're going there to Lumen. Because... Oh, wait, maybe that was a mistake. Even though you have expected an attack because of your wards, the adversary appears suddenly and the attack is imminent. In crew combat encounters, your whole comitatus fights the enemy, either to protect themselves or when you happen upon another group who you decide to pick a fight with. You can see the combat strength and defense of your crew and the enemy. These describe your crew's ability to perform attacks and defend themselves, respectively. Purple icons indicate magical attacks and defense. The side that initiated the combat encounter is the attacker, indicated by a fist. Very high chance of success. Yeah. Even though I force marched. Okay, so force marching when you have people you're guarding, bad idea. Okay, good to know. You need to select your goal for the fight. Your options are often limited based on the type of enemy you're fighting, and the circumstances you have met them under. When you're ambushed, your options are severely diminished. The available targets or loot are listed right below the goal options. You can change your goal after each round of the fight, as well as attempt to flee, retreat, or disengage, risking a chase in these cases. Select a goal. Defending the beasts. Defending the cargo. Defending the crew. Protecting armed crew. Defending equally. Warded. Dragonsteel scraps. Yeah, I don't want to lose my Dragonsteel scraps, brother. Yeah, I'm just gonna do defend equally, though. We have only 7 defense here. Crew combat typically lasts for 3 rounds, during which you need to manage who of your crew fights and who does not, as well as increase your chances of success or modify outcomes by performing special actions each round. Each round you roll to see how successfully you attack or defend. The chances of success and failure, derived from the combat strengths, defense, and action modifiers of the 2 sides, can be seen in the middle. If the enemy successfully flees, retreats, or disengages at any given round, you can choose to pursue them or to stand down. The enemy can do the same to you in case your side withdraws. Additionally, if it's not wiped out at the end of the 3rd round, your crew, if not in a hurry, has the chance to save the wounded by healing them. During the battle, you can see your units, left and the enemy's right. You can click on your groups of units to add them to or exclude them from the fight before you commit to the current round's roll. The selected units add their combat strength/defense to the total, but have a chance to be wounded or killed. Workers and slaves become mortally wounded after a single hit, while other combatants become wounded first. Severely wounded companions and mortally wounded crew cannot fight, while wounded crew grants lower combat strength than healthy ones. Check the detailed results of each round by clicking the scroll button. Including passengers and or arming slaves is an option, but these have their consequences, like losing morale and obedience. Many factors have an impact on combat strength, defense, damage dealt and sustained, and other stats. Consult the tooltips to learn more. Cool. Alright. Create an outrider by mounting a fighter. Yeah. Why not? Is there any reason not to do that? Why did I lose one? I thought it said 10. But whatever. Actions. Combat actions are commands you can issue before each round of crew combat to alter the course of battle, raise your chances of success. Maximum 2 actions can be performed per combat round. Both cost resourcefulness. The second one costs more than the first. Actions that are in tune with your disposition, offensive for the attacker and defensive for the defender side, cost less resourcefulness. Additionally, Marauder Prime and Guard Captain deputies lower the resourcefulness cost of offensive and defensive actions respectively. Apart from the cost, actions have all sorts of requirements and effects. Blah 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 blah. You can enter companion combat against a fraction of the foe's forces using the appropriate action. When you do, you can choose who to focus on, their leaders, the regular combatants, or a mixture of the two. You will return to crew combat after 6 rounds of companion combat, no matter the results of the fight. Any combatant falling in this companion combat will be removed from the crew combat, but defeating all of the enemies damages their grit significantly, while losing the fight pertains to a morale cost to your crew. Okay, are we done? Concentrated defense. Where's the tooltips, brother? Makeshift barricade. Oh, there. Plus 50 defense. That's a shitload. I'm gonna do that. Fuck you. It's so strong. What the hell? Okay. So we're doing that. And I don't think there's really much else to do here. Like, we don't want workers in combat. We have fighters. We have these guys. It doesn't seem like positioning them in any way is a thing you can do. All right, let's go. I don't think they have a big chance. They have a 7% chance of hitting us. Oh. They're retreating, disorganized, inept, poor quality. Yeah, they're not doing so well. Yeah. I think I'm going to pursue them and cut them all down and kill them. Your crew tends to the wounded in the heal phase, rolling for the recovery of each unit one by one. Severely wounded units can only be healed with a critical success. Every healing attempt has a chance to consume a medical kit. The healer perks of companions or the Vagrus, as well as certain gear and other sources, can increase the chances to heal units. You can also take additional time, deducting movement points, and or use resourcefulness to increase your chances. But yeah, I don't think anyone even took damage. Yeah. Success and critical success in rounds earns 1 or 2 victory points, respectively. Additionally, attackers gather points for succeeding in fulfilling their goal. Defenders get points both for preventing attackers and for keeping their crew alive. The side with more victory points in the end wins, while in case of a tie, the side with more wins during the 3 rounds is considered victorious. The post-victory sequence involves looting. You can receive items, goods, or even beasts and mounts depending on the enemy you defeated. As with all opportunities of revenue in the game, relying on this sort of loot alone will not keep you afloat. +1 common jewel, and 2... whatever those are called. Victory is yours, and for now you have managed to defend your wards. So now we need to switch back this so we get some horses. Actually, I don't need more horses than that. Alright, well then we can continue force marching. Okay. Why am I low on workforce? Nobody died, so why am I low on workforce? I even bought too many guys. I'm confused. I think it's probably just because we're fatigued. Yeah, that reduces everything. Yeah. So now we just have to march normally. I don't know, we don't have overflow. Then we chill for a day there. Now we should no longer be... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was it. Now we're good. Yeah. We can actually mount up entirely now, because we've eaten up some of our supplies. Vagrus Quarry, Vigilus Tower. There's Lumen, that's where we're going. Can you hunt here? No. critical fail. Fuck. You know what? Let's just force march. Let's just go. Fuck it. Cannot go all the way. No, we can't. We can't go all the way. Let's go, brothers. We have arrived. Those persistent enough to travel towards the blinding light and scorching heat of the South Calorus eventually reach the town of Lumen and glimpse its sandstone buildings protected by its shielding wall. Yet most of the settlement was built under the sands, sheltered from the lethal temperatures and unbearable shine of the surface. At night, brigades of prospectors flood the still searing crystal forest to get their hands on as rich a bounty as they can, hauling it back to Lumen's bustling underground markets. Apart from imperial crystal harvesting, the town is famous for its resident crystalmancers, ever delving into the secrets of the Calorus. Alright, we turn all of these in and get rich as shit. Here we go. Now, we also brought obsidian, which is actually worthless. It sells for less here than where we bought it. So let's sell these mushrooms, which are actually worth more. Here. The price actually goes down fast, so the fact that we had an obsidian shipment, I think might have tanked the price, but the price might not have been like that good in the first place either. Where the hell do you sell dragon steel scraps, man? Colorless protection gear. Protective gear. Dark goggles for your crew and absorbing blankets for your beasts. This will protect your comitatus from going blind in a Calorus. You also need a working heat shielding crystal to survive in a Calorus. Well, we're not going in there, so let's not bother with that. Anyway, before we do anything, the sculptor, yeah, we know him. Dragonkin wants to go to Torzag. Wait, maybe... Candake the Distraight. Escort Laventius to his mistress. Laventius leads you to the underground vaults of Lumen, where his employer resides on a somewhat secluded street. You come to a huge bolted door to which a piece of parchment is fastened. Enter at your own peril. That's just for keeping the undesirables away, Laventius explains as he quickly pushes a few hidden panels and opens the door. Mistress Candake entertains herself with some rather unorthodox equipment, or experiments. True, but the greatest danger here is the harrowing effects her extraordinary messiness might have on more organized minds. You'll see. As soon as you step inside, you can see that he was right. The interior of the vast workshop is a veritable labyrinth of scrolls, books, slates, shelves, chests, workbenches, alembics, minerals, unidentifiable tools, and other apparatus. Amidst astrolabes and braziers on chains. Or is it brazier? Yeah, I think so. Braziers on chains. A complete skeleton of what must have been a Krawag hangs from the ceiling. A prominently placed display stand is full of reptilian bones and scales of various sizes and color. Drawing boards feature sketches of leathery wings, claws, fangs, vertebrae, skulls, and other anatomical parts of, there is no doubt about that, dragons. You almost jump when suddenly, from amidst the chaos, a thin ghost-like apparition emerges and passes by you. It is a pale, middle-aged woman, not unprepossessing in her strangeness. Unprepossessing. Unprepossessing. Not attractive or appealing to the eye. Okay, so she's not unappealing. She's hot. It's a pale middle-aged woman, not unprepossessing in her strangeness, dressed wholly in white with short hair of the same color. Lavantius, you're home? She asks in a high, singing voice without looking at either of you or stopping for even a moment. That would be Mistress Candake, says Lavantius with a resignation. Lavantius matches her steps and signals you to come along. An accurate observation, as always, Domina, he sputters. I would supplement it, if I may, with the addendum that I am in fact 2 months early, thanks to our highly esteemed contacts at the Magistratum of Tax Collection. Not that I'd presume to bog you down with such minute details. I just thought it would be in order to inform you. Good work, Lavantius, good work, Candake replies, while opening a drawer and examining its contents with a frown. And our guest? Also from the Magistratum? You didn't think she even noticed you. Lavantius clears his throat. No, Domina, he says. This here is the wayfarer who was kind enough to escort me from Arkan. Candake nods and hums. Lavantius clears his throat again. For a fee, as is usual, he adds pointedly. Oh yes, quite, his mistress says, opening another drawer and offering a bulging pouch, heavy with coin in your general direction. Nice of you to bring back Lavantius. He's so lost sometimes. I wonder how he'll manage when we're finally out there. You can tell Lavantius had ample time to practice how to keep his composure. It was heavy, it has 3 lyric, that doesn't even cover 1 day of traveling, bro. Good that you mention it, Domina. He smiles politely. It occurred to me while traveling with our new friend here, that inept as I am, it would be feasible to seek further assistance in our endeavors, for which a possible candidate is practically right at hand. Candake regards the 2 of you with beady eyes. You mean to suggest to hire a Vagrus, she asks. Lavantius smiles even more politely. That was indeed the gist of my words, Domina. Candake gives this a thought, then shrugs. Of course, why not? Then she turns to you, although her gaze is directed somewhere behind your back. Do you seek employment? I have coin. Weighing the pouch she just gave you, as if it was nothing, you have no doubt of that. What kind of employment? At first, Candake doesn't seem to understand the question, as if it was baffling to her that somebody possibly couldn't know what her work consists of. Then the realities of the situation dawn on her. Oh yes, good question. The sign of a keen mind, she says. Very important in our line of work, about which I am currently not in the position to disclose too much. It's still in the planning phase, you see, but let's just say I am planning an expedition to one of the most inhospitable corners of our realm, for which I'll need supplies, equipment, and a few other things, some of which are not so easy to come by, and trusty Lavantius can only do so much. Lavantius' smile seems to be glued to his face, but he shifts his eyes erratically. So, Candake continues. Are you interested in fetching me a few things as I make my plans and the need arises? For coin? I am, apparently. Wonderful, Candake says with a radiant smile. I am looking forward to work with you. With that, she turns away and disappears quickly in the maze that is her workshop. You give Lavantius a quizzical look. I know, he shrugs. The mistress tends to be preoccupied with less worldly matters. But don't let that deter you. She is brilliant, otherwise I would not suffer her whimsies. And wealthy. That, of course, is also an important factor. As for your work, right now we are in a bit of a disarray, but if you return sometime later, we will surely have some errands for you to run. If I can get her to focus, that is. Leaving the strange workshop, you can't help but wonder what you've gotten yourself into. Turn to the Comitatus, okay? The Blind Jacra, the busiest tavern in town. The establishment at the heart of Lumen is swarming with people from all corners of the Empire and beyond. During most hours of the day, Vagri mercenaries, laborers, prospectors, and all kinds of travelers gather here to share stories and let off some steam after a long day. Shafts of light penetrate the twilight, through holes bored into the ceiling of the underground common room. The smell of cheap booze and sweet tobacco fills the air. There is also the constant low murmur of gossiping people. Drink, chat, share news, talk to other travelers. One can learn quite a lot of interesting tidbits, tips, or hear news of faraway lands. You fall into conversation with a group of spice merchants who tell you about a friend of theirs in Torzag's shelter who has run afoul of some con man lately. I'm telling you, they should not have let their wives and daughters talk them into giving money to that grifter. The one with the largest belly confides. But would they believe me? Of course not. Now I hear the law won't budge and they're willing to hire bounty hunters to get back what is theirs, or at least get even. This might be an opportunity in disguise. Push him for more information. The spice merchant says that his acquaintance is called Gravan, and he lives and works at Stonecutter's Square in the Shelter's Market District. He adds that some time has passed since he left Torzag, and even though the matter is quite fresh, there's no guarantee that someone has not already apprehended the villain, whose name is Maviro the Sly. Oh, yeah, that was mentioned before. I'm too scared to do bounty missions, like my guys are ass. Perhaps you can contact this Gravan when you're in the shelter. Buy a round of quality booze, you deserve it. Buy a glass of the house's specialty, stark white wine, with crystal dust spicing. Okay. The crystal dust infusion is absolutely delicious, but you can taste something else in there too. The barman won't discuss it, of course. At any rate, you sit down at a table, kick back and enjoy your drink in silence. You feel uncannily refreshed afterwards. +1 insight. Oh, we bought XP. That's what insight is, it's XP. The establishment at the heart of Lumen is swarming with people from all corners of the Empire and beyond, during most hours of the day. Vagrus mercenaries, laborers. Purse blah 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 blah, yeah, we already read that. Drink, chat, share news. Pay some rounds, see what you can find out. Receive news from Utvorar. Buy a round of quality booze. You deserve it. +3 resourcefulness. Oh, okay. Well, I already had max. General inquiries. Ask locals about the town and its surroundings. It is a characteristically hot day in Lumen. The gigantic canvas wall designed to shelter the town from the constant emitted high temperature of the nearby South Calorus only manages to fend off the worst of the scorching heat. The air is still sweltering, almost searing your skin. Accordingly, the streets are largely empty, as during the day most of the townfolk seek shelter in their dwellings in the expansive underground tunnels. Only a few merchants and their servants loiter around the marketplace, huddled under the shade of awnings and parasols. Talk to the merchants. A half-naked chubby man regards you lazily while sipping something from a water skin. 2 slaves fan him with large sheets of linen. From his tattoos, and a small banner hanging limply from the awning above him, you conclude that he must belong to House Okwo, a collective of miners and prospectors. You must be out of your mind standing out there in the open like that, the man accosts you in an amused tone. Not from around these parts, are you? Ask him what kind of business he conducts around here. I was right, you're not from around here, he smiles. Why, I'm in the same business as mostly everyone around here. Crystals, harvesting, buying, selling, processing them, that and the various logistical challenges associated with them. House Okwo, Bedvios, and to some extent the damned Darius folks are all in the crystal business. A dangerous but rewarding enterprise. Ask what he can tell you about the Crystal Forest. Surely you saw it while approaching Lumen. The one in the vicinity of Lumen is called the South Calorus and yields the finest blue crystals in the whole of the Empire, except for maybe Sargotkala. The Kaleri are dangerous places. Apart from the crystal creatures roaming the labyrinthine pathways, they constantly reflect the light and the heat of the sun, concentrating and enhancing them to lethal levels. Even during the hours of dawn and dusk, one can only venture there in special protective equipment, black glass goggles and absorbing reflective head blankets for beasts of burden and other animals. And that's not all, for even thus equipped, one will need an enchanted shielding crystal and a good sorcerer on one's team to cast a constant protective aura to block the heat. You ask the trader about the other crystal forests north of the South Calorus. Oh, the North Calorus is a different story. Crystal there is of lesser quality and all sorts of weird critters wander its confines. Ask him what practical use do these crystals have. Crystals are the raw materials of diverse and manifold uses. They can be carved and shaped to produce tools and weapons, but rarer ones can be enchanted, for example to store light or magical energy. They are a valuable resource, well worth the risk of venturing into the crystal forests. But that is mostly the ceruleus crystal, you see, the blue one. Flavo, the yellow one, is quite worthless in comparison. But well, it does have its own uses, I suppose. Elsewise nobody would bother harvesting it at the Flavo Caleris out west, am I right? Ask him where one can acquire such protective gear. Goggles for crew and covers for animals are easy. You can simply buy them right here in Lumen in the marketplace if you have the coin. He indicates the stall with a wave of his meaty hand. The shielding crystal required to cast a protective aura is trickier. They are highly in demand, relatively rare, and also must be imbued magically by a competent crystalmancer. Right now there's a shortage of them in Lumen, but if you're interested in getting your hands on one, you should consult with Shabini. She's a local crystalmancer dwelling in an underground vault, not far from the marketplace, and is currently looking for someone to accomplish a task for her, if I heard correctly. Oh. Hello. Some person, a crystalmancer. I'll be right back. Oh, we got 1,000 dropped frames. Damn, scary. Yeah, well, my town's had a bunch of internet problems the last week or so. It's a little annoying. Visit Shibeni. You descend into the underground vaults of Lumen and seek out the laboratory of Shibeni, the Crystalmancer. You find it soon enough. The workshop is situated in a small artificial cave, somewhat further from the thoroughfare, and is easily recognizable by the faint shimmer that emanates from its entrance. As you step inside, you find yourself face to face with a middle-aged woman sitting on a pile of cushions and tinkering with a scale and some kind of glittering dust in the midst of a cluttered laboratory. Her dark hair and fair complexion, along with her deep blue robe, tall stature, give her an air of nobility and sophistication. I would like to have a wizard, but I wonder if she's down with smuggling cocaine. So, have you come to seek my services? She asks in calm, dulcet tones. You tell her you have. What does dulcet mean? Dulcet. Dulcet is an adjective describing sounds that are sweet, soothing, melodic, or pleasing to the ear. Oh, okay. You tell her you have. You ask her if indeed she is able to provide a crystal needed for the shield magic against the heat of the crystal forests. I might be able to, Shibani nods, but of course there's a price, and this time it is not measured in coins. I am in need of a very specific item, you see. To obtain it is difficult and most likely perilous. Are you still interested? Tell her you're interested. Great, she says with a smile. As you might know, there is a multitude of different crystals in existence, amazingly varied in size, shape, color, structure, magical potential, and rarity. The one I'm currently looking for is one of purest white. No, not the one you ask for, that I have already here, and I will enchant it for you if you bring me what I need. What? Okay, hold on. This is weird. The one I am currently looking for is one of purest white. No, not the one you ask for. That I have already here, and I will enchant it for you if you bring me what I need. Okay. It's a little strange sentence there, but yeah. She's just saying that we're not getting the crystal for me, we're getting her some bullshit. No matter how many coins you offer her, Shivani is adamant that only in exchange for the rare white specimen will she enchant your shielding crystal. This pure white crystal is extremely rare, and to my knowledge can only be found in and around Loom, with any kind of consistency, but who knows. Loom is a crystal forest on the border of the Jagged Waste, and Arenas Vorax to the north. You ask her how it is possible to enter a crystal forest without the very protection you're after. Shibani smiles. That's the interesting part. You needn't go inside Loom itself, but underneath it. The area is infested with Urg, and for whatever reason these creatures have been known to hoard crystals in their lair from time to time. If you manage to find a lair, you stand a good chance to obtain such a crystal. You inquire if this means fighting the creatures. Not necessarily, Shibani replies, as she plays with a tuft of her black hair. Urg can be placated by an incense called damp smoke, concocted from the slime grass plant. I don't have any of that on me, but you should be able to either gather slime grass somewhere wet and humid, most likely in a swamp, or purchase damp smoke in any larger town, such as Torzag's shelter, I suppose. Or you can take on the Urg with sheer force. The choice is entirely up to you. Do we have a deal? A pure white crystal for an unenchanted heat shield. Ask her about the Urg. I know little more than most. Urg are huge insects that live in hives and share a common consciousness. The ones you see being used as mounts or beasts of burden are rogue specimens, taken from their colonies by specialized hunters, then converted into docile animals by crystalmancy. You see, a small crystal with a mind-bending enchantment is embedded into the Urg's headplate, and thus they can be controlled by people. You inquire what kind of threat this hive under Loom represents. I'm no warrior, Shibani says carelessly. I told you I'd avoid a confrontation using damp smoke if I were you. If it comes to a fight, well, you're up against angry, stubborn, chitin-armored drones the size of a horse, but that's not my concern. I provide the enchanted crystal. You deal with this any way you see fit. Do we have a deal? Okay. Very well. Come back as soon as you have the white crystal. Meanwhile, I shall prepare the enchantment for your reward. Where the fuck is Loom? It's not on the map. I think it's... I think this is Loom. Yeah, there's Loom. Man, why does it not show this always? What? Turns idle animations in companion combat on and off. Turning it on might impact performance. How could an idle animation impact performance? It's like literally the single least impactful bullshit you can have. So weird. Oh well. So it seems like there's not a whole lot else going on here. We have a bunch of insight now. We could get more resourcefulness. The resourcefulness is actually really good. It's only one though, and it's extremely expensive. Like extremely, extremely expensive. There's also the question of leveling up our guys before anything else. Because we can get Garrick to level 3, but I think I would rather get the other guy to level 3. But he's not really a frontliner either. This guy is more like a... He's like a midliner. He can be... He can be back row, he can be front row, whatever. But here he can get more armor, which I think is good. But I think getting them to do more damage and stuff like that. I think is a good first thing to focus on. Now, the thing is, what is his vitality based on? Can you not get more vitality? Is he just always stuck at 15-bit? Because here, this doesn't have any effect on it. Like, none of the attributes have effects on this. At all. Survivor. Okay, here you get vitality. Resistances. But... this makes the bleed damage last for 3 rounds. Instead. Distracting throw. The tainted mercenary throws a dagger at a foe before retreating from the melee. Yeah, he's kind of supposed to do... You know, he does distracting throw, and then he does mantis stab. He rushes back and forth, doing damage that way. And if you do that, then he can be more about evading. And here you can get more evade from Bouncer. However, he can't get the thing where he chooses where to dodge. But I think for him it doesn't matter as much, because he has Mantis Stab, which lets him always move in and do damage with it. So he would need Mighty 2 and Dexterous 2. That's a lot of points. But the thing about doing this is that Mantis Stab only works in the back row. So if I get this, and he is currently my front rower, then this does nothing. After you deal damage in melee, you get plus 3 initiative and plus 20% damage. Okay. That sounds good. Hmm. I need to get someone else other than this guy, because right now I have this guy and the dwarf, and none of them are really frontliners. So, like, no matter what I pick here, I feel like it's kind of the wrong choice. Though I think we're gonna go with Kukri Shank, because I feel like that's like his main thing. We still have proficiency though. Evaluate. Persuasion. Con. Engineering. Intimidation. Survival. Foraging base chance. Skulker. Ambush. Alright, sure. And what about him? We need 5 insight to get there. He currently has 1 proficiency, which we're saving. Oh, the gas bomb doesn't do any damage right now. If we get that to level 3, then it does 3 damage AoE. Oh, I thought it did poison damage. No, it doesn't do shit. Hmm. But yeah, I think gas bomb would be good. Prowess and engineering. Okay, so he needs engineering for that. Weird. All right. Alchemical tools. So, we're supposed to go to Loom, but I don't really want to go to Loom. We just like finished stuff here. I feel like I just want to go back and make some money. I can't take any of the quests here. Oh, come on. All right, well, what can we buy here then? 50? Cerulea's crystal. Like this has to be like the main thing to buy here, right? Iosan Quarry. Cerulea's crystals. They actually don't sell for like a huge amount. But what do they sell for in Devon? It's not even worth a lot there. Hmm. But the crystals are probably the right thing to buy here. Either way. I think it's probably the only thing to buy here. Yes. It is the only thing worth buying here. Which is as expected. A full stack is 22, and we can sell it at Torzag for 30. Is this a weight? Is there weight as well? I'm not sure what this means. It says 4.4. I don't think there's a weight. Is there? Alright, well that's all we can do. These guys want to go to Torzag. And that's fine, they can join. Okay. What's the blue things? They're magical crystals that emanate heat and light that they harvest. And you can learn, you can become a harvester, or kind of, but I need to do quest to find a crystal for a crystalmancer that can enchant a magical protection crystal for me, so we can go into the crystals. And yeah, something like that. This gigantic basin at the foot of Sergorod's blade is a testament to what several centuries of cruel slave labor is capable of. They moved a mountain's worth of rock and dirt to reach the precious obsidian underneath. Yet at length the black blood of the earth ran dry, and only small amounts are mined these days. And so the quarry under the grim dark cliffs and the overcast skies now looks even more desolate. Everyone says that the tutorial is pretty bad. Like, they learned the player a bad way to play. I mean, I don't know. I thought the tutorial was okay. I think the main thing about the tutorial is just that it's like this kind of long, drawn-out story scenario, like a campaign. And it's, like, really easy to lose. And then you kind of just die, and it just feels bad. But you're kind of supposed to die in it anyway. Like, you're not really supposed to make it. That's gonna be the end of the story, like, more or less anyway. For, like... Because it is literally a story that a guy is telling you. But I don't know if it teaches you a bad way to play the game. It felt like okay. Have you played Sun to Sea? No, I haven't. I've looked at it, but I just saw a boat and I didn't understand what the game was about. Didn't really look into it that much. Maybe I should. More reading? Dude, there's no way there's more reading. Come on. The forum in Vagrus. All the important things happen here. Vagrus Quarry is a huge hole bored into the steep side of Sergorod's Blade. It is large enough to house a veritable city in the middle, while slaves mine for ore ferociously on the southern side. The forum is a site of commerce, made of beautiful red marble, yet covered in so much grey dust that the original color is barely visible, even though a flock of slaves cleans the place ceaselessly. The banner of House Darius fly on pillars, frontispieces, and battlements. Okay. So this is, you can go here and buy obsidian, okay. Distribute to Fort Viridium, 5 days. This is barely worth anything. Where the fuck is Fort Viridium? It's like around the corner there. One to 2 days of travel. Maybe it could be worth going there for this. Just so we can see what's there. Alright, let's go to Fort Viridium. The Great Slave Market, the largest one in the region. Everyone worth their salt knows that the town of Ash has long been converted into a slave trading outpost, run mostly by House Darius and independent slavers. Now you know too. The slave stock is nigh inexhaustible there, and no one can even look for specially trained slaves from the Darius, and one can even look for specially trained slaves from the Darius chapter house. Okay. Although Imperials mine their salt using slave labor at the Algoros work camp, merchants seem to know that the Scythicness Covenant sells salt mining licenses in Salem to anyone who can afford it. Sure, it might be poisonous and back-breaking work, but there's profit to be had for a well-equipped workforce. Yeah, so you there's a lot of different things you can do to earn money. And, like, get equipment and stuff. So you can become a salt miner. I love games that are about working. Ceruleus Crystal not in demand. Wine in demand. It's actually worth quite a lot here. Mining equipment. We already have guard animals. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna buy anything. We already have 30 Ceruleus. You can sell their stocks just like that. Okay, so I took a quest to bring obsidian to somewhere else, and you can just instantly sell it, I think, if you want to. Alright, so we want to go to Fort Viridium. So it's just around the corner. I'm gonna rest. Saddling the cracked, blackened mountain peaks of Sergorod's Blade, this imperial fortress of dark stone and spiked battlements, commands an awe-inspiring view of the surrounding bleak lands. For long centuries it has stalwartly guarded the region from the numerous enemies of the Empire. Scores of grim legionnaires occupy its vast barracks and great towers. It behooves you to watch your step here. The courtyard, see what civilians can do here. It feels like I'm in Mordor right now. Dark towers are clawing at the overcast skies above. All around you, military personnel go about their business inside this grim fortress of black stone. The stables and a simple man-show are available for civilian visitors. Ask a centurion about what you can do here. The centurion you find answers your questions politely. According to him, since this is a fortress run by the imperial armies, there is not much you can do except spending a night or two here in complete safety. He advises you to rest, mind your own business, and stock up on supplies. Their quartermasters sometimes need things, and so trading with them is also a possibility. He then remembers that the assigned church representatives are charged with answering requests from travelers, like blessings and selling religious paraphernalia. You thank the officer. Visit the quartermaster. The senior quartermaster, a grumpy old veteran of the Legion, with a squint and a wooden leg, can sell you supplies at quite a bad price. According to him, this is for emergencies and the food comes from the fortress stockpile. He might also be interested in buying certain goods that are hard to come by around here. Sell him coffee. Luxury wine. Oh. Sell him bright kelp. Wait, that's like a... what? This is so expensive. Holy shit. Okay. We turn this in. Here you go. Give me some money. Well, that seems to be about it. Exchange news. Rumbling slave driver wants to go to Avernum. I don't want to go to Avernum. Alright. We rest here. Sleep on the stable floor. Very, very luxurious. And then I suppose we go back to Vagrus. Oh! I died. Ambush. Wait, hold on. These guys are friendly. There's no reason for me to fight these guys. We can just move on. I am ambushing them. Okay. Yeah, okay, whatever. Fine. I was the one who was in the wrong there. I was gonna ambush somebody. Let's drop by Vagrus. Larnac. That's way to the west. I don't want to go there. Twin Towers, Fort Viridium. That's all the way down there. That's past Karnak. I mean, maybe. Maybe we go down there. We can buy wine at Karnak. This is worth quite a lot. 22. Where's Fort Viridium? That's where we just were. Can I just spam that? It's just a delivery to Fort Viridium. We just go back and forth. But no, let's take this one. Let's go to the Twin Towers, see what that's about. We need to buy supplies. Which unfortunately means I have no more money. And we currently have no quests. So we're a little, we're not in a very good spot right now. We don't really even have time to like rest and chill. In fact, I barely have enough food to make it. Are we really gonna do this way? They're hungry. We need to forage, but foraging isn't gonna help. Critical success, 76. Well, that helps a bit, right? Here we can't look for food anyway, so we should just force march. We'll just have to hope that the crystals sell. You reach the fortified gates of the great city. You have nothing to hide. Pay the gate tax. Oh, we were escorting some guys here. Alright. So Cerulea's crystals are worth a little bit more. Like 40% more here. So, alright. Now we have a bit of money. Wait, where's this obsidian going to? Why do I have a bunch of obsidian here? Oh, it's all for the Twin Towers. That's it. Alright. Is there anything else for the Twin Towers here? No. But we do have Karnak Way Station on the way as well. Supply run for loaders. Nope. Can't take that. Can't take this. Come on. So, let's see. We are in Torzag, and we're going to Karnak Way Station. What is it they want? Mushroom beer is kind of... Like, you can do that, but it's not very profitable. But if we don't find anything else, then mushrooms might be slightly better. Pottery. Pottery might be the play. But it might go back down in price if we buy too much. Also, I need supplies. So that might be it. Let's see, 118. 6 days to Karnak. I think that is chill. Yeah, 3 to 4. But mushrooms are just worth so little. But either way, it's like the same. It's the same profit, which is very, very little. But still worth. I guess. Or just buying another stack of pottery. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe they'll want pottery down by the Twin Towers as well. Oh, I'm low on money. Let's see. The Undercity. Walk around the lakes. Visit the Alchemist. Bogweed? You want my bogweed? 90% of the local price. Sure. He only sells it one? Oh. He only wants a little bit. Okay. Oh, I thought you could buy dampweed here, but you can only sell dampweed. Oh, or slime grass as well. Can't buy slime grass here. Visit the pleasure houses. I want to get rid of contraband. Approach the gangs. Sell something to the gangs. Here, you want my fucking bogweed? Take it. Buy the special amphora they use to smuggle goods. I mean, I already have one. We don't need to smuggle that much right now. Talk to the superintendent. Living in an overgrown shack at the back of Lavinia's is the superintendent whose task is to look after the garden. A lean fellow with brown wise eyes and a slight overbite. He welcomes you with a smile and a nod, then inquires how he can be of help. You have questions, do I? Questions, I see, he smiles again. I'm not much of a sage, but I'll do the best I can. Ask about the gardens of Lavinia. The superintendent sucks in air audibly. Oh, this place. He is lost in thought for a few seconds. Is old. I guess I like that about it. A lot, actually. They say when Lavinia died, many of her acolytes dispersed to the four winds, trying to outdo each other, and their master, really, by embarking on ambitious projects in the vein of what she had been known for doing. One of these students, whose name has been lost to history, founded a garden here of all places, no doubt wanting to demonstrate that fauna can evolve and survive in all but the direst of environments. Needless to say, the powers to be in this city at that time, worshipping dark gods and ruling with an iron fist, did not support these endeavors. Yet the student persisted, and by some kind of power that was at his command, managed to enhance and sustain growth in this cavern. Even to this day, this power remains, so much so, in fact, that one does not have to do much work when it comes to tending to the garden. It tends to itself. Ask about the superintendent. Me? He says, somewhat surprised. Oh, I'm nobody. Just a man who enjoys being left alone and living close to nature. No offense, I do enjoy talking to people every now and then, but I like it here, really, even if sometimes I feel constrained. I used to do a lot of things before this, though. Traveled the world, heard wise men talk, followed gods and priests. I even sold books at one time from a stall, if you believe it. But this age is not of books and writers, nay. You notice how carved figurines and statuettes line the shelves on the inside of his shack? A hobby of mine, one could say. Figurative art, yet organic. I'm no master, but it helps kill time. And I often buy myself new ones. A collection of sorts. Okay. Visit the infirmary. Medical supplies. Purchase tools that trained healers can use. Oh. Nope. No, nobody's wounded. Help, I'm trying to leave. Go for a stroll. Upon returning to the mansion, you learn that 2 of your fighters were taken by drafting soldiers while out in the city for a few drinks. With the constant wars in the north, it is sometimes easy to get press-ganged in this way in cities of the Upper Empire, but you have never heard about anyone grabbed in this way so far down south. Perhaps the situation is direr than the authorities claim. At any rate, you could make an attempt to get your men back if you seek out the recruitment office. Try to free your men from the draft. The recruitment office is a dire place, a squat building of dark stone right next to one of several barracks of the city. Many draftees linger here with vacant looks on their faces, looking uncomfortable in their new uniforms. It will not be simple to get your men back, but there might be a few things you can try. Yeah. Bribing them. It works. The officials let your 2 fighters go after informing you that the reason they were drafted is that they were drunk and caused some kind of ruckus. Of course, your guys deny having done anything of the sort. -1 Lurg. Alright. So not much more to do, but head down south. After we rest. Which unfortunately costs a bunch of money. Why is my morale so bad, bro? Yeah, because we haven't been eating. And because of that, my workforce is fucked. But that'll solve itself. More or less. I'm gonna save. No. Here, save there. That's saved, right? Save game. Yes. And then we try to leave with that, and then we see if we can just unfatigue on the road. And hopefully we get our workforce requirements up. We're fresh now. I feel like when we're at fresh, like this shouldn't be low. We lost morale due to the wind howling. Voices in the wind. Yeah, I don't know why my workforce is low. Like, I didn't lose anyone. Oh, I think I know, actually. It's because I have, like... I don't think... I was like, oh, maybe it's because I have travelers with me, but I don't think we have that. It's so expensive. Inspections and security checks by Imperial authorities are common on important roads, and sooner or later you can't avoid them, unless you avoid the roads themselves. According to these tax collectors and their lackeys, such tariffs grind the wheels of the Empire, but you are sure they mostly end up in sleazy palms. At any rate, going up against these bailiff armies would be suicide, so you probably have to pay up. For better or worse, the business with it, blah 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 blah. Yeah, we're done. Rest there. We're still not doing so well. Moving only 6 every turn. Okay, so now it's up. Okay, so now we're above. Okay, so it's because morale was low. So I actually need to have, like, maybe 2 or 3 more workers, I would say. The guarded compound. Travelers gather here to enjoy a little rest before leaving Karnak. Use the well here to fill up on water and quench your thirst. You draw as much cool, fresh air out of the well as you can carry and drink. The crew feels refreshed, and you manage to replenish the contents of your water containers too. Plus 50 supplies, plus 1 vigor. Oh, okay. That's good. Eat, drink, and chat with travelers. There's no news of the regions south and west apart from the certain knowledge that the legions still blockade the paths in the Sepis Mountains. Occasionally, Imperial patrols wander as far as Karnak, and through them, rumors of horrible creatures wandering the wasteland by night and hunting travelers quickly spread. The mercenaries guarding the compound have reported seeing twisted dark shapes scamper about the jagged hills, with glowing horrid eyes, but thus far, these beings have not come closer, whatever they are. Almost everyone at Karnak House is complaining about headaches and strange dreams, and of course there are supposedly voices on the wind, muttering, chittering, moaning, and whispering unintelligibly. Okay, hopefully we don't instantly get killed and murdered by going down there. So pottery is in demand here. Thank God. We made some money. But nobody wants to buy dragon steel scraps here either. Twin Towers? No. These guys want to go to Torzag. Yeah, but you don't get to come now. They're just gonna eat my food. Alright, we should have like 1 more slave, 1 more worker. I imagine. We buy some supplies. Oh shit, they don't have more supplies here? What the fuck? You can't just not have supplies. Are you serious? I'm gonna die. Huh? Wine is actually not worth buying. Let's switch these around. Ernak. Orzag. Wine. Regular wine is worth buying. But not luxurious wine. I thought the prices had changed. No. Wine seems to be the only thing. They barely have anything here. Okay. So, we're gonna die. Luckily, I saved. Because resting here is going to use up food as well. So now I have 1 day of food. They have 2 supplies I can buy. Great. Wow. Oh, I'm so fucked. Okay, so we can hunt, or we can forage here for 2, and then we can force march. But I think we just need to actually rest. Man, it's so. I think we need to force march. Like, it's just so. I have so little food. My guys are unruly. Slaves? There we go. How dare you? How dare you be all unruly? The question is, like, can I hunt out there maybe? Or, like, I don't know. The Emperor's Road meanders towards the horizon lazily, and for the last handful of hours you have not been roused from your reverie. But then you spy a gathering of travelers ahead, just off the road. The wind carries the noise of a loud argument, and your crew is already getting anxious. Getting closer to the commotion, it becomes evident that there are several comitati encamped in close proximity, but whether or not it's related to the ruckus you cannot say. Some people have taken up threatening postures, weapons drawn, and they have surrounded what looks like a huge, corpulent undead in an apron, who is waving his hands apologetically, with a nervous grin on his grim visage. Halt the comitatus and see what this is about. You leave the comitatus on the road and approach the center of the commotion. The undead fellow, who seems to be a chef, is being accosted by half a dozen warriors belonging to a group of Tarkanian travelers. They are clad in black, their loose desert attire adorned by half-moon symbols, and they hold curved swords forged from bronze and iron. It's a religious debate, one bystander tells you. Lets you in on the whole matter, even though you did not ask. We should set fire to it. That'll teach it not to blaspheme against the Lord of the Night, one of the warriors says. Hey, 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 the undead fellow exclaims with a chuckle, trying to downplay the emergent danger. I only said that my cooking is so good that even the gods would eat it up. Blasphemer! Another warrior shouts angrily. Throw him down a well, a bystander exclaims. Her altogether different religious conviction must have been offended as well. People, people! The undead man seems distraught as the warriors close in on him. You all ate the meal I cooked for you last night and seem to love it. Let's cut this out, eh? And go our separate ways. No reason to get worked up for silly reasons now, is there? The groans from the crowd tell you that the large fellow keeps digging his grave, and the threat to his unlife does indeed seem more and more real by the second. Is there nobody here with a measure of sense? His gaze is darting around to find anyone who would be willing to back him up. Okay, I don't really want to step in, but hey, maybe it's another character. Step in to defend the undead fellow. Garrick lost loyalty. Yeah, he doesn't think it's our business. You clear your throat loudly and announce that there will be no lynching today. At first, there is silence. The Tarkian warriors are unable to comprehend how you would be able to decide that, but then one of the other bystanders speak loud and clear. The Vagrus speaks truly. Leave the cook alone. Are you so thin-skinned that you can't take a joke? An older tainted fellow butts in, shaking his head at the Tarkians. Two Dajmahan warriors who belong to one of the small traveling groups rise to their feet and stand next to you to show their support too. The Tarkians eye the crowd for a few moments. They are no fools. They can sense the shift in the mood regarding the undead chef, and eventually back off, cursing quietly. And with that the tension is gone, and everyone returns to the chores of their camps. Oh boy! For a moment there I thought I was a goner, the huge undead fellow tells you. Although, who am I kidding? I've been a goner for 2 centuries now, he bursts out laughing, loudly at his own joke, and it takes him over a minute to regain his composure. Sorry, I couldn't resist, he chuckles some more. But, yeah, thanks for saving my ass. These weird worshiping types keep turning up these days, see? Making life, miserable for everyone. And all that after I cooked a meal fit for kings for them last night. Fit for kings, I say. Now that you have the opportunity to take a good look at the undead man, you see that he is wearing a sturdy leather apron over some worn clothes and old bandages. His corpulent body is immense in size, yet he moves with relative ease. There is ample rotten flesh on his huge bones, but its texture is rubbery and the stench is not as bad as you had thought. Name's Vorax, he bows his huge head, and it looks like I'm out of employment. Again, say, have you, with you being a Vagrus and all, aren't you in the business of hiring a quartermaster? You just might. Discuss it with Vorax. Right, Vorax grins. What do you want to know? Ask him about his past. That's gonna be a short tale. I don't remember any of it. Well, I mean, I do remember everything since I woke up as... He holds a dramatic pause and indicates his expansive form. As this, I've been around like this for over 200 years now. People began calling me Vorax, so I went with it. I figured, why not? I can't recall my old name anyway. The only thing I knew right away was how to cook. Maybe it's something I did before I, bit the dust. Never could figure it out, though. You tell him that 2 centuries are more than enough to start anew. Agreed, Vorax grins. And so I did. Start anew, I mean. Traveled around the continent, learned the art of cooking. Worked all sorts of related jobs. Most of it was fun. Quite the journey, you know. Can't have enough of it, I feel like. Ask him about being undead. Being undead's not that bad, Vorax shrugs. You need no sleep, never get tired or sick, and even pain is... I don't know how to put it. More in your head? The magic that holds you together becomes part of you, and your senses rely on that since your organs become necrotic. In my case, I also use enchanted embalming to keep as much of my old body as possible. Others prefer to go skeletal. You ask him if he feels uncomfortable or cursed in his state. No, I don't. Maybe others do. Who am I to say? Sure, it has a period of getting used to existing like this, but once that's over, and if you're able to appreciate the boons, you can do some pretty amazing stuff. You'd be surprised how similar it feels to be imprisoned in a reanimated body to being shackled in a living one. I can sort of feel that even though I have no recollection of who I was before my resurrection. Ask him about his skills and abilities. I'm a chef, a quartermaster, and someone altogether nice to keep around, if I can say so myself. His grin betrays that he says so quite often. Worked as a supercargo several times, so I'm fairly comfortable around Komitati, you know. You ask him if he can fend for himself in a fight. Well, not that I like that sort of stuff, but sure, I can stand on my own. Prefer not to. What's the point of all the killing and violence? The world is already broken and cursed. We should be looking out for each other. Get people where they want to go. Find what was lost. Prepare a nice meal. Put people up, you know. Lots of Vagrus do that. So your kind is alright in my book. He thinks for a second. Have I mentioned cooking? Oh, friend. With the right ingredients, I can prepare meals that will transform your trips into journeys of joy, I tell you. Not to brag, but I've saved the day with my cooking. Just so you know, I take great pride in my craft. Ask him why he wants to be on the road. Oryx laughs heartily, then looks at you with a measure of confusion. Oh, you ask it seriously, he blinks, then chuckles. I thought you were joking, friend. Why do I want to be on the road? Well, is there any other way to live? I sure don't know if there is. Not for my kind, and not for yours, surely. Surely you know this, and I love it, to be frank. Always wondering what's over the horizon. Okay, I'll hire you. You will? You are? Oryx looks astonished. Then he bursts out laughing, skipping from one huge foot to the other. Oh ho ho, thank you, friend. I was so fed up traveling alone, you have no idea. He turns serious suddenly. You won't regret it. Promise. I'll make myself very useful, you'll see. And he does. After packing up his gear, mostly cooking pots, spices, and utensils, he joins your column and immediately begins to familiarize himself with the Comitatus, with its own rules, practices, cargo, workforce, and logistics. It is evident that Vorax knows what he is doing. His jovial laughter and inappropriate jokes can be heard all over the carts during the day. Some find it amusing, others less so, but his expertise cannot be denied. Hey boss, talk to me when we strike camp, eh? He tells you during one of the short breaks. We can talk about how I can be even more useful to the gang. The Comitatus travels on. Okay. Got a guy. Well, we can make it all the way there. In one go. Standing on either side of the only traversable pass across the barren Sepis Mountains, like a pair of ancient weather-beaten guardsmen, the twin towers are said to be the gateway between the imperial hearthlands and the lands beyond. Yet they appear merely as two decrepit fortresses, huddling beneath walls of rock, one abandoned, the other guarded by a grim legion, and thus the gateway becomes a barrier. The cordon. Nobody shall pass. The blockade stretches across the mile-wide gap between the two forts in the valley, consisting of patrols and small camps in the usual organized imperial fashion. They stop everyone, and initially politely ask them to turn back. Komitati on the south side are also gathered in a camp and seem to be interacting with the guards from time to time. Ask if you can pass. The guard captain who you address at one of the camps looks at you with visible disdain. Yes, of course you can. You only. Nobody else but you. Let me get my men to move aside so that your excellency can pass through. The legionnaires chuckle at the vitriol, but the captain silences them with a constipated look before turning back to you. No, citizen, nobody can pass. It is by senatorial decree. Go up to the fort and ask one of the office soldiers of the why and how, and stop pestering us. Ask around for news from the south. You talk to some legionnaires and soon come to the conclusion that a few well-placed coins will gain you access to news from the south. You pay them. You glean something interesting from among the many boring and odd details. Your story is not in alignment. Something else is required to happen. But we did get some news from Hadrinium. Alright. Oh, thank God they have supplies, dude. Anyway, here you go. Here are your obsidian. You're welcome. So, obsidian here goes for 8. I bought it for 7. I mean, sure. Profit's profit, even if it's just a little teeny tiny bit. Wine here is almost even cheaper. All the supplies. 5 days. It's barely gonna take me back to Torzag, unfortunately. We'll buy a stack of wine. Passengers. You want to go to Torzag? That makes sense. No, these are all bad. Okay. Oh. Could liberate a slave. No. Well, we can't buy much here. Luxury wines. 9 here. It's not worth buying because it doesn't sell. And they don't have any stacks of anything else. Like, they have 8 grain. That's it. And the grain here is expensive, so. Kind of to be expected. Okay. Morale is broken, bro. Why is our morale so bad? Holy shit. That's ass. The East Tower. An Imperial garrison oversees it. The huge force stationed in and around the tower clearly does not belong to its regular garrison. Their flying dark banners indicate that they belong to Legio 21. Some smaller comitati can be found encamped beneath the fort, clearly having traveled south in the hopes of crossing the mountains, but were apparently held here. Approach the other Vagrai of the comitati encamped here. You find companionship and gossip among the other Vagrai, who are gathered around a large campfire. Some of them you know from your previous travels, others you have never seen before. You join them for a while, learning tidbits and interesting details about the blockade, or quarantine, as the legionnaires refer to it, and hear bone-chilling stories about the spectral voice on the winds. It seems the Vagrai here are not interested in turning back, trusting in the Empire's ability to deal with the situation in a timely fashion. They even received some complimentary supplies, which you can also requisition apparently. If you haven't already, they say you can also learn news from faraway lands to the south if you bribe the right legionnaires in the cordon. Hello, Holtzy. What's this game about? This is like a make-your-own-adventure kind of game that also has... You're basically playing like a trader or a mercenary or like a mix of the two, or you can also be an explorer. There's also a bunch of like quest lines you can do. They also have like party members with their own storylines, kind of like you would in Baldur's Gate or something like that. Claim your complimentary supplies. Oh. The quartermasters are laughing at a particularly dirty joke when you approach them. Upon hearing about your occupation and verifying you're indeed a Vagrus, you only have to sign some papers and add your name to a list to get the goods. Dried meat, whey bread, and some dried mushrooms and drinking water, one of them informs you dryly. You load what you can. Oh, thank God, some supplies. Ask for an audience at the tower. I mean, I don't need that. It takes only a minute or two to gain an audience with Captain Mvuru Obuvius. Obuvius. What the fuck is this name? In charge of the Legion's blockade. The Dajmahan-born woman wears a suit of bronze armor and a bored expression, clearly having explained all this to others 100 times already. I'm sorry to inform you, citizen, she says with a thick accent, not looking up from her papers. But by the decree of the Senate, no civilians are allowed to cross the Sepis Mountains at this time, and we're unsure when the threat is going to be ended, which would enable the lifting of the blockade. It is for your own good and for the good of the Empire. Rest assured that the matter is in good hands. You can stay encamped here in the valley or return whence you came. Complementary supplies can be requisitioned from my quartermaster in the yard. Inquire about the nature of the threat. The threat is, she gives a brief thought, manifold, one could say. She sighs, leans back in her chair, folds her fingers and looks you in the eye. And very text and story heavy. Very, very. Several weeks ago, the region, that is, the wasteland north of the Sepis Mountains, was shaken by a sudden series of earthquakes, accompanied by something that could best be described as a horrid scream. This scream, clearly of magical nature, was loudest and most potent in and around the singing winds, weakening as it got further from its source. Though it lasted for only hours, it killed everything and everyone in these parts and induced nightmares for days as far as Torzog's shelter. The winds have gone mad, for lack of better words, and have been raging ever since the incident. Again, the potency of this is strongest on the plains west of here, and gets weaker as one travels far to the north. Yet somehow it upset the already unpredictable ash storms of the Forlorn Waste. I'm gonna sneeze. Again, the potency of this is strongest on the plains west of here, and gets weaker as one travels far to the north, yet somehow it upset the already unpredictable ash storms of the Forlorn Waste, making that forsaken region practically inaccessible. People keep hearing strange noises in the wind, many succumb to sudden screams in the gales, or experience constant nightmares. In the meantime, another threat emerged, and added to the chaos. Strange, ravenous creatures emerged from the singing winds, and started attacking anything and anyone, mostly during the night. We have no idea what they are, or where they are from, yet, but you need not be afraid. We drew a quarantine around these parts, so these abominations won't threaten citizens elsewhere. You try to take in all you've heard. Upon seeing this, the captain smiles confidently and adds, Fear not, Vagrus. Our legion and the imperial authorities face such threats quite often. We're more than capable of handling it. But you can see why this is called the blockade into being. The Senate is reacting to the incident and saw fit to forego its spread to the south, from Terra Supra. Ask if you can be of help? Your crew is quite able? No, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing with this character. We're not fighting. Ask the captain if the lands south are also affected. Curiously, no, she replies, and when she realizes that you would like to hear more, she sighs and adds, Winds and storms have reportedly been wilder all along the coast as far south as Port Navarum. This seems to have hampered voyages across the Karganath Sea, but the situation is not as bad as up there, as up here. The province does not suffer the same gales and accompanying phenomena as these regions either. I hope that sates your curiosity, Vagrus. I think we're good. I think it's time to leave here. No more passengers. We don't want to rest here. It's gonna use up supplies. My guys have giga bad morale, which means I should probably pay them double for a little bit. And we shouldn't force march. I think that... The Comitatus has seen better days. In fact, your comms are in a pretty foul mood. Something ought to go wrong. Some of your crew get into a fight over something stupid. You should separate and reprimand them before someone gets hurt. Try to calm them down personally, yes. You manage to talk sense into fighting workers. There will be angry looks exchanged and insults traded for a while, but heads will cool down eventually. Yeah, we just need to rest and give everybody double pay, and they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Can we whip our slaves a little bit? Yeah, we can whip our slaves. Let's whip our slaves. There we go. Everybody likes some whipped slaves. There we go. Now we have good movement again. Now the question is, force march. Does that really have that big of an... Holy shit, yeah. They don't like force marching. Okay. They really don't want like that. We gotta do that a lot less. Like, never. Almost. Like, here we're right outside of Karnak. Normally I would force march here, but I think we don't do it now, just because... I think we're fine. But... We need to stop in Karnak and see if... They have... Oh, they have one supply? They have one supply. We should buy wine here. 1 stack. But that's the only thing worth buying here. Someone wants to go to Acarus Quarry, a Vernum Crystal. A tax collector with 2 executors. Damn. No. I'm not going to Crystal. We don't have any such plans. We have a bit of insight. We could level up this guy. Though we also have this guy. He's an undead chef. So he's supercargo right now, but I would like him to be a slave driver. What does he needs intimidation 2 to be a slave driver. Because I already have the other guy on supercargo. Actually, you know what? What can Garrick be? He can be Marauder Prime. Does 1 Beast of Burden equal 1 row for cargo? No. The Beast of Burden has a amount of cargo value. This one has 350. And 100 cargo equals 1 slot. So it depends a little bit. Like, for example, because I have a deputy here that gives plus 15% cargo, that means that the Beast of Burden is also, you know, plus 15%, so 350 times 1.15. So with a supercargo deputy, one Beast of Burden becomes 4 slots. That's how it works. And that's why, if you have like a bunch of mounts, they can carry cargo. Like, you see, I have 9 Outriders, and I have 1,290 cargo. So if I reduce 1 Outrider, we now have 1,300 cargo, and that opens up another slot. So, you can, like, you can have a bunch of horses with you, and just, like, use them for marching, and have more slots that way. And then if you end up in a fight, I think, like, unless it's an ambush, you can just mount your fighters, like, in combat. But I don't know if you can do that always. And I think having some Outriders free is a good thing. Because sometimes there's, like, events and stuff where you need to have Outriders to counter them. But, yeah. Having a bunch of horses can be a nice way to get more slots when you, like, feel like you need it. And Outriders are just good soldiers anyway. But yes. There's nothing we can take. We can use the well. 50 supplies. Alright. I'm just unsure about, like, how hunting works. Because some roads allow for hunting, but I feel like most don't. I think you have to veer off into the wilderness a little bit to be able to hunt. So I don't know if it's maybe, like, a good thing to hunt in the vicinity. What does a slave driver do? Plus 50 discipline. Opens up a miscellaneous equipment slot. Alright, let's switch him to slave driver. So he needs intimidation too. Slave driver. Navigation. Herblore. Oh, he's got herblore and stuff. That's nice. Oh, he wanted to talk. Thought about that. You find Vorax in his kitchen tent, poring over his ingredients while he is stirring something in a large cauldron. The delightful scent of the food is tinged with the strange odor of the undead chef. Ho ho, boss! How can I be useful? Vorax wants to talk to you about something. Oh yeah, there's something I wanted to chat about, boss, the undead cook says, and once you tell him you're listening, he sucks in air and begins his speech. There's this fellow, a rich shithead really, called Davris Marius Paulus, an aristocrat, you know, his family. The Pauli are great supporters of the Empire and have a storied past, whatever. Davris, however, is a different matter. See, the fellow is young. He is also an adherent of Balur Kal, and is known to have a thing for exotic food. In fact, people from all over the realms, and even beyond, have been known to visit him to win his favor by cooking him splendid meals. Davris Paulus, the clever bastard, figured several years ago that he could get even more free meals of the highest quality if he promotes the whole rumor, and so he issued a challenge to all cooks and chefs. The one who can impress him with a truly sublime meal will be granted a wish in his power. But with his money and extensive experiences, my esteemed colleagues have been trying to meet this challenge in vain. Paulus has already tasted everything there is to taste. You tell Vorax that you expect him to take on this challenge. Oh, what gave it away? He asks, then bursts out laughing. Sure, I want to be the best of the best, he tells you after calming down. And I have a plan, you see, a meal that will most certainly impress young Paulus. The catch is, I need some very rare ingredients, and I would need your help in acquiring them. But the good news is, if we succeed, Paulus's favor will surely be extended to you too, and having such a guy back you up is not to be scoffed at, eh? So what do you say, boss? Are you up for the challenge? Will you help me gathering what I need for the meal? Pledge your help to Vorax in this matter. Oh boy, that's great, Vorax exclaims. We'll embark on a great culinary quest, you and I. There's quite a few things to acquire, but I'll deal with the smaller and simpler stuff. The 4 big things I'll need are the meat, mushrooms, the spice, and the booze. All these are rare and very special, so it won't be easy. You ask him to be more specific, to which he nods hastily. Sure, let's begin with the meat. Or, well, should I say, the stomach. Vorax guffaws at your expression. Jacra stomach. From a huge specimen. The trick is to have the creature eat divine ichor and hunt it down only after it has digested that crap. I have an old acquaintance by the name of Burek, a Bandul huntsman, the strong, quiet type. Last time I heard, he was living with the Aethrar tribe out west. We should visit him there, 'cause I'm sure he'll help us out. And don't worry about the divine ichor, I already have it. You take a note and ask about the other things. The booze is easy. A bottle of Empyreana. For the sauce, my buddy Grath, the bartender of the Copper Pugio in Devon, will have one. Then we've got the mushrooms, a rare strain called amber shroom. I suppose that if we're already visiting Devon for the wine, we should ask around at the Hanging Gardens. If anyone, the botanists will know how to get amber shroom. Vorax falls silent, so you remind him of the spice. Oh, yeah. For that I'll need some good old spices. Quite a lot, actually. Don't ask, it's a tedious process that involves filtering and mixing. But I also need rare ingredients to add to the blend. Aran's bell, Tarkian mugwort, and wraithgrass. Not sure where to find them, but we can talk about them later. And that's all. It's quite a lot, I know, but there's no rush though. I don't think anyone's gonna beat me to the challenge. Can't wait to find them and get cooking. Vorax seems very excited by the prospect. Alright. Let's forage. We have fixed our morale and shit, so... I might need to force march. It's either that or like veer off into the wasteland here, but veering off into the wasteland kind of sucks because I don't have enough movement. Navigation, scouting base chance. I need to get authority, so I need 6 insight, so we'll save that. They don't like not eating food. But they're gonna have to not eat food. Especially since you didn't find anything when you foraged. Going to Torzag's shelter. We definitely can't get there right now. And then we force march the last step. The travelers give me a 13% tip. Here we have nothing except for wine to sell. And the wine is 50%. Yeah, we make 50%. And now we can buy supplies. Oh, thank Jesus. Thank Jesus. They actually don't have infinite supplies here either. So this is a little scary. 96. That's 8 days. So where should we go? Should we go back up to Devon? Or Devon? And see if we can get the things for the chef boy. And then we try to get the Dark Elf up there. Because I didn't want to do it because I only had 2 characters. I had like 5 brass, meaning money, when we were there. So if we do this, but let's rest before we undertake anything. And the Alchemist. Antidote, poison. Discuss the Alchemist's latest findings. Though the Alchemist is borderline hostile when you try to talk about anything but business, after you imply that great work is done here, a curious glimmer appears in its sunken eyes. Soon the two of you are talking about the mysteries of alchemy, and you have to admit that the Alchemist is a real savant of his profession. You come away with new recipes and insights. Oh, +2 insight. Maybe we can... look for Gravan on Stonecutter Square. Oh, this is the bounty hunting thing. Hmm. Buy some perfume and put it on the undead guy. Visit the Karish markets. They have obsidian. Oh, cheap obsidian. And we're going to Arkan, we're going to Devon. What does obsidian look like there? Obsidian in Devon sells for 9. It's not that good in Arkan. But an entire stack is 10 units. One sells for 9. This is 16. Oh, that's almost double price. Alright, let's buy this. Listen to news and rumors. I don't think we learned anything. Yeah, nothing was useful. I don't want to look for Gravan. I'm just afraid. Wait, was it not here that... Civic District. Gardens of Lavinia. Take a walk in the gardens. Appreciate the many types of rare plants here. Because I got one herblore. There's always something amazing to find here, if you're at least somewhat trained in herblore. Whether it's a rare specimen or useful mutations, it gives you more insight into post-calamity fauna. Time well spent. +1 insight. Okay. I was hoping for a plant, but whatever. Approach the gangs. No, we don't have anything. Let's pick my pockets again. The Dragon's Nest Inn. What's going on here? I read this already, right? Actually, I don't know. The famous Dragon's Nest Inn is close to the traditional border of the market square, and thus in the vicinity of the city gate. Its exterior is not much to look at, a hodgepodge of old buildings leaning together at the foot of a cave wall. A red dragon is painted above the entrance, above which rows upon rows of windows indicate that the rooms are carved into the rock itself. The inside is much more impressive. The skeleton of a huge dragon provides the frame for the common room, with its curling spine and many ribs serving as support for the ceiling and walls, while its immense skull was turned into a bar. The bartender gives out beverages and takes orders through the half-open jaws. The decoration is lavish, but old. Completed with paintings, a collection of silver goblets, vines that run through the dragon bone, and 2 fireplaces that provide a pleasant warmth. The rest of the establishment is beyond and above the common room, carved into the rock. The clientele is quite colorful and lacks the usual local derelicts that most taverns of the world have. Instead, you can see wealthy merchants, Vagri, foreign nobles, fastidious escort girls, emissaries, artists, mercenaries, and travelers of all sorts here. Oh, it's random what you get here, I think. Because I think I've been here before. I don't remember reading this, though, but... Purchase quality boost for your crew. Talk to the down on luck fellow sitting in one of the corners. You vaguely recognize the gaunt man with the shock of grey hair and silvered cuirass. He was at Kernak when you passed through, hailing him and seeing his haunted expression. You ask the fellow what the matter is. They died. All of them, he says, not even looking up from his cup. My combs, we tried to avoid the road tax as you do, and took a little detour to the east. He now looks up and into your eyes, his gaze hollow. Have you heard of the Hollow Crags, friend? We barely entered its confines, but still, the bloody things were upon us like flies on shit. Nobody survived but me, but I can still see their eyes in my sleep. You ask the man if you can do anything for him, but he downs his drink and rises, shaking his head. Nah, but thanks. I've got to talk to the Ashkalites. Even without the bodies, my combs deserve some sort of funeral. Take care, you hear? He leaves, walking out the common room with a sullen expression. Several passengers are looking for a comitatus. The Crimson Gate. There's an odd density of new faces here, according to the bartender. The nest tends to draw travelers, but ever since the earthquake a few weeks ago, a lot of people seem to be displaced in one way or the other. They were turned back by strange storms and insane winds in the north or by morose legionnaires in the south. There's even talk of refugees from the Upper Empire. Upon hearing that you're looking for passengers for your comitatus, a burly dragonkin fellow walks up to you and introduces himself. He is the bodyguard of an emissary of the Rathanak Alliance, a guild of traders and craftsmen from the Dragonlands. The entourage was supposed to travel to the far north, but will in present circumstances go back to their realm in the east. You're only to take them to the Crimson Gate, as they can arrange transportation for themselves easily there, and you would probably not be allowed to enter their country anyways. They would be willing to pay you 8 copper coins now and 5 brass when you arrive. That's not that much. Where the fuck is the Crimson Gate? It's not that far. It's kind of like, it's kind of far. It is kind of far. But it's not that far. I think we would have to really stock up though, because you never know, like, can you buy things there? You know, can I stock up properly to get back? And then we'd have to go to Arkan. But yeah, there's 6 to 8 days of travel for $5, but I think it's worth it just to explore and see what's there. Right now, I don't think we have anything ongoing. No. All right. All right, we're going to the Crimson Gate. The famous Dragon's Nest Inn. Yeah. Purchase quality booze for your crew. This will consume all of your movement points. That's fine. They need to be a little happy. +2 morale. Arena Maximus and Bestiaris Arena. What is this? Easily the largest building of the district, and perhaps the entire city, is the Arena Maximus. The grand fighting circle stands many stories tall where Legio March Avenue and Mersatus Street meet, effectively on the border of the merchant and civic districts. Its circular form is a masterpiece of imperial architecture harkening back to ancient times, and its sands are said to have seen thousands of deaths. You walk up to its immense gate arch. A guard informs you that the arena is closed for the time being, and will only open if there are games going on, either thanks to a worthy sponsor or due to the seasonal festivities. Visit the Bestiaris Arena. The Bestiaris Arena is an old fighting pit walled off from the streets crossing from the civic district to the upper undercity. Prices are lower here, and fighters need not be accepted into the circle of gladiators. All pit fights are against monsters, beasts, and dangerous animals. All of them are messy and are considered very entertaining. Consequently, the place is usually abuzz with a very colorful crowd, as are the watering holes, stalls, and pleasure houses of the block. The stench of animal waste, urine, and sweat is almost unbearable. The arena's owner runs it almost exclusively via slave attendants who swarm the place clad in pale green tunics. Enter the pit fights. Slave attendants explain to you how the arena operates. Fights occur every week, and you can enter by simply paying a fee of a copper coin. Though they check out your combatants first to make sure they can at least put up a fight against the beasts. Your winning depends on the type and number of monsters that week. Okay, I mean, sure, we can try that. But I want to save first, because I don't know what to expect. Where was that? The market? No. The Undercity? No. Civic District? Yeah, Civic District. You pay the entry fee and are led to a preparation chamber with your fighters before the spectators' terrace fills with people. The slave attendants lets you know that the beasts they have for the fight are a small herd of tamed Urg, with a warrior bug leading them. 4 of your fighters can enter the pit against them, the giant insects. You stand to win a silver coin and some change if you defeat them. I only have 3 fighters. The attendants let the Urg into the pit after you give the signal that your fighters are ready. Shying away from the hulking form of the warrior bug, the workers form a defensive line like chitinous soldiers. The large one snaps its scythe-like mandibles and turns towards your fighters threateningly. Oh shit, they're fucking huge, dude! They're massive! I actually don't know what he does. He has a lot of vitality and some armor. He belches a corrosive toxic fluid at a foe. Flee to the back, munching on food to recuperate. Oh, he can heal? Inflammatory insults. Vorax uses colorful insults and bad jokes to aggravate a foe into moving forward and dropping defenses. Dead weight places a destructible object on your side of the field that provides cover. Okay. Weird. Let's start there. Then we kill this small guy first. I think. Block 32, 26, 26. Yeah, let's try killing this guy first. Ah! Oh, you missed. Come on, man. Oh, you have to reload. Let's see. How long does this last? This lasts 2 rounds. So basically I have to use it every time. I can't. He doesn't have time to shoot. I'm not winning this, not even a little bit. They're so much tankier than I am. How much damage does this do? Does it even say? No. Armor piercing. I have 1 armor. He throws a dagger before retreating. Nice miss, bro. And we need to debuff them again. Wait, how does he work? +1 vitality with a 25% chance. +2 power, munching on food to recuperate. Boost skill. Okay, so you can use resourcefulness to make their skill like a higher tier. He is basically dead already. Like, he's not doing anything. Oh! Huge crit! Garrick is out of energy, I believe. So we need to reload. And Vorax is out of power. Vomiting needs 3 power. Now, unfortunately, he's kind of also, like, all of my guys are either backliners or hybrids. This guy is supposed to go back line as well to recover and stuff, but he can't do that. So he needs to just stand there and be a tank. Dude, evasion? Did I even have him on evasion? I don't know. Either way, this is kind of what I expected. My experience with fighting in this game so far is like, every time you do it, you just get absolutely ass blasted. Even if I had 4 guys there, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Like, not even a little bit. It's very, very difficult. But the intention, from what I can understand, is that you're not really supposed to be doing it, so... Do we have any rumors about the Crimson Gate? We do. It's only 2 months old information, though. But that can still be, like... can still make sense. Right now we're at Torzag. Luxury wine. We can do luxury wine. I don't know if they sell that here. Mushroom beer is also really good. We can buy a bunch of wine. Now, before we buy anything, let's check here and see if anyone wants me to go to the Crimson Gate here too. Procure goods, Crimson Gate. But let's rest before we do anything. A renowned craftsman. You overhear people talking about a Calrish fellow who is taking commissions for equipment for Komitati. Apparently the craftsman settled down in Crystal, something quite curious for his kind so touched by wanderlust. Okay. The Crimson Gate. Procure goods. Here we have another Crimson Gate. Alright, so now we're almost full. So let's unmount some guys here. I want 2 more slots. Then we buy... This is a supply run for beer. So that might lose value. But I think we should still buy mushroom beer. And then one more. I want 1 more supply. And I want it to be filled up. I want to get 1 more beast. But we can't do that right now, so... Alright. Let's leave. Your crew finds it nearby when the Comitatus makes a short stop. A pile of stones, and around it arranged in a pattern some carved tokens. There are also small offerings of all kinds placed next to the tiny shrine. There can be no question about it. The sacred place is dedicated to Irophons, Saint of Roads. A seasoned traveler yourself, you're aware that the elusive holy figure may bestow blessings on those who... Anything happening at the crossroads today? No, it's just the tracks. I don't want to do the tracks. They're too scary. Like, because they're tracks, I feel like it's just gonna be like an encounter or something. And then I'm just gonna die. These encounters are too difficult. This shitty terrain. Alright. We're gonna force march here. I try to move so that we can look for food every day. But sometimes there's like bad terrain and then you don't have the 2 movement to do that. But force marching every now and then seems to be just fine, so it's whatever. Now we force march all the way to the gate. The Comitatus arrives before the Cyclopean gates at the top of the steps after a long and arduous ascent. Above it, drakes and dragon riders circle the battlements under cloudy skies, while veritable armies in crimson mail patrol the engineering miracle that is the Dragon Steps. One such detachment approaches you to inspect the Comitatus. Stop and let the soldiers perform the inspection. An inspection follows. You cannot enter the Dragonlands, but even stopping at the gate where you can access the bazaar, the man show, and the Dragonlance officials will cost you some coin in the form of a tax. Alright, sure. The emissary's entourage. Right, yeah, we got some money there for finishing that. Then we have these to turn in, money. And we have things to maybe sell here. Obsidian. Doesn't sell for a whole lot. Luxury wine. Also doesn't really sell. But it is worth a little bit more. But it's like, it's not like Not making a whole lot of money out of this. Mushroom beer is worth a shitload, actually. We should have bought that instead. Alright, we got 74, so we need to buy some supplies here. I think I kind of want to have this, the harness, instead of the awl, or the awnings. Guard animals go in defense, which it would be nicer if they go here, but I don't have a handler. So... Oh, and we can also... Oh, shit. We can fit it now. Because now I can set this guy as my slave driver, which opens up another miscellaneous slot, which means we can put awnings. Oh no. Only certain things go in misc, or... Yeah, okay. Damn, only certain things go in misc. Defense. Okay, you need a Marauder Prime for that. I don't know what this outpost thing means. If that's... I guess it's like... Because it feels like that would be like a specific slot, but I guess it only means that this only works at an outpost. That's really all it means. Or something. No, it's not. That's not true either. It just has like stuff that happens on the outpost. That's it, I think. We can buy perimeter alarms just because they fit in the miscellaneous slot. The Rathanak Alliance headquarters. So now we're going to Alum. But we're going to... The idea is going to Arkan, and then Devon, and then we'll see. Oh, this was where we died. In the pre-story. This is where you die. Avernum is over here. Iron Sea. Harkpolis, the Crimson Desert. Wow. Zarin City. Lyrina. This is where we can't go past. Twin Towers. Great Eastern Desert. Voralkorna. There's quite a lot of places to go. And there's a couple of DLCs as well that add more areas, I think. It's a little, you know, yeah, maybe we should go up here, right? But I mean, maybe if there are some things here to go to Salem. Restock. There's one for Salem here. $20 timber. Defend. Encounter 109. Oh, that's pretty bad. Jesus. Defend for House Venari. Encounter difficulty 121. Faction opponent House Ockwall. Conquer for House Darius. I don't know anything about the houses, so I don't really know which ones I want to align with. So right now I feel like we're just doing like cargo stuff. And no fighting. But yeah, let's go to Salem just to see what the hell is there. Alright. So, let's see. You can buy timber here. We're at Crimson Gate. Do we have any rumors for Salem? No. But, I mean, the fact that timber... that we're shipping timber probably means the timber is worth buying. I think that's a good gamble. So let's do that. The command post. You can go to them with official business. Standing in the long shadow of the massive crimson fortress that guards the southwestern passage into the Dragonlands makes one feel tiny and insignificant. Drake riders circle in the sky while soldiers clad in red dragon steel patrol the gigantic stairway that travelers must ascend to be able to petition the Dragon Lords. The tremendous might and majesty of the Dragonlands is perhaps nowhere as apparent as it is beneath the Crimson Gate. Most of the command post that belongs to the dragon armies, specifically to the Red Dragon Guard, is off limits to civilians, but a hall is open for anyone who wishes to do business with the guard. After waiting in line, you stand before an elderly but formidable-looking woman in the signature crimson dragon steel plate armor of an officer. Her right leg is missing from the knee and is substituted with a peg leg cast of bronze. "I'm listening," she says. Ask what one needs for permission to enter the Dragonlands. I'm afraid that is not something we are handing out right now. Recent activities of the Zerrin Empire, activities involving marauding and espionage, as well as hostile arcane phenomenon concerning the winds, convinced the Dragon Lords to ban entry for all but those hailing from our land. She adds a moment later in a less strict voice. These things never last for long, traveler, so sooner or later you'll be able to visit the fair and mighty Dragonlands. Ask her if all other ways into the Dragonlands are closed off. Generally, yes, the officer confirms. The pass to the north has been sealed for centuries, and only the dragon armies can use them, should the need arise. I would therefore advise you not to approach the ravines there. As for the Sapphire Pass in the north of our land, similar orders were issued to its garrison, the Blue Dragon Guard, as they were to us. Let no Imperial traffic in until the ban is lifted. Needless to say that I don't recommend you circumvent the lands to try to enter from the east. That would be suicide. Your only viable course of entry is from the south, through the free cities. But how you'd reach those shores? I don't think you can. Not with a Comitatus in tow, at least. Ask her about the Ratharnic Alliance. We used to have the representatives of the Alliance here at the gate, but that is no longer the case, the officer rubs her chin. But you can find them to the north, at the mining town in the heart of the Hills of Plenty. You ask her about the Alliance's interests and agenda. They are traders and expansionists at heart, in that they take after their masters, the Dragon Lords Argodor of the Green Brood, and Herkenrath of the Bronze Brood. Admittedly, there is talk at this very garrison about the Rathernaks stirring up trouble abroad, but I tend to disregard this sort of gossip, at least until I see proof of the contrary. One thing is for sure, the Alliance is deeply entrenched in the ore mines around the hills, and also has some interest in salt harvesting further north. I'll send a formal message to the representatives there to let them know about your trade inquiries. Plus 10 Rathanak Alliance. Sell information the dragon armies might be interested in. Oh, we don't have anything. Inquire about the areas patrolled by the dragon armies. Our forces are tasked with patrolling the Great Wall all along the Dragon Steps and the fortifications of the Crimson Gate, but our duties were extended to aid the border guard in protecting our citizens along the roads to the north, since the Hills of Plenty belong to the Dragonlands. This was a crazy sentence. There's not a single comma in here. Okay. This whole sentence. Our forces are tasked with patrolling the Great Wall all along the Dragon Steps and the fortifications of the Crimson Gate, but our duties were extended to aid the border guard in protecting our citizens along the roads to the north, since the Hills of Plenty belong to the Dragonlands. That was the sentence. Holy shit. Like, I have a huge issue with writing sentences that are too long myself, but like, this is insane. Like, at least add a comma or two or something. Like, that's a comma for sure. Comma. Yeah. Holy moly. Other contingents of the Dragon Guard patrol areas as far as Salem, but we from the Red Brood rarely go that far. You mentioned that the road to the west is experiencing a lot of traffic. Some of it is military. That is true, the officer nods casually. The Wind Belt and the Windway are crucial to trade activities in the region, especially in these tumultuous times, and so the Guard does indeed escort certain persons of interest, including trading comitati of the Dragon Lords. Alright. We go for Salem. After we rest. Oh, we got some more timber in here. But this is expensive. Holy shit, this is not worth buying. In fact, the price went up so much I could like sell back for a profit right now. Dragon steel scraps. Mines of Plenty. Let's force march to the Mines of Plenty. The Comitatus arrives at the foot of the main hill upon which the settlement called the Mines of Plenty is found, after having passed rows upon rows of dwellings already. Above you, drakes and dragon riders circle the cloudless skies, watching over the working crews out among the ravines. A detachment of armored soldiers in various Dragonlance colors approach you. Stop and let the soldiers perform their inspections. An inspection follows. You may be far from the Dragonlands, but even entering their holding here, where you can access markets, the Manshow and the Dragonlands will cost you some coin in the form of tax. Alright. Damn! You can sell the timber here already. But how much timber is not mine? I think it's only 2 timber that's not mine. Salem's truth. The town might not be what it seems. A dark rumor is abounding about the town of Salem. It states that the town's salt production is stunted compared to the presence of the Dragon Lord's trading houses, and therefore all of it is a charade to hide something. People in the know whisper that those speaking of this in Salem disappear quickly. Oh, shit. Algoros work camp. What is that? It's above here somewhere? The Vortex. News refreshed, Minds of Plenty. The Rathernack Emporium. The echoes of falling pickaxes and back-breaking labor permeate the small mining settlement beneath the great cliffs that separate the Empire and the Dragonlands. Still, the distinct stench of reptiles is strong here, and the quarries, overseen by the Rathernack Alliance and the Dragon armies, supply the treasuries and furnaces of the Dragon Lords. Such an abundance of ore in the metal-starved world is a lure few can resist. The Rathernack Emporium. The Emporium of the Rathernack Alliance is in a large building complex in the midst of the settlement's sprawling bazaar. You pass through the crowd and noise and smell of the market, and enter the sandstone villa's cooling shades under the green and orange canopy of awnings. The trading house offers a lot of services for those they are on friendly terms with. Browse their special goods. Dragonbone. Okay, so you can buy dragon steel scraps here. I want to sell that though, bro. Bronze statuette. We might be able to purchase something else. Have them reinforce your cartwheels with iron. I think this is good as fuck. But okay, it's instant here. Okay, good. I think that was good as hell. Medical supplies, mining equipment. No, I don't want the mining equipment. Rare and valuable jewelry, though. 95% of the local price. That's gotta be worth it. We'll be able to sell that somewhere. Eventually. But yeah, so... that means I now have wheels, which means I have to delete one of these. We'll just do the perimeter. Right? Because... oh, it increases March. Oh, it's not as good as I thought. But it does allow us to march more. Because I can move more than twice as far now if I choose to. And I think that's good because I think you get like the same penalty for marching no matter how far you march. So if you're gonna march, I feel like you march max. So it might be good to have that like that. I don't know though. That's how I feel about that. Is iron and stuff cheap here? Yes. We could buy iron here for cheap and sell it for extremely high amounts of money. But this is Karnak. It sucks to go back to Karnak. But we could buy it and go to Arkan and sell it. It would still be a lot of profit. Silver even more so. But for now, I think we're not going to buy anything. We're going to go up to the town up there and see if we find anything there. Visit the Hungry Miner. The Hungry Miner is the biggest building in the small industrial settlement at the Mines of Plenty. The ground floor is an enormous hall with dozens of stone pillars holding up the dirty ceiling. There is always a big bustle here. It is a place for trading, eating, talking, and having a pipe of bogweed. Actually, less than a quarter of the space is for tables and chairs available for the eponymous Hungry Miners. The larger part is a trading shop, and tables are reserved with flags and guild signs. The prattle of haggling does not ever abate. There is a continuously simmering cauldron on the fireplace, a very thick, oily, reddish soup where mushroom bread is on the menu. The name of the meal sometimes changes, but the color remains the same. Ask the staff about the town. The young maid you ask is helpful, although quite terse. It's a prospector's town, my good man. We have all kinds of trade, but what you can get here and not anywhere else is metals. The Dragon Guard and the Rathanak Alliance tend to the area. The men in metal armor with the dragon decoration keep an enduring peace. You would be mad to vex them. If you want to dig, you surely can. You will need a permit from the Emicicus. Emicicius? Something like that? From the Emicicius. She works in a simple building, accessible from the main square. If you want to get successful, you probably should hire someone who is good at prospecting. You will find all kinds of fellows for that in this hall. If you want to try any other job, then you should be a good friend of the Rathanak Alliance. The representative also resides here in town in their very own compound. Yes, sir. Oh, and should you go out there, be careful with the bastards from Valarius, eh? Those white demons are only interested in stabbing you in the back and taking your valuables, they say. Good luck and die fast, as they say around here. It's a form of well-wishing, you see. In the mine, after a slide, you're liable to die slow. That is never appealing. Die fast and you suffer less, they say. Thank you, and you die fast too. The maid smiles kindly. Ask for help in prospecting. I don't want to do that. Nah, no. Leave the Hungry Miner. The Rathanak Compound. The Rathanak Compound is a cluster of stone buildings around a central plaza, walled off from the rest of the mining settlement, adored with green and bronze banners swaying lazily in the hot breeze. A single squat tower stands at the far end from when you enter. Apart from the huge bronze dragon statue on its battlements up top, it looks fairly unassuming, but a guide informs you that the Alliance's local leadership oversees all operations from there. The office of the Emicius is a common-looking one. It's a common-looking one-floor building, opening up just off the central plaza. The sign over the door, a pickaxe and a shovel crossed, is made of slate and painted in the colors of the Rathanak Alliance. The guide explains the reason for using an imperial word for the official. This way, the many hopeful prospectors of the Empire will understand who to go to for mining permits. Sell information to the Rathanak Alliance. I don't have any information. Enter the offices of the Emicius. The single floor of the building is one big room. It is mostly used for storage. All kinds of mining equipment cover the walls, and the majority of the floor, from huge pickaxes to shovels, hammers and barrows. In the corner or under the window, a tall, lean woman is sitting at a desk, writing frantically. There is a jumble of papers on and around the desk with signs and letters in many colors painted on a board behind the woman. It looks complicated. The woman looks up. Greetings, Vagrus. What do you require from the Emicius of this Specie Copi. You have inquiries. Ask about this place and what it is here for. The woman nods. Certainly. I am Eilid, and I serve as the Emesius of this area. I oversee the mining operations and make sure that the Dragon Lords and the Alliance receive their fair due of their precious ore mined here. You can get mining rights from me. For people who are not citizens of the Dragonlands, these are given out generally 3 days at a time. Possessing mining rights means you can go out to the Hills of Plenty and a guide in each publicly licensed region can assign you a site where you can mine as much as you want in the given time. There is no guarantee of success, however. Rather, your knowledge of prospecting, the richness of the sites, and your workforce's effectiveness will determine the amount of ore you can acquire. Eilid continues after your acknowledgement. The Hills of Plenty has been a peaceful area in recent memory, so we do not expect any raiding activity. And I would advise against trying to mine without asking for rights beforehand. Apart from the Alliance's mercenaries, the armies of the Dragon Lords also patrol the hills to protect Rathanak interests and crack down on any unlicensed digging they come across. They will confiscate all the ore and give out a hefty fine. You can ask for help or further advice around town. There are all kinds of people there, and some of them might be happy to work for you. The price for the rights for 3 days is 10 silver brass. Most people find more than enough metal to come up profitable, but once again, this is your enterprise. Now, would you like to purchase a permit? No. No. Alright, that's all there is here. The question is... I don't feel like there's anything here worth buying to take up north without knowing anything about it. So we just rest here and then we keep going, I suppose. Compliant? Well, let's get some more compliance from you, slaves. Actually fairly profitable here. 0 to 8. Failed. Come on, I lost 2 vigor. You bastard. I have 5 insight. I feel like I should level up my guys to 3 first before I do anything else. So let's do that. Garrick. Engineering 2 gives me gas bomb 2. Savage runes, I don't know what the fuck that does. Durable spells. Hello, Regulite. What are they talking about? Yeah, I don't know. What is this game? This is like Bannerlord, except with actual writing in the game and no retarded combat. Well, the combat is still a little retarded, but it's not like, you know, it's not Bannerlord. You basically play as a traveling merchant slash mercenary band, and you go and do whatever the fuck you want. And you get characters and party members and stuff. But pistol shot, dexterous 3, perceptive 3. No, dexterous 2, perceptive 3. There's no way I can do all of that in one go, no. So that means we level up gas bomb. Less fighty fieldy, more party management. More like not starving to death. It has like JRPG combat, and it also has like a very simple group combat thing that's more just like percentages and stuff. I don't really know what to do with the rest of his stuff here. Smuggler. A vitality, initiative, evade. Persistent. Tough. Can you free the slaves? Yes, you can. It gives them... Yeah, you gain obedience and you gain a worker if you free the slaves. So gas bomb needs dexterous 2 and engineering 3. Well, I guess we'll just get that then. And then we'll see. Has decent prospecting. Survival, foraging. Con is maxed. Savvy. Pistol shot needs perceptive. Your magical skill effects last 1 additional turn. I don't know what that means. Salvaged rune is the only thing he has. But it's like a random rune. This does random effect. I don't know if I want random effect. But here, dexterous, perceptive. He could get vitality and evade there. I don't know. I think I'm just going to save 2 proficiency points on him. And we'll just be happy with that. Ogros work camp. I feel like it's... I don't feel like I want to go there. Because we're going up here, right? But apparently there's like a work camp here, but I can't tell how you get there. So I don't really want to do it because this... This doesn't even make up for the day to go there. This is so little. All right. Well, we're done here then. I think. Arken, Torzog's shelter. Yeah. So let's go to Salem. Is the reason not to buy evals to set them free as cheaper to buy workers? Oh, you mean slaves? It's probably not cheaper. Is what I would assume. A slave might actually be more expensive to buy than a worker. I'm not sure. I didn't check the prices. Oh, we can hunt here. Can you really not say slaves on YouTube? Hmm. Alright, now we can go all the way to Salem in one pop. Slave? It worked. The Comitatus arrives at a gate in the low walls surrounding Salem's inner district after having passed rows upon rows of dwellings. Above you, drakes and dragon riders circle the cloudless skies, watching over the working crews out on the flats of the Salt Lake bed. A detachment of armored soldiers in various Dragonlance colors approach you. Stop and let the soldiers perform their investigation. Yeah. Pay the tax. Right, so we're bringing timber here, turning that in. Actually didn't affect the timber price at all. But yeah, here a slave actually costs 8, let's call it silver. It costs 8 silver and a worker costs 3 copper. So slaves are just way more expensive, but they don't get paid, so. A sickness emerges. It affects salt miners. Something's going on here. But I'm scared. Do I really want to fuck with that? The rumor about a sickness that plagues the town's many salt miners circulates in Salem. Those falling ill feel a weakness get a hold of them, then soon start to vomit. There are whispers of miners dying. Whatever it is, they seem to have contracted it outside of town. Oh. So is salt actually at a good price here, or they only have 10 salt? And yeah, they said that it was. It sells for 1.5, and you can buy it for 1.2 here. Just so the price is, it's actually like okay, but it's not good either. Yeah, let's rest. Beaten incessantly by the scorching rays of the cruel sun, quiet Salem is sitting at the southernmost point of desolate Brine and Mere, a once beautiful inner sea. Its clusters of sandstone buildings are home to a handful of factions from the nearby Dragonlands, and the terraces beyond the town are fabled to be rich in salt beyond compare, and yet the region's masters have been reluctant to tap into that magnificent wealth. Colorful awnings provide shade, and beneath them, deals for the coveted white powder are struck with great fervor. Beyond the low walls, the blindingly white flats stretch to the northern horizon, a promise of a bright future for some, the looming threat of an agonizing death to others. Explore the town. Salem's streets and plazas are bustling with activity during most hours of the day. Tiny shops and rickety stalls beneath colorful awnings peddle all kinds of goods. Chief among them is salt. One can find all sorts of things only by looking. You witness the arrival of a small group of salt miners who look worse for wear. They enter via the north walkways, leaning on each other, clearly sick. Whatever ails them seems quite serious, and people give them a wide berth. It's a little difficult because I'm trying to play like someone who isn't really that involved, but I feel like when you do that, it's hard to really get anything like to deal with anything. I'm gonna talk to the miners, and perhaps try to help them. Against your better judgment, you approach the sickly miners, albeit carefully, and ask them what happened. They recount having worked north of Salem, somewhat close to the stagnant pools of Brine Mere. One of theirs started to become weak and then vomited incessantly, eventually developing creeping boils all over him, then succumbing to the sickness. Others started to fall ill soon afterward, so the brigade began the arduous journey back to town. Only 7 of them made it, almost all sick now. They lost over a dozen of their comrades. They're now trying to get help in town, in desperation. I don't have healer 3. We cannot heal them. A sickness emerges. The sprawling walled compound that forms Covenant House is bedecked with the light blue banners of the Scythicnis Covenant, flapping lazily in the hot desert breeze. Azure awnings cover most lanes and paths between houses, while the occasional small garden breaks the monotony of sandstone and blue cloth. Many of the walls are decorated with strange glowing glyphs. Whoever wishes to do business with the Covenant has to come here. Browse their special goods. Dragonbone. Ancient stone tablets. Arcane texts. I'll buy some of this shit. I'll buy an arcane text. You never know when you need an arcane text. Sell information to the Scythicnis Covenant. We don't have any info. Allow you to mine salt in the basin. I don't want permits. Lakeview Square. The largest and most crowded part of town is a spacious plaza called Lakeview Square. There is no lake to see anymore, but one can imagine its azure expanse, where the salt flats just below Salem stretch to the horizon. Merchants fan themselves lazily under the awnings above their stalls, while locals and travelers alike idle in the shade of buildings. Several prominent buildings surround the square. Visit the Ratharnak Outpost. Upon entering the Ratharnak Outpost, a small cluster of sandstone buildings bedecked with their bronze and green banners, you're taken by a handful of armed agents to meet their leader, the Chief Agent Welgan. He welcomes you to his office and offers you a place to sit at his desk. The agent is a well-built, square-jawed man without any visible draconic features. The robes he is wearing look comfortable and practical, bearing their Ratharnak bronze and green colors. "Welcome, Vagrus. Welcome indeed," he says once you have taken your seat. "This is our humble outpost, such as it is. The Alliance has been present here since the beginning, but due to the consensus with our sisters and brethren in the Scythicnis Covenant, we have remained less active in our pursuits regarding Salem. You discuss their venture briefly, which seems to be centered around getting salt despite all the difficulties involved with it. Of course, we would be very grateful if you could help out with that. The Scythicness sells salt mining licenses to independents like yourself. The clerks there tend to make it difficult, but just tell them that you were sent there by yours truly. I have a good relationship with the staff, and half of them owe me a favor. Bring any salt you have harvested here. I can promise you a good price, and as for businesses, we're always here for you until your standing with the Ratharnic Alliance is adequate. Welgan rises and you do too, then shake his hand. Don't be a stranger, Vagrus. He calls after you as you leave his office. Drop by for a drink any time. You're free to roam the outpost from now on. The cool dark chambers of the Ratharnic outpost echo with the footfalls of busy agents. The stink of reptiles puts you on edge, yet you are welcome here by the Alliance. Accept an invitation for a drink from Chief Agent Welgan. Chief Agent Welgan welcomes you with a grin and pours you a drink of your choosing. He prefers spicy grunak, a type of strong spirits from Fenmarch. You sit down and converse about your travels, the Empire, trade prices, mercenary work, and a lot of other things. Welgan is well-mannered and assertive. This is also a good opportunity to question him on matters of interest. Ask Welgan about the Ratharnic presence in Salem. It's a curious matter, you know, he says absent-mindedly. How it all turned out for the Alliance. You see, we were the first to seal the deal with the Imperials here when the realization of this location's worth hit some time after the war. The Scythicness Covenant, along with the Ratharnic Alliance, reached for this opportunity in unison. But the salt was quite difficult to get to. You may have heard how notoriously troublesome it is to mine the bloody thing. Now the Imperials have the right idea, using involuntary labor. Criminals, prisoners of war, you know. We have those too, but the Dragon Lords forbade their usage, and the Alliance was cast in a bad light for proposing such a thing. So it was that Salem stayed a backwater, a thing of no consequence for hundreds of years. Our blue and opal kin overtook operations, and a little salt trickled in from their underused fields. That was until a couple of years ago. Their yield quadrupled in a mere month's time. Naturally, our own leaders became interested in the place again. Perhaps the Scythicness found a new way of mining, a new technology to make harvesting safer. Did they finally lower themselves for profits and are secretly using slaves? Surely not. But something did happen, and we wanted to find out what. You ask them if they have succeeded, to which he smiles bitterly. Not yet, but leadership thinks we can still figure it out. Our own operation is practically non-existent despite how much of the fields we own. But we can't give up and leave, can we? Ask about the rumor concerning Salem's secret. Ah, so you've heard about the conspiracy theory. Welgan leans back in his chair and folds his fingers. Of course, it would not be such a popular one had our Scythicness kin not given people all kinds of reason to be suspicious. I am merely commenting on this as a private person, so don't quote me on this, but something is amiss here. Why else would the Covenant's salt production become much better in the last few years? They must have hit gold somehow, and they are keeping it a secret, the clever buggers. I don't blame them. But should anyone, well, happen upon the truth, the Ratharnic would be most, and I mean most, grateful for being told. Okay. How am I supposed to find that out? Buy something from the Ratharnic. Survival kit. What is a survival kit? Oh, it just gives +1 survival. Okay. Trapping kit. Buy some beast lures. Ashgolite charms. Can be used to lure away undead. Buy some reclaimed masks imbued with herbs. These protect salt miners from becoming parched. What? I don't want to be a miner. I don't want to do that. Visit the Salt Shaker Inn. Folks at the Salt Shaker are a loud bunch, enjoying a couple of drinks in the company of others in the cool, twilight common room of the inn. A lot of travelers lodge here instead of an overcrowded man-show. Buy a glass of the house's specialty, a smooth rosé from the Dragonlance. The rosé is very fruity, perhaps a tad on the tart side. You're told that it is from the southern Dragonlance, where the Green Brood is experimenting with winemaking, an art that was thought lost but was in effect brought over by the original Imperial settlers, who joined the Dragonlance. It is good enough for you to enjoy its cool flavor immensely. You feel uncannily refreshed afterwards. Yeah, that's what I was expecting, plus 1 XP. Buy some rounds, see what news are circulating. It works, of course. You hear some news you could pass on later. News refreshed Torzog's shelter. Well, okay. Buy a round of quality booze, you deserve it. Now talk to the salt miners who frequent this establishment at all times. The salt miners who frequent the Shaker are a hardy, loud, but fairly jolly bunch in spite of being condemned to a life of back-breaking labor that can easily kill them in the long run. Paying for a couple of rounds always loosens their tongue. Ask them about the rumors of clandestine activities around Salem. The miners fall silent when you mention the rumors about some shady activity behind the salt production. Then they exchange shifty looks. It is evident that they are reluctant to talk about this. But you are fine company, they say. And you were kind enough to buy them a couple of drinks, so eventually they relent. One old-timer with a shaggy beard, a haggard leather hat, and only 3 crooked teeth vows to have heard a great unholy beast twist and turn beneath the salt flats to the north. It's asleep, he claims, but will soon wake and swallow Salem whole. The others laugh at him and point out he must have been boozed up just like his old fellows who died years ago in an accident. The man curses them and then seeks solace in his mug. A burly tainted lass who coughs almost constantly butts in, saying she ran into a group of Sithiknis dragon riders a couple of weeks ago in the dead of night. Judging from their demeanor, the elite soldiers were not comfortable with anyone knowing about their presence. She believes that they considered killing her and her brigade. Others claim that this is nonsense. The woman remembers seeing odd arcane devices on the dragon riders, but the naysayers shut her up before she could elaborate. They all seem to agree, however, that something is not right about how the Covenant deals with licenses and neglects amazing prospects. The trading house's clerks seem to make it very difficult to obtain permits to mine, which would make sense if they had the means and willingness to harvest salt themselves, but apparently things are quite the opposite. You can tell that most miners smell something shady about what's going on, but are afraid to speak about it. Ask them about the rumors of sickness among miners. The miners at your table murmur and grumble. They clearly do not want to talk about any sickness. You decide against pushing the issue and are about to go back to the bar when a broad-shouldered Daj Mahan from a corner table calls to you and invites you to sit with him. When you do, he tells you a story about his last outing on the flats. It all went splendidly until one from his brigade started to become very ill. Not the coughs and water madness you see typically either. This was something else. Vomits, shaking, and some kind of boils or burns on the skin. The man also said he had an ache in his head, but we all do for lack of water sooner or later. But then it spread to the others. They felt sick and only half of the 2 dozen returned here. I was spared, but I saw it turn ugly. You ask the miner how his former comrades could have contracted the sickness. I don't believe it's the salt like the others. He kisses a small charm at his neck. But the fellow who came down first was known to wander far north, pushing the limits. Before you leave his company, he also says that many other such cases occurred in the last few months, but few miners talk about it because they fear it would cause the sickness to spread to them. Okay. Hire someone to help out with mining. Cordan. I don't want to go mining. Covenant House. Purchase permits that allow you to mine salt in the basin to the north. You manage to find the low sandstone building that houses the office where you are supposed to purchase a permit. It is fairly well tucked away at the back of the complex, and no sign points to it or is displayed on its facade. Entering through the low door leads into a dark room where one is supposed to wait in line, but nobody is here. The only corridor is hidden behind a pair of curtains. A sign next to it reads, "Come back later. We are busy." You eavesdrop briefly, only to hear several voices, apparently laughing at bawdy jokes and gossiping about colleagues. Wait a while, hoping the sign is taken down. You wait and wait, but nothing happens. The laughter and chatter from behind the curtains never abate. Are they working in there? It's been over an hour of waiting. Barge in despite what the sign says. You part the curtains and walk down the corridor. The room at the end is lit by candles, and the little light that enters through the slit windows. Half a dozen clerks sit at tables, who now look at you with a mixture of surprise and indignance. You tell them that you're here to buy a salt mining permit, and you haven't got all day, so you neglected the sign. The clerks pull faces, and most of them turn back to stacks of papers in front of them. The exception is an older woman in purple robes, who turns to you with a fake smile and tells you that the sign outside is a mistake, but that she cannot give you a permit. What follows is a complex, headache-inducing rundown of several interconnected sets of laws and rules. It's supposed to explain why they cannot sell permits. Currently, it may change. They do not know when. Your frustration rises as the argument continues. More and more clerks butt in, and somehow you feel that they have no intention of solving this problem for you. You tell them that Chief Agent Welgan sent you here. The clerks become friendly right away. At length, it turns out that you can, in fact, purchase permits. The clerk lady in the purple robe stamps a document with your signature, then explains that from now on you can buy tokens that are then turned in at the site for each day of harvesting. You take a look at your options. It's really expensive. Do we go salt mining? I don't really want to, but I mean, I guess we can try it. And what I'm worried about is, like, if there's a sickness, I'm just gonna die. Right? Buy 3 tokens. A deal is struck. You're then to go out into Brine Mere and look for overseers who collect these tokens and designate your worksite. If you start mining without doing this, you will be fined and your salt will be confiscated. More distant areas of the basin are out of the control of the Sithicnis Covenant, so you may not need to pay tokens there. Depending on the area, sites cost between 2 and 5 tokens per day. 5? Holy shit. Okay. Mining equipment is expensive as all hell. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's worth it, because I only want to try this to see if we can, like, figure something out here. Don't really know what to expect here. Conquer for Ratharnic Alliance. Near Mines of Plenty. Near Mines of Plenty. Devon. A shipment of slave for Algoros work camp. And that's just like here. Okay. Well, if we take that, let's save. And then we'll see what happens here. But yeah. Where's Sunrock? It's the other side of the universe. Let's get these workers. And then we exit. Right? Then the crew to prospect it in exchange for... Okay, no. So... There's a work thing over there. Okay. There's the work camp. So, do we go up here? I think so. Looks like that makes sense. Perhaps. Oops. I did not mean to move. And since we moved, we finished moving. Well, what just happened? The winds out here in the wasteland are getting more and more erratic. Not even the most seasoned travelers are used to such anomalies. You and your combs are certain that you can hear voices on the wind, becoming ever louder and more disturbing, yet still not amounting to more than loathsome whispers. The Comitatus trudges along endless rows of slave pens, ramshackle cottages, and fences as it makes its way towards the center of this enormous encampment. Most slaves are so haggard that they do not even raise their eyes to look at your line of crew and beasts. Slave handlers and guards look cruel and bored in equal measure. One such fellow hails you as the Comitatus arrives at the large open space at the foot of the tall tower at the center. I'm to take you to the Overseer, Vagrus. Standard protocol. You must come with me. Order the Comitatus to stay here while you accompany the fellow to the Overseer. You expect to be taken to the large barracks right beneath the tower, but to your surprise, the guard escorts you to a smaller building several hundred feet away. As you enter, you realize that it is a slave brothel that houses the offices of the Overseer on its top floor. You ascend the stairs and arrive at a door at the end of a corridor. The guard tells you to wait, knocks, steps in, murmurs something, then steps out, and you can hear a hoarse voice call out, "Come inside, I haven't got all day." The office looks quite simplistic, with a single table, some chairs, and an archway leading out to a balcony. A tall, lean man is standing inside, his elongated face framed by fleshy growths, a mark of the taint. His tunic is surprisingly ragged for an official, but the bronze medal at his throat singles him out as a military governor. "And what do I owe this distinct honor?" he asks you slightly mockingly. It is a rare boon indeed to entertain distinguished guests at this remote outpost. In other words, what is a well-traveled entrepreneur like you doing in a fucking shithole like this? You tell the overseer that you're here on business, looking for what the camp can offer. Well then, he bows his head, opens a drawer, produces 2 glasses and a bottle of booze, pours to both of you and hands you your drink. He downs his without waiting for you and proceeds to pour another one. Welcome to fucking Vagrus. He sits down and offers you a chair at the table. Don't let the fact that this is a prison colony fool you. We've got your needs covered, Vagrus, and the certainly voracious appetites of your crew, too. The girls and boys here in this very building are clean and well groomed as they come, although I recommend you follow the guidance of the chief whore when you take your pick, because most of the stock serves the guards regularly, and those might be less clean and well groomed. The overseer downs another drink and pours again. We have supplies to spare, of course, and of course salt. Enough fucking salt for you to load up your comitatus and then some. I suggest you settle in and return to this office if you're in the mood for special business talk. For the supplies and salt go to my clerk, though. I can't be arsed to bother with that crap. He leans back and studies you for a few moments before pointing at the door. Go on, you're free to leave, my good Vagrus, or we can chat if that is your heart's desire. I have nothing urgent right now. Ask the overseer to talk about himself. Oh, there's so much text! He really likes talking about himself. The overseer pretends to be surprised. By the gods below and the emperor's golden cock, what an auspicious day this has turned out to be. A humble but hard-working imperial officer like yours truly has become the subject of inquiry by an esteemed and industrious traveler, a champion of the people, a conqueror of the wasteland no less. The sheer fucking glory is about to overwhelm this poor soul. He lets out a dry chuckle. I jest, my good Vagrus. Do not think less of me for it. I am largely unaccustomed to any such scrutiny, but I'm sure it was meant well. He pours a drink for you and leans back, crossing his arms. Now, there is really only a handful of things one needs to know about me. I'm sure that you've already figured out the most important one. I run this fucking place, courtesy of the Holy Blessed, intricate imperial bureaucracy itself. But make no mistake, my dear Vagrus, this is exile, of the cruelest sort, I like to think. Those cocksuckers have dreamed up this punishment for my transgressions back at the capital, and their cunning in such matters knows no bounds. A humble but hard-working fellow such as I, with a penchant for the cerebral and the occasional carnal pleasures as well as material gains, is all but locked up in Tartarus for a place of such remote location. I'm sure you can understand. The overseer smiles knowingly at you and plays with his glass as he goes on. And yet I may still have connections abroad, as well as the aforementioned penchant for the cerebral, and the occasional carnal pleasures, as well as material gains. You might find that I can make things happen, back in the big cities, through channels of my own. Things that you cannot achieve by your lonesome. I would be delighted to do business. Okay. Ask him about the vortex. That fucking thing. The overseer looks out to the balcony, beyond which the vast whirling tempest spans the horizon. If you wish to be enlightened as to who put the pesky little cloud there and why, I can't help you. I am as much in the dark on the whole matter as everyone else. Curious about what could be inside? Want to take a peek? Be my guest. But leave everything of value here beforehand, for safekeeping, just to be sure. The overseer's devilish smile betrays his jest. In all seriousness, though, I know what most others know regarding the matter. It is called the vortex. It does not seem to move. Well, it hasn't budged since my posting here in this fucking place, I can assure you. It makes an ungodly clamor from time to time, and oft a piece of it tears off and wreaks havoc in its wake in the general direction it moves. The camp has been hit a few times, collapsing the less sturdy buildings, so you might wonder why they built it here in the first place. In essence, my good Vagrus, the salt is your answer. In relation to that powdered delight, the lives of a handful of ragged slaves, or even that of a hard-working overseer, are worthless, unfortunately. Ask him about the salt. Oh my god, he loves to talk. Ah, the bounty of this province, the white gold that can make even the shittiest food taste, well, less shitty. The overseer tells you in a somewhat lecturing manner. Nowhere has salt been mined so extensively throughout the glorious history of our great empire than here. Except, of course, this they won't tell you, the Algoros work camp, or more precisely its predecessor outpost, was not a very profitable enterprise. Yields were middling to shit, and the fucking salt was killing the fucking miners. Here is very different from the other lake bed to the west, where supposedly everyone strikes rich after a couple of swings with a pickaxe, and they bathe in salt if so they wish. Or they would if the fucking dragon people cared, but apparently they don't. At any rate, that's a whole different story, and I'm sure you've been bored to half-death by it already. You ask the overseer if it's possible for you to set up your own operation here. Perhaps licensing mining rights. Unfortunately, my good Vagrus, no. The shitheads back home decided a few hundred years ago that in order to make all this salty endeavor remotely profitable, they would exclusively apply slave labor here, so the camp was set up to be a prison and by extension a mining operation. Two birds with one stone, they say. And this fucking stone has become somewhat of an earner in the present scenario, I can tell you. Not for me, of course, nor for any of the thousands of unfortunates, criminals, prisoners of war, or political captives we have here. Do not steal any of the fucking salt if you do not wish to end up among them, Vagrus. Though I only care about the places we currently harvest at, so feel free to scrape together what little you can out there way south of us. Okay, ask him if he needs anything. Ah, yes. I might have hinted at certain needs, have I not? The overseer offers a smile, rubs his chin thoughtfully, then goes on. You might have heard about a white powder that is not unlike salt in appearance, but altogether different in nature and application. Even though I must admit that the principle of improving one's life might be something of a little parallel between the two, and although I have been loath to even look at one of these two powders, I am admittedly more than attracted to the other one, if you follow my drift, my good Vagrus. There is an awkward silence for a few moments. Then you ask the overseer if he is speaking about moon dust. Of course I am, my good Vagrus. What else would I be on about? Really, sometimes you're very dull. But that is beside the point, which is that if you bring me my beloved powder, I can give you something that is in abundance here. No, not salt. That is not mine to give. Slaves, on the other hand. He shrugs and smiles. Go look around the camp, then come back here if you have some on you. Alright, he wants cocaine, so we can become a cocaine merchant. Make some money. Sell some hides. Do I have 7 hides? No, I have... what? I have 1 hide. Obsidian is in demand here. Perfect. I actually need money to survive here. Perfect. Then we buy some supplies. And then we're all out of money again. No, not quite, but... everything is in demand here. Everything. Obsidian, bone, mushroom beer, mushrooms, wine. Dragon steel is not in demand. Mining equipment. It costs 12, dude. 12. I don't feel like I can justify it right now. Salt miners on leave want to go to Lumen. Hello, Spider Pig. What's this game about? It's like a merchant slash mercenary simulator with a lot of RPG elements and storylines and stuff like that and characters. Abduct for House Venari near Algoros work camp. Wait, is this not Algoros work camp? Oh, that's no, this is Algoros work camp. The stench of sweat and excrement hangs heavy in the air among the thousands of hovels that make up the Algoros work camp. Half-starved and thoroughly beaten convicts eye passers-by cautiously. The thought of escape is strange to these sad inhabitants, as the land beyond the many fences and walls here are so desolate that death is sure to find those insane enough to run. And so the camp has become a tyrannical testament to the notion that the suffering of some is the foundation of the profits of others. See what you can do in this forsaken place. There is not much to do in this camp despite its immense size. If you're not here to seek a convict or to strike a deal with the overseer, the whorehouse is the only establishment that welcomes you while the comitatus is camped inside Vagrus's confines. While you walk around, the shady looks of the guards and the tortured moans of the badly treated slaves follow you everywhere. I don't want to go to the whorehouse. We already visited the overseer, so yeah, there's nothing to do here. Basically, I guess is it a recommend? I don't know yet. I only started playing it. I played it like ages ago. And I didn't really get into it then. Because I had like very specific reasons why at the time. But I'm trying to trying it out again a bit more. Now, so we're looking for salt stuff. So, there are little caves everywhere. The surrounding area might be viable for salt harvesting. The crew takes a look around. There are abandoned harvesting pits all around the place here. Unfortunately, the reason they were left behind is that all the good salt has been depleted. Here and there you run into small brigades of slaves, busily chipping away at the still valuable nodes. Salt mining rights here belong to the Empire, and so as soon as you approach one of these work outposts, the guards and overseers there ask you to leave immediately, albeit using much more colorful language. Okay, I'll leave. But yeah, no, I don't know, I kind of like it so far, but it's hard to say. It really depends on if it kind of just doesn't go anywhere, or if it starts doing annoying things. There's green puddles here. This is blue puddles. These vast expanses of bone-dry flats have not been tapped for salt, and there is a good reason for that. The salt here is not up to standards or is very scarce, making harvesting nigh futile. You could push your luck, though. Let's rest. Though we are just wasting resources doing and like just sitting around here. I'm trying to go back over here, but apparently traveling down here sucks. Yeah, could push your luck. We can do one big travel here. And then down here, there's poop. Could scout, but can't scout today. But I only have a few scouts, so. But maybe we can find something here. I don't know. Distance. I don't know. Let's explore here. A blindingly white expanse surrounds you as the Comitas makes its way over the flats and terraces of Brine Mere. Yet despite the desolation, there might be hidden bounties here. The surrounding area might be viable for salt harvesting. Send the crew to prospect the area. The vast expanses of bone-dry flats have not been tapped for salt, and there's a good reason for that. The salt here is not up to standards. Inspect the stagnant streams. Alchemy. You fill some vials with the viscous, stinking stuff, then perform a series of alchemical tests on them. You would say it looks fairly safe as long as you do not drink it. Okay. What about over here? Hmm. Not too much going on here. I don't really know. Like, maybe up here? I don't know. Nope. Nope. But what happened to, like, the... finding, like, guards and shit to talk to? That just kind of disappeared. No quality. Brine mere stagnant poison. It's like, you can clearly see that there's, like, goop everywhere here. What's up with that? Discoveries. 3, 4. I don't understand what this means. This is some shit. There's some stuff there. Kinda. I guess. Everywhere is the same. I'm literally wasting so much time and resources here. It's absolutely insane. Did the game just break? No. End today. Uh, not really finding anything here. Nothing's going on in this place. I need to head back. We can't stay here any longer. I'm out of stuff. This area is controlled by the Sithicness. Okay. My guess is any good mining will be close to the settlements. I mean, I suppose. But there's like a sickness going around here that I was trying to investigate. And they said that it was like more to the north. But I tried going here for that. The Vagrus work camp is clearly over here. So I don't know. I was just trying to be here to check, but like maybe it's over here, or maybe you need to go closer to the Tempest or whatever that thing is. Either way, I did not find anything. So this is controlled by the Sithicness. This area is controlled by this Scythicness. Send the crew to prospect it in exchange for permission tokens. Compared to the terraces and low-lying flats of the region, this old plateau has seen more frequent intrusions from miners and prospectors of old. It was subsequently abandoned, and although it still falls under Scythicness control, no patrols or officials oversee the place. Towards the north, the quarries crept close to the stagnant pools and streams, and the salt is considered to be of inferior quality there. Mine salt in the northeast. No quality. Brine mere stagnant poison. Mine salt on the plateau. The crew gets to work, bearing in mind that these operations are extremely dangerous. Harvesting salt can drain the moisture from people with astonishing speed, so you are recommended to work in shifts and change miners every couple of hours. Even like that, they will require significantly more water to keep them from getting parched. Once you start mining, however, nobody checks on your progress, so you can forego these safety regulations. Make preparations before starting to work. What does that mean? Have your miners work imbued face mask. Yeah, okay, yeah, we have face masks. Yeah, let's use that. Use 3 crews with hourly shifts. This is more taxing to the crew this way. I'm gonna push them. I'm evil. Well, I mean, no, let's just push them a little bit, because this place sucks. With so many people involved in an inherently dangerous operation, there is always risks, especially if someone wants to make a decent profit and pushes harder. Something ought to go wrong. You try to watch for the signs of dehydration, but it is almost undetectable, and so your miners faint occasionally. This time it's one of your workers. Have 2 others carry her back to the camp to rest. Sure, whatever. With that, for better or worse, your day is concluded. You take a look at your prize. Could have been better, could have been worse. Plus 4 salt. But what about the crew? Before settling down for the night in the camp, you check on your comms. Seem to be okay. You manage to keep your crew from being parched. You all settle down for the night. You gain dehydrated salt mining, plus 1 day. During late evening hours, 3 lost miners from another crew wandering to your camp. They're a little disoriented, which is quite understandable after walking around all day on this blinding white expanse. Enslave them. Out here, nobody can see it. Offer them water and invite them to join your crew. They happily oblige. Morning comes and you need to decide whether to continue mining or pack up and leave. That was enough mining for now. The Comitatus departs. Alright, yeah. Didn't find anything. The Comitatus arrives at a gate in the low walls surrounding Salem's inner district after having passed rows upon rows of dwellings. Blah, blah. Stop, blah, 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 blah. Alright. Was it here that you sold salt? Sell them salt. They will take 8 salt. But I only have 4. Accept an invitation for a drink. Ask him how he could help you with salt mining. It's in both of your interests and that your operation is successful. That is true. That is true. Welgun scratches his head. You see, there is something that might work. It's all about protecting your workers, they say. If your miners don't drop dead, they mine more salt, right? It happens that I have come into the possession of a certain potion, a single drop of which can drench the tongue and throat for a day. Our green kin of my homeland has developed it for desert warfare, but from time to time I can get my hands on a vial. About once a week. That makes you happy, Vagrus? Now I can't give it to you for free, you understand. I have my own expenses to cover, but it is, as you put it, in both of our interests, right? His grin tells you there is no point in haggling. Oh, and I'm forgetting that there is also an expert you can hire. She's very well versed in the art of salt mining. She was present when the oldest pits and tunnels were cut into the basin's eastern side. Bergavor, she's called, an engineer and miner. I can make sure she provides her services to you at a discount. Okay. So I can hire her for 3 days for mining. Purchase a potion of quenching for 5. That's crazy. I'll buy it. Still have 2 masks. The riches of the earth, sought after in the north. Rumors circulate that obsidian and metal are much in demand in the city of Devon due to its distance from regions where these resources can be obtained. Perhaps you could make good profit by taking advantage of this. Maybe. Alright, I have no supplies. I'm out of money. I can't do shit. I feel like I have to give up on this place. We have to go back. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to survive. So I need to buy supplies. I already can't afford it properly. So I need to like sell the salt that we got here for a bad price. I think. What can you sell the salt for otherwise? Salt. 1.5. Yeah, and here it's ass. We can maybe go and just sell it in the Mines of Plenty. We can make it there at least without dying. But it's kind of fucked. Because we are very, very far away. I didn't actually want to go out. I wanted to rest here. So now we can head out. But yeah, like I need to get all the way down there. It's so far. Wait, is this even the right way? Yeah, it is. My morale is low. It's gonna get even lower. But we can hunt here, so we might be like okay, but I can no longer pay them and they're gonna get mad. And so we get to the Mines of Plenty, but like... All we can do here is sell some salt. Which doesn't make me a whole lot of money. There are no quests here. Arkan, Torzag's shelter. I think I'm gonna have to load. These guys want to go to the Crimson Gate. That makes us a tiny amount of money. I don't know why I have so many workers, really. I feel like I've just gained a bunch of workers from, like, nowhere. Because we are way over my workforce needs. Alright, we have a little bit of food there. The issue is, like, getting all the way over there. Can't pay them. They're gonna get grumpy. Cannot get any food here. That's ass. Is there work that we can do inside? I always press the exit button by accident. I don't mean to do that. Like, not really. You go here and you rest here. And here you can make your slaves do a little bit of work. That way you can kind of like sustain yourself here. Hailed. Well, good job. Restock Salem. Torzag's shelter. I feel like this is all I can do. We have to just beeline to Torzag's shelter and hope that we survive the journey with as much shit as we can. That's it. That's all I can do. And I can't pay them anyway, so... Oh. We have 0 money. They are not gonna like this. They are not gonna like this at all. I don't like this. You can't hunt here. The workforce is now... Okay, so now I'm too low again. Like, Jesus Christ. Is it the morale that's low? Because right now I can only move 2 out of 6. There, now we can move 8. And... Your crew grumbles. Yeah, they're mad. I don't think I have the luxury to not force march the entire way. We have to do that. Otherwise, I'm not making it. I don't think we're gonna make it. I think I'm gonna have to load. Because now I'm not gonna be able to... discipline my slaves. Now I probably won't be able to move 8. Oh, I can? But Torzag is kind of far from Crossroads. That's the issue. And I only have food for 1 more day. So now we have to eat less. They're all mad. We have to punish the slaves again. No, I don't want to liberate. -2 obedience. I think I might have lost some. And then we can liberate some slaves, but no, workers are worse. Yeah, now I can move 5. It's so over. Perhaps you can turn things around. Everyone is in a foul mood. You failed! I get -3 movement. Sweet! We have no food. Torzag's shelter is in view, but I'm not sure we're gonna make it. One pip away. You have experienced a rising disobedience among your involuntary workforce lately. One of the worst things happens. You're woken by yelling and find one of your combs was murdered during the night. It could have been anyone, really, but something tells you that the deed was somehow connected to the disgruntled slaves and their feuds with some of your crew. You bury your combs and order the comitatus to get ready. Either of these options can have a range of unforeseeable consequences. What could be done about your unruly slaves? Punish them. The ploy seems to work. The slaves become more docile almost immediately. Oh, we made it to Torzag's shelter somehow. Oh no. I have 1... No, never mind. I have 1 movement. Okay. Oh! We made it. I have literally 0 money, though. Approach the guards. You have nothing to hide. Pay with goods. I don't think we have any goods. Swear to pay once you're leaving. It will cost more this way. We turn this stuff in. Now we have some money. I need to buy supplies for most of it. Whew. Okay, we might be safe. We might be safe. So, let's see. The Undercity. Visit the Pleasure House. Buy some of your crew a good time. Pay extra for quality. The wide grins on the faces of your crew remain for a few days to come. +1 morale. Alright, good. The Civic District. Dragon's Nest Inn. Purchase quality booze for your crew. This will consume all your movement points. That's fine. +2 morale. Okay, good. Next, we just rest. And today I pay them double. I owe them 10. My slaves are not doing so good. Morale, vigor, nutrition. Near dead. Yeah, you need to rest. Oh no, I made them work. Shit. I didn't mean to do that. But what this also means is that we basically have to stay here for a few days, which is going to cost money as well. But then we can make a run for one of these things. Let's see. There's one for Lumen. Lumen looks like it's what's gonna happen. Lumen. Yeah, we're going to Lumen. But, you know. 111? That's 250? The crew is still, like, dead, though. I need to rest another day. Because I made them work, which was an accident. But we need to get the slaves up in obedience as well, which is seeming to be a little tricky. Extra food seems to help. Low life's complaint, wine or mushroom beer. A lean fellow with dirt on his cheek complains about the increasing price of wine in the shelter, while it's being flooded with cheap mushroom beer. He clearly preferred the former. Oh. Right, so we can like kind of move now, I think. The slaves need to be punished. However, I do need to buy... I need more workers or slaves. Slaves are really expensive, though. One slave. And then we have to go. We have to go now. So we go to Lumen. Take every single Lumen supply quest we can get. Lumen. That should let me take this one as well. Lumen. And then we leg it for Lumen. How much now? 6. Oh, damn. But even now, this is probably going to be kind of rough. Imperial Necromancer's Sepulcher. I mean, yeah, we don't have to fight. It's just, we need to go to Lumen. It's actually, like, somewhat far away. I don't think I don't need to force march quite yet. We can rest normally right now. But I think I will need to force march a bit. But we can let our guys recover a little bit. That way we can... I think today is force marching. And we're not super happy about that. This is a little unfortunate. But we can hunt, or we can gather here at least, I guess. Failed. That's also unfortunate. And now I don't have any more money for them. So I think we force march, and then we just get to Lumen, and then we're done. Their morale is going to probably go to shit. I think we made it pretty decently, actually. Whew. Turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in. There, now we have tons of money. Now we're safe. We solved it. It's good. Now we just need to do more of these. Escort for the Church of Sorgorod. Escort. Fighting escort. We want to go to Torzag? Sure. We can go to Torzag. But let's rest up first. And we can go visit Kandake. Kandake is eager to speak to you while Laventius stands next to her with slate and stylus in hand, looking only slightly tortured. Let's get some work done, shall we? She says in her melodic voice, her zigzagging gaze scanning horizons far beyond the narrow confines of her workshop. Ask her what she needs you to fetch for her project. Now this might be a little tricky, Kandake begins. Given what you've seen of her, you wonder how outlandish something must be for her to consider it tricky. I have just read about an interesting experiment, one that will help in my research for sure. For that I'll need copper, not the tricky part, and some pulvis phantasma, commonly called spectral residue. Tends to accumulate around where incorporeal undead dwell or perish. Do you think you can handle that? You assure her you can. Is something. 6 spectral residue. The fuck is that? Okay. Cerulean crystal. We'll buy that here, I believe. But let's rest first. Make my slaves work. They failed. God damn it. I need some more slaves. And so... we buy a whole stack of Ceruleus? We are currently at... Lumen. Buying a whole stack here costs 22. And then we can sell it for 3. total profit at Karnak. Oh no, Torzag is the better place to sell it. Yeah, Torzag is better. So then we gain 8. I suppose. That's gonna be a very, very, very minor profit, unfortunately. But I think that's the only thing worth buying here. Right. And Drusian, that is which one? Okay, this is Vagrus. The Blind Chakra. Drink, chat, share news, talk to other travelers. Buy some rounds, see what you can find out. Receive some news from Fort Refugees. Alright. Ask around town, talk to the merchants. Oh no, this is the crystal guy. Crystal Mancer's Vault. Okay. Oh, there's nothing to take here. Actually, did this just reset? I thought there was one here for taking them down to Karnak, but alright. Well, whatever then. I guess we have nothing here. That kind of sucks. But, let's see. How many days of travel is it to Torzag? 4 to 5. Let's say it costs 5. That's gonna be like 4.5 Bros. So, what if we just buy more crystals? And try to make the most out of this. And yeah, then we just head back. Is it a bad idea to not travel on the road? I don't know. I've never really tried it. 3, 6. Can save before we do it. But you can hunt there. That's the benefit. The downside is evil demons will attack you and kill you, maybe. Horse marching is kind of like boosting in Mario Kart. Should only do it, you know, you can do it all the time here, but you need to treat it like you have like a mushroom sometimes. So you can actually do it. Otherwise you die. But I think you should do it as well. You shouldn't just not do it. Profit is kind of bad, I think. We made some. Now, explore the city. While you are walking around in the worst half of the market district's crowded streets, you notice a haggard-looking man who is giving a frantic speech to the crowd from atop a pile of amphora. You catch part of it through the general clamor. And those that practice this kindness shall then be given kindness in return. For what is purer than ensuring the freedom of another soul? You want proof? Turn your eyes to Taj Mahal, undisturbed by the calamity. Why, you ask? Because they said no to the vile institution of slavery. Their belief in a balance that involves the freedom of everyone has been proven to protect them from divine wrath. And so we know what to do to regain what is lost. We are to liberate our brothers and sisters from bondage and suffering. For them as much as for ourselves, all those with the means to do so should buy slaves at the market and liberate them. Doing so will... It continues among similar lines. You know that there are certain sympathizers of anti-slave movements who would look upon the act of purchasing and immediately liberating slaves favorably. But you also know that such words are in direct opposition to the Church of the Triumvirate and imperial law. Several bystanders are shouting at the agitator and tossing pieces of slerad droppings at him. This man will not be allowed to talk for long. Even now you can see a small platoon of legionnaires approach from a side street. Best not be caught up in this. Walk away. Yeah, not my business. Alright. I don't really know what's like worth doing every time you come in. Walk around the lakes, no. Civic district, the gardens. Take a walk in the gardens. Appreciate the many types of rare plants here. Time well spent. Okay, so it gives you 1 XP. Every 10 days you can get 1 XP for looking at the plants. Okay. Let us whip the slaves, as you do. Let's whip 8 slaves. There we go. Now their slaves are happier. And then this is really what you're supposed to be doing early, the faction quests, because they're super easy, and it's just like free money, more or less. As long as you go to something that you have a lot of... These, for example, just more... He wants me to go back to Lumen. Lumen, Lumen. Lumen, Lumen, Lumen. Fly run, Lumen. Lumen. Lumen, Lumen. This one is to the Vagrus quarry. That's on the way as well. We can take that one. Lumen. 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 And that's it. That's a lot of stuff. It's gonna be a lot of money. Because now I have the option of, do we buy another Beast of Burden? But I think we wait. I think we do a couple more runs like this. First. Actually kind of fucked up a little bit there. I don't have enough food necessarily. I think we'll be okay though. But I wonder, maybe we buy another horse. Then I can buy more food. Then this will be a lot safer. Yeah. Passengers. Nobody wants to go there. Alright. Let's leave. Is this way faster? I don't think so. Because it costs more to walk in the wilderness. It costs 3, while it costs 2 to walk on the road. Travelers, merchants... Yeah, they're whipping slaves. I don't care. Move on. We don't want to do anything with those slaves. Passengers, Crystal, Mines of Plenty. Port Viridium, Twin Towers. Okay, so we're in Vagrus Quarry. What do they even mine here? Nothing. Not even pottery is worth... Yeah, there's nothing here is worth buying. And supplies, I think, are extra expensive here. So... We just head out. We just do a little stop there. Now we have almost 100. Torzag Shelter, Torzag Shelter. Yeah, it was the same here last time. Like, these are fighting quests, but they disappeared last time. So, I'm gonna take these right away so they don't disappear. I'm gonna go fight. They seem to be easy. I have an overwhelming force. Good job, you guys get the double pay. The slaves get a whipping. How much insight do you think I have? 4. That's way less than I was expecting. I'm gonna be honest. What if we get some healer level? Maybe a history level or something. Outer Realms lore. Just some basic knowledge so we have some clue what's going on if something happens. I just don't know if I should have more scouts. I feel like the scouts are useless. I don't understand scouting. It feels like it's just ass. I don't really get it. We have to move slower this time. So... Holy shit, food is expensive as absolute hell here. Holy moly. At least I feel like it is. So Outriders are only better than fighters, I think. And since we're here, we should buy some Ceruleus. We're in Lumen. 22, sells for 25 at Karnak. Sells for 30 at Torzag. So... should honestly just fill up. Something like that. Even though you have expected an attack because of your wards, the adversary appears suddenly and the attack is imminent. The Sharduk yell their ferocious war cries. Sharduk? They have dragons? What the shit? Flank, offensive. Cost 1 vigor, 3 resourcefulness. Flanking sounds good. But this one, the makeshift barricade, that one seemed insane. But I feel like I don't need it. Or maybe I do. Sure. I'm gonna flank. Let's flank. Ow! Fuck! They actually hurt me. Damn! What the fuck? No, he died. We got ivory, hides, and some supplies, and a bronze statue. Victory is yours, and for now you have managed to defend your wards. Okay. No insight gained. Use medicine, he needs to heal. Yeah, no. Keened is good enough. Why am I not walking full speed now? Is it because of him, or...? Not sure. Because when you're expecting a fight, you lose like 40% of your stats or something. Like you lose absolutely ridiculous amounts if you're marching. So you don't want to do that. Could have stopped by Vagrus, but whatever. Dude, where's the next encounter? This is bleeding my money. There we go. The liberated tribe charges at your position. The makeshift barricade is an 81% chance of success. The flank actually lowers my success chance. Okay, makeshift barricade. Is that just the best one? Shit, I lost a fighter. Hold them off. Companion combat. Dude, I am so scared trying to do that. Call the ranks. Call the ranks with your best. Eliminate leaders. I feel like I'm gonna die. I like the look of this game. I might buy it during summer sale. It's on sale now. That's why that's kind of why I bought it, and why I'm trying to play it now, because I want to see if I want to buy the DLCs or not. Well, they're on sale. But yeah, I mean, there's no rush. Oh, and these are insane amounts of guys. This is gonna go bad. Throw bomb? Or just shoot him in the head? Shoot in the head immediately is under... appreciated. And then dead weight, you can put a barricade there with him. I have never managed to get the rune to work. Did I just heal that guy? Did the rune just heal that guy? Oh, you don't have enough power already? No, my thingies. Dude, he's that tanky? No, 11. It's not that bad. Just blast his ass. Ouch! You still can't vomit? Dude, you suck. Or is this only from the front row? I guess. Oh. I thought this was gonna end after like 4 turns or something. That's what it said. That's what I at least thought it said. No! No! The battle continues. Damn. They're actually doing some damage. Now, this is bugged. Well, I'm gonna pursue them. Kill them all. But this is bugged as hell. Right. Got common jewelry, simple jewelry. Victory is yours, and for now you have managed to defend your wars. What the fuck is this? Fallon 835 node stories. Exit. What are you doing? What do you mean Garrick lost loyalty? Why the fuck? Because you took some damage? Or because we had to fight for some guys that you don't like? Alright. Get a little bit of money there. Not a huge lot. Not a huge amount. Cerulean crystals. Price could be better. Yeah, we'll sell them all. Ivory. Now at 88. Feel like we lost money doing that. What next? I think I might stop here for today, or for now at least. I'm gonna go and eat some tacos, and I might stream more later, but I'm not sure. I think this is a good place to stop for now. Take a break at least. But this is what we should be doing. We should just be going like back and forth between here and Lumen for a couple of times, just doing these quests, working as a transporter, just to get some money. That way we can get another Beast of Burden. We can have more slots open so that we can actually buy some things. Because right now it's like, if I don't buy something, or if I buy something, it has to be because I'm going to sell it at the next place. But it would be nicer if I could buy some stuff that I can then sell like at the second place that we go to, right? Instead of it having to be always everything in the same spot. So I think we can buy another Beast of Burden right now. But I think it's good to probably have like around 80 to 100 Ross as like a safety net or whatever. So just so you don't need to deal with bullshit. And we can just do these a couple of times for free, more or less. So I think this is the way to start out. And then when we have a bunch of money, then the issue just becomes supplies, really. Because supplies will always be hard, but supplies here are really cheap. So being able to have more supplies with you always means that we can reduce how much supplies we need to buy. Because like buying all of the supplies we need for the return trip as well, here for a third of the price, is just gonna be superior. Vastly superior. Because it costs 2.5 platinum or brass, which means it would cost 7.5 to buy it somewhere else, which is a huge loss. So I think we'll do this right now. We'll buy another Beast of Burden, and that opens up more slots. But I also need to buy some more guys, because we lost some fighters and all of my scouts died. Though I don't really like scouts, but whatever. We have some scouts. The man called Capasius. There is a man named Tullus Capasius in Torzag Shelter who is looking to hire an independent comitatus. He can be found in the city's temple district. Oh, okay. Then maybe we can go do that. I'm not finding a lot of good smuggling opportunities so far. I know you can like go here, Civic, to the garden. You can take a walk, Appreciate the plants. That's XP. And then we go to the gangs. No, we can only sell to these gangs. Okay. Got my pocket picked. But... So what, was it up in... Devon? Something? Was it like up here in Devon that I could buy some smoke leaf? I guess. But yes, we need to start going up to Devon again. We also need to get to Crystal, but visiting Sun Rock and Ash would be good, because then we can get to Loom. But in order to get to Loom, we need to get the thing that we can use to scare away the monsters, which you make in Torzag's shelter. So we need to find somewhere to get the thing. But we should go check out like Valarius as well. Either way, Karnak Way Station, yeah. Hollow Crags. Might be back later tonight. Until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Or good